Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 434. Penta-Realm Gate. Lichia looked at the group of 6 and said, "There are indeed a lot of opportunities to buy good stuff in Necropolis, but it requires luck and keen eyes. It was not easy for you guys to catch the fish, so don't spend them carelessly. I will introduce you all to a place. There is a small town on the east side. If you see a symbol like this, then pay up with some fish. Repeat this several times. Whether you get anything or not will depend on your own luck." Li Qie drew a symbol and then handed it to Peng Zhuang. After accepting the symbol, Peng Zhuang cheerfully smiled and said, "Brother Li, we'll go ahead then. We'll leave our chief in your care." He then winked at Li Qie and revealed an ambiguous and mischievous expression. Li Qie only laughed at Peng Zhuang's group's encouragement. How could he not know what these kids were thinking? They happily said goodbye and left in excitement. Qiurong Wanxue sighed while looking at them leave. These 6 were the young seeds of the Snow Shadow tribe, so she was not without worries, letting them go off alone. However, under her constant protection, they would never become independent. "Where are we going now?" She composed herself and asked Li Qie. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and said, "We'll go to the Penta-Realm Gate to test our luck." "The Penta-Realm Gate?" Qiurong Wanxue nervously said. "It is quite a dangerous place. Out of the 5 entrances, 4 of them are located in extremely ominous locations." Li Qie smiled and said, "Without taking a risk at Necropolis and putting it all on the line, Chief Qiurong will never discover the fortunes that await you." Qiurong Wanxue nodded without objecting. Since she had decided to follow Li Qie, she would go wherever he wanted to. Although Necropolis was a city of ghosts and had wandering spirits everywhere, it was not disorderly at all. On the contrary, it was just like the outside with ghosts cultivating instead. They were remnants of the dead, sentiments without memories of their previous life. It was a new life without assured immortality. If these sentiments did not grow stronger, then they would disappear as time went by. Ever since an unknown era, these ghosts had started to cultivate in Necropolis. There were sects in Necropolis that were even more ancient than the ones in the 9 worlds. Their origins were untraceable as well. The sects that occupied the best locations in Necropolis were also considered the most dangerous places. It was true that Necropolis had treasures, but these treasures for cultivators were not worth a coin in the eyes of these ghosts because they were only sentiments. They cultivated a certain power given to them by Necropolis itself. It was completely different from cultivators absorbing worldly energy. Cultivation in Necropolis comes from having faith in the city itself. The more these ghosts harmonize with this land and take root, the longer these sentiments could survive and the more powerful they would become. Because of this, cultivators' treasures were useless to the ghosts. However, the ghosts occupied the areas with treasures and took ownership of them. Any cultivator who wanted treasures or adventures must pay Yang Night Fish to these ghosts before entering their sect. Cultivators wanted treasures while Necropolis ghosts wanted Yang Night Fish. It was a beneficial relationship. The Penta-Realm Gate was a lineage in Necropolis, a very ancient lineage. It occupied 5 mountain passes in the northern area. Rumor has it that there were many amazing things in these passes, and the key to the prime ominous grave was once found inside. This was why many cultivators wanted to enter and see if they could find anything. Once Li Qie brought Qiurong Wanxue to the Penta-Realm Gate, there were already 2 long lines right outside the mountain passes. Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. They were all cultivators from outside of all sorts. Guys and girls, ghosts, humans, demons, heavenly devils. Necropolis has been quite lively recently. Qiurong Wanxue was slightly surprised after seeing the long line and told Li Qie. Li Qie looked at the line. Then the 2 also joined in. The lines were filled with young people from many different races. Outside of the passes were 2 guardian ghosts, or 2 sentiments, rather. Anyone who wished to enter must pay Yang Night Fish. While they were waiting in line, a sudden explosion could be heard as the earth shook with rumbling noises. Everyone saw the arrival of a giant. Despite his huge stature, he was not slow at all and quickly joined the line. This was a young man 3 times the size of an ordinary person, someone with quite a healthy appearance. He exuded a fierce aura and had a 3-colored halo above his head. Despite being huge, he was not a brute and on the contrary, was quite handsome. The 3-colored halo above his head gave him a somewhat sacred atmosphere. The huge young man came closer and looked around coldly before lining up. Those who recognized him obediently gave way, and this giant walked forward without any reservation. A young cultivator from the distant cloud emotionally exclaimed. Moli Dao. Li Qie glanced at the three-colored halo above the young man's head and said with surprise. The Sky Devil Tribe. The Sky Devil Tribe was a branch of the Heavenly Devil race. Meeting such a rare tribe was not easy in this place. Many people looked at him after they heard his choice. A young human cultivator kindly reminded him. Brother, this is your first time here, right? Although the Shifting Mountain Pass is the safest one, it is also the most hopeless one. You too won't be able to go through the entire mountain since even heavenly sovereigns cannot do so. How about you guys pick the first pass? It's very low risk and there are a lot of opportunities as well. Even if you don't get anything, there will be very minimal losses, and if you are lucky, maybe you will get 1 or 2 amazing treasures. This young human cultivator was quite kind. After all, the human race was very weak here, so those away from home should help each other. Thank you, Dao brother. Li Qie said with a wide smile. I wish to obtain a great fortune, maybe we'll be able to find one. Great fortune? You guys? Forget it. Another young cultivator shook their head and said. Even if you make it through the entire pass, you wouldn't necessarily be able to find anything. Li Qie only smiled and led Xueqi into the 5th pass, the Shifting Mountain Pass. These two wasted 100 young night fish, what a shame. A person said with pity after seeing the two enter the pass. Li Qie and Xueqi were met with hot, dry air the moment they entered. Unknowing travelers would think that they made a wrong turn after seeing the scene ahead. Before them was a vast desert. The strange part was that this desert was completely flat, and its dried land appeared to have been burnt. If the entrance was not right behind them, anyone who saw this desert would think that they were lost. This place did not resemble Necropolis at all. Shifting Mountain Pass? Xueqi couldn't prevent herself from being dazed after seeing the desert before her. She had never been here before, but she had heard of a few things about it. Can we actually do this? She asked without confidence. I heard that there are practically no treasures here, but it is also the pass with the highest requirements among the 5 passes. It is a gamble. Li Qie smiled and said, although the other 4 passes indeed have a higher chance of obtaining treasures, they are all ordinary treasures. If you want to gamble, you have to bet something huge. If we are lucky, then it will be a true fortune. Chapter 435. Shifting Mountain. Xueqi had nothing to say after hearing his explanation. Ordinary treasures were already very good for the Snow Shadow tribe, and she didn't even dare to think about legendary divine weapons. However, she believed in his choice and asked, what should we do now? Li Qie responded with a smile. There are 5 mountains at the 5 corners of this desert. As long as you can push these mountains into the middle, you will be able to open up this desert. Then, it will be up to your own fortune whether you will get a treasure or not. His familiarity with the Shifting Mountain Pass caused Xueqi to gaze at him. Didn't you say that you have never been to Necropolis before? Li Qie answered with a smile. If I had answered that I have been to this place before, would you have let me come along? If I am not mistaken, Chief Xueqi had always been suspicious that I bore ill will towards you guys. Being figured out by Li Qie caused her to blush. This made her feminine and elegant aura to be even more alluring, like a dripping ripe peach. Just kidding. Li Qie smiled and said, don't take it seriously. Li Qie didn't mind it at all since it was natural for her to be so cautious as the chief. Xueqi angrily glared at him. Who would have been so paranoid if you didn't act so suspiciously? Her mature demeanor now had a youthful coquettish air mixed into it. Come, we have to go find the 5 mountains and push them together to see if we are lucky this time around. Li Qie smiled and said. They began searching in the vast desert. Very quickly, they found a mountain. It wasn't overly large nor small and looked very ordinary. The only distinctive feature was that it was completely black. We'll push now. Xueqi quickly said after finding this mountain. Li Qie shook his head and said, you won't be able to, just follow me for now. Be on the lookout in case someone comes with bad intentions. With that, he placed his hands on the mountain. It was not hard to overturn mountains and seas with Li Qie's cultivation, so a normal-sized mountain should be as light as a feather and would easily be lifted up with one hand by him. However, this black mountain was extremely heavy. Despite his utmost efforts, the mountain only shifted slightly. If any other mountain was met by this same force, it would have already been blown flying across the sky. Roll. Li Qie pushed the entire mountain as it followed a strange path. It was as if this path was already predetermined. Qiurong Wanxue hurriedly followed behind him. She didn't dare to be careless and released her divine intent to look around in case someone else wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fortunately, no one else picked the shifting mountain pass, so only the two of them were in this desert. Rolling, under Li Qie's constant pushing, the Black Mountain slowly followed the predetermined path to the center of the desert. Now, Qiurong Wanxue understood why people didn't pick this pass. She witnessed Li Qie's strength with her own eyes when he crushed a royal noble like crushing an ant. However, he was struggling to push this mountain, so she wouldn't be able to make it budge at all. Rolling. This Black Mountain was heavy beyond one's imagination. Even someone with astonishing physical strength like Li Qie found it to be a huge challenge. It was halfway to the center, but Li Qie's entire body was drenched in sweat. Take a rest for now. Qiurong Wanxue noticed his fatigued panting and worriedly said. Li Qie kept on pushing and shook his head. No, if I let go, it will move back to the original location and all will be for naught. You have to push it to the center in one go or it will never work. Qiurong Wanxue was shocked. No wonder why no one else wanted to pick the shifting mountain pass. She believed that even ancient saints would find this very difficult. Li Qie was quite mighty, so despite the heavy weight of the Black Mountain, he persevered until it reached the center in one setting. After moving it to the center, he suddenly heard a cranking sound as if something had latched onto the mountain. At that point, he finally let go while being completely out of breath as he felt his legs giving out. Qiurong Wanxue was scared and quickly came to embrace the staggering Li Qie before asking, Are you okay? The exhausted Li Qie heaved a sigh and said, Let me rest a bit. So tiring. This is indeed really hard. Qiurong Wanxue propped him against a safe place to sit. After a while, his blood energy began to recover. After his blood energy rejuvenated like a receding tide, Qiurong Wanxue felt relieved and caringly asked, How do you feel? Li Qie smiled while basking in his enjoyment. Very comfortable. Sleeping in a beauty's embrace is indeed very comfortable. Just a bit more then I'll be fine. Qiurong Wanxue was startled and suddenly realized something as her face turned red. She was hugging him tightly as his head was resting on her chest, deep into the valley. He also had a very comfortable and joyful expression. You! She wanted to push him away due to the embarrassment. Li Qie lightly waved his hand to stop her and smiled. Don't be angry, Qiurong. If I really wanted to take advantage of you, using these kinds of means would be a disgrace to me. If I wanted to enjoy such affection, then I would directly take you in and taste you completely in addition to earning your willingness to be my woman. I have confidence and complete certainty in this. Don't worry, this is just for fun and I have zero intent of treating you licentiously. Li Qie's head remained on her high bosom with a relaxed look. Despite this suggestive pose, Li Qie still had a calm and natural air with no lustful thoughts. Qiurong Wanxue didn't know how to reply. After a while, she asked, Are you always so full of yourself? Do you not feel that you are too arrogant and outrageous? There are always those who tell me that. Li Qie answered with a smile. But if I pretend to be humble, then I will either become a hypocrite or the most sacred sage throughout history. Unfortunately, I don't belong in either category. I have the power as well as the qualifications, so this is only to be expected of me. Of course, to others, I am full of hubris. A lot of confidence. Qiurong Wanxue snappily said, The 9 worlds is huge and has countless experts. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Being overconfident is not a good thing. That is for other people. Li Qie contentedly enjoyed his current situation and said, The 9 heavens and 10 earths indeed have countless experts and invincible existences, but that does not affect me. I am Li Qie, that alone is enough. Qiurong Wanxue was stunned for a while. I am Li Qie, that alone is enough. Such an ordinary phrase, but when uttered by Li Qie, it was painted with a domineering attitude that could reign over the 9 heavens and 10 earths throughout the eons. This sentence alone said it all. After a while, Qiurong Wanxue calmed down to look at this young man lying in her bosom. His eyes were closed and he had a calm smile on his face. It was as if, to him, everything in the world right now was just like the gentle flow of a river. The stare lasted for a long while since Li Qie was an unsolved mystery that others would never tire of trying to figure out. Confident, calm, ordinary yet profound, these were his greatest charms. Just like the path towards the Grand Tao, They were both filled with temptation and attraction. She then slowly stroked his hair and caressed his face before slowly speaking. "Just who are you?" Li Qia's eyes remained closed and he only answered with a smile. He spent a lot of effort before finally pushing all 5 mountains to the middle of the desert. Once all 5 mountains joined together. Clack! The empty ground that was surrounded by the 5 mountains suddenly opened like a treasure box. Li Qia quickly took a look, but there was nothing inside. "Unfortunately, that thing isn't here." He lamented with a disappointed sigh. Chorong Wanxue was also disappointed. She then remembered what Li Qia said before and curiously asked, "What are you looking for?" He clearly came to the desert for a certain something, so this piqued her curiosity. Just what kind of item could garner Li Qia's interest? "Do you really want to know?" Li Qia smiled at her and asked. "Come on and tell me." She glared at him with a mature charm that could swoon all beholders. "It is no big deal to let you know. The thing I'm searching for is the key to opening the prime ominous grave." The key to the prime ominous grave. Chorong Wanxue was shaken as she stared at Li Qia for a long time. It actually is really hard to find a teaser for this chapter. Chapter 436. Ghost River. Of course, Chorong Wanxue understood the significance of this key, but since time immemorial, the number of times this key had appeared could be counted on one's fingers. Amidst her astonishment, Li Qia gently raised her chin to close her cherry lips and said, "My chief Chorong, don't be so alarmed. Your saliva almost dripped onto me. I already believe that your ladylike looks are charming enough." Chorong Wanxue composed herself and then glared at Li Qia with flushed cheeks. She then said, "So the rumors about the key appearing at the Penta Realm Gate are true?" Li Qia smilingly said, "To be more exact, the key had once appeared in this place. But then he shook his head. Unfortunately, the key is not here this time." Chorong Wanxue looked at the empty center and asked, "Was it here before?" Li Qia replied, "There is no set rule about where the key will appear. It could be said that there is a chance for any location in Necropolis. One needs great luck to obtain the key, not just anyone can find it. A few places indeed have higher chances for its appearance, but the possibilities remain very low." "How do you know that there are a few places with a certain chance?" Chorong Wanxue asked. "An outsider shouldn't know such a big secret." Li Qia explained. "This has a lot to do with Necropolis and its relationship with the prime ominous grave. Both have secrets that are not known to outsiders." "Then how do you know about it?" Chorong Wanxue emotionally asked. Even great powers wouldn't know such a thing, but Li Qia was privy to it as if it was written on the palm of his hand. "This is a secret." Li Qia looked at the mature woman before him and shook his head. "There are a few things you shouldn't know because it is not good for you." Chorong Wanxue was sensible enough to stop prying further. Instead, she said, "The prime ominous grave had not been opened by anyone for a long time. The chance of finding the key is minuscule and only a few people across the eons had been able to find it." "Believe in me," Li Qia calmly said. "I will find the key. The prime ominous grave shall be opened in this generation, even if I have to flip Necropolis over to find it." Chorong Wanxue was taken aback by this high-handed tone. Since the ages, how many young people would dare claim that they would flip Necropolis over? The many people who came here were very reluctant to antagonize Necropolis. "Where do we go now?" Chorong Wanxue looked at the young man and asked, "Do you want to try the other 4 passes? Although the other passes have treasures, they will absolutely not have the key." Li Qia shook his head and said, "We'll go somewhere else, perhaps the Ghost River, to test our luck." "The Ghost River?" Chorong Wanxue movingly said, "That is a famous yet dangerous place in Necropolis. I heard that people die there every day." "Don't worry, I am here," Li Qia nonchalantly said. "Although the Ghost River is fierce, it is not able to take me." Chorong Wanxue pondered for a moment, then handed all of her young night fish to Li Qia and said, "You decide. I believe that you will bring about a creation for us." There were a lot of dangerous locations at Necropolis that Chorong Wanxue could not go to, like the Ghost River, so she handed her fish to Li Qia and let him decide. They then left the Penta Realm Gate and immediately went to the Ghost River. Just like Chorong Wanxue had said, the Ghost River was indeed a dangerous place. They arrived to find a much smaller line compared to the Penta Realm Gate. The Ghost River was occupied by the Ghost Fate sect. In order to obtain the treasures in the Ghost River, people must pay the sect Yang Night Fish. The river was underground, Once someone entered a cave, they would find a ferry right before them with a deep river quietly flowing below it. Legend states that whoever dies inside Necropolis, whether by accident or willingly, would have their corpse sink into the ghost river. Because of this, many people believed that this place was the gathering spot of evil spirits. The tale was about how the young emperor came to the ghost river to test his luck and eventually obtained an unparalleled treasure. Because of this treasure, the emperor, who was but a vagrant ghost race cultivator, became an invincible immortal emperor for a generation. Because of the emperor's luck, later on, many powerful young cultivators were willing to risk their lives here at the ghost river. Of course, many young people died here at the river each year since it was much more dangerous than the shifting mountain pass. There were only a dozen people here, so there was no need for a line. The two stood there, waiting at the ferry for a bit. Amongst the dozen young cultivators gazing upstream, a person suddenly shouted, "Another batch of ghost algae trunks is about to drift down." Everyone then looked upstream and confirmed that it was indeed the case. Each trunk had different shapes and sizes. The algae seemed to be like vines that intertwined like small snakes, causing others to feel a chill. The algae also emitted a black smoke that encompassed the group completely. Even heavenly gazes were not capable of seeing the things inside these trunks. Xueqi gazed at each trunk to see if there was one worthy of him taking action. Once a trunk floated near the ferry, someone immediately took the chance. 5 young cultivators soared out and tried to scoop up the trunk from the river. All 5 were powerful experts from the ghost race. They were as fast as lightning and they immediately picked the trunks that they wanted. Crash! However, once the trunks left the water's surface, waves began to form. Along with the sound of crashing water, several ferocious things rushed out from below the ghost river. A huge snake formed by nether smoke coiled around the river and opened its mouth to bite. Another thing that resembled a tongue quickly pierced through the water's surface to catch a young cultivator. Then, a white skeletal hand stretched out towards another young person. Anyone who tried to take out these trunks from the river would be attacked by something fierce from beneath the surface. Some people said that these were the corpses below the river that would claim possession of all the items in the river, so naturally, they would attack anyone who tried to take their trunks. Chapter 437. Finding Treasures at the Ghost River. A miserable scream resounded as a young cultivator's chest was pierced by a white hand. Crash! His body was then dragged into the ghost river by this skeletal hand. Die! Another cultivator let out a battle cry as he revealed his most powerful technique, causing waves to swell up. These 4 cultivators were prodigies of the ghost race. After utilizing their most powerful techniques, they were able to escape the attacks from these evil creatures and rushed out from the river. As each had their own trunk, they immediately paid the fish fee to the Ghost Fate sect. After doing so, they then took care of the ghost algae that surrounded the trunks. 2 young men obtained useless items. One of them got an old and tattered helmet while the other got a broken shield. They were both cast from the lowest ranking metals, not worth a coin. The other 2 were a bit luckier. One obtained an ancient metal with unknown usage, but its trace of divinity showed that it was a treasure. The last young man was the luckiest as he obtained a vermilion stone. It was around the size of a fist and dancing flames were on the surface as if a small fiery bird was about to fly out. He then noticed that Xueqi was the only one who didn't move, so he asked with a smile, "Human Junior, are you not afraid of me?" Xueqi looked at him and lightly replied, "I don't know you, so why should I be afraid of you?" Many young cultivators started to sweat in Xueqi's stead. If one offended Yi Sha, then they wouldn't know how they died before it was too late. Yi Sha looked at Xueqi and noticed his ordinary looks. He then thought that this made sense. He nodded his head and said, "I guess, an ant like you is probably not qualified to hear my name." Xueqi only smiled and didn't bother to care, nor did he glance at Yi Sha any longer. As for Yi Sha, a human junior was less than an insect, so Xueqi was not worthy for him to take action. Despite being so conceited, he really did have the strength to be like this. After standing by the ferry for one day, Yi Sha finally picked a batch of trunks floating down from the river. In just the blink of an eye, he entered the river with a gasp-inducing speed and took 4 trunks from the flow. 4 ferocious monsters also came out the moment Yi Sha dragged these 4 trunks out from the surface. Sporting a gloomy smirk, he was not afraid at all. He suddenly turned into 4 wisps of smoke and, with a slashing sound, a cold saber glint cut downward. Just a moment later, the 4 monsters were killed by Yi Sha as he landed safely on the ferry. He threw down the young night fish then disappeared. No one knew whether his trunks contained treasure or not. So strong! After his departure, the young cultivators finally became relieved and exclaimed. No one wanted to be close to an assassin, it was way too dangerous. He is indeed very strong. I heard that he recently assassinated the Demon King of the Iron Ox country. Rumor has it that the Demon King was a little sovereign, but he still died in Yi Sha's hands. A young cultivator recalled. The young cultivators present felt their hearts thumping fast. Even for geniuses, a little sovereign was still a very powerful existence, especially those from the previous generation. Yi Sha being able to assassinate a little sovereign spoke plenty of his might. Li Jie and Xueqi had been at the ferry for 21 days. On the 22nd day, a group of trunks floated down. Li Jie, who had been watching these trunks, suddenly put on a serious expression as his eyes narrowed due to a particular trunk. Chapter 442. Telling a story, you are imp. A person asked with uncertainty after seeing this person who had just arrived. The man replied with a wide smile. I guarantee that I am imp and imp is me. The young cultivators looked around at each other after seeing this man and felt quite confused. After hearing about the coffin-tapping imp's auction, many of them thought that the auctioneer would be a ghost inhabitant from Necropolis. This person did not match their imagination at all. This was an old man with a stout stature. His hair was completely white and he had a very long beard. His face was kind like that of a benevolent grandfather. No one would be able to put this old man and imp together. He was clearly just an ordinary kind old man. Many of them opened their heavenly gaze in order to see if this old man was a living being or a ghost, but no one could see through him. Are you a man or a ghost? Someone curiously asked. That's a secret. Imp smiled in response. His mysterious nature caused the young cultivators present to be even more curious. Although the heavenly gaze couldn't discern whether he was alive or dead, no matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem to be a ghost. However, what was he if not a ghost? Cultivators from the previous generations would absolutely not enter Necropolis no matter how powerful they were unless they were tired of living. If the old man was alive, then why did he come to Necropolis? Anyone could tell that Necropolis was not affecting him. Those with dried-up blood energy would be affected, especially older cultivators, but not imp. This made a lot of people have questions. Xueqi, who was seated next to Li Jie, quietly whispered, is he really a ghost? In the beginning, she thought that imp would be a tiny young ghost. She didn't expect for imp to be a kind, old man. Him. Li Jie looked at imp and smiled. Then he shook his head and said, this. I'm afraid no one knows. However, Xueqi believed that Li Jie had to know something more than he let out. Very well, no more talking, the auction begins now. The rule is very simple. There is no need for weapons or refined jades, and there is no need for young night fish either. I will take out one item and anyone can trade with me as long as it is something that I like. Then I will trade with that person. Everyone glanced at each other. What kind of auction was this? This was more like a simple trading post. Imp then took out a small coffin about the size of a box. It seemed to be carved from a piece of jade that exuded a cold air, something that was naturally formed by the heavens. Imp then gently opened the little coffin. A jade light illuminated the premises while a clear sound rang out as if a golden jewel was rolling around on a jade plate. Everyone then noticed that the little coffin contained a cocoon around the size of a fist. It was green like jade. Very magical looking. Imp then spoke with a smile. This is the cocoon of a heavenly jade cicada. When it hatches, the heavenly jade cicada will come out. He then closed the little coffin and said, now, take out your treasures. Many people were quite perplexed. Some of them had never heard of a heavenly jade cicada, so there was no way they would take out their treasures to trade for it. However, a young cultivator that hailed from an ancient clan emotionally blurted, Heavenly jade cicada, a legendary creature that lives in the ancient immortal ground. Upon hearing this, many people were instantly moved. Anyone who could enter an ancient immortal ground would obtain a miracle, a great fortune. Regardless of which of the 6 ancient immortal grounds it was, those who could enter one would surely benefit greatly. This heavenly jade cicada grew up in an ancient immortal ground, so how could it not shock the present spectators? A young cultivator took out a bell and said, I have a foreign Tao treasure named the Fallen Star Bell. However, before this youth could finish his sentence, Imp already grabbed him and threw him out of Midtown. I said I don't need weapons. Him effortlessly throwing that young cultivator out of Midtown caused many people to trem. Qiurong Wanxue was panicking while Li Qiye remained calm. Li Qiye then slowly spoke. Your information gathering is pretty fast. Yi Sha had just come back to the ferry in order to test his luck again. But after hearing that Li Qiye's group found a treasure, he quickly gave chase. Ha ha ha, it seems that this treasure was meant for me. Yi Sha deviously smiled. I'll pay 3 young night fish for the treasure in your hand. Qiurong Wanshue's expression greatly soured. What kind of exchange was this? This was clearly robbery. Li Qiye remained unperturbed and grinned. What if I don't want to sell? Yi Sha coldly glared at him. Human Junior, maybe you don't know who I am, but I'll give you some advice anyway. Be smart and sell it. At the very least you will get 3 fish. If not, your corpses will be lost in the wilderness. You are right. Li Qiye nodded his head in agreement. Someone's corpse will definitely be lost in the wilderness, but it will be your corpse, not ours. Foolish thing, you're only making this hard for yourself. Yi Sha's eyes revealed a murderous glint as his expression darkened. Very well, I will just save 3 fish. It is not a small amount. Is that so? Li Qiye responded with a relaxed air. Be smart and hand over all of your treasures, or else I will flay your flesh piece by piece. You're courting death. Yi Sha angrily exclaimed. Today, a human junior dared to humiliate him and incited his murderous intent. Yi Sha wanted to attack, but suddenly, Buddhist chants appeared. Ba, O merciful Buddha. A monk descended from the sky and said, No wonder why the murderous air is so dense here. Benefactor Yi Sha, I am here. The moment Yi Sha saw this monk, his expression quickly changed. A dense fog surrounded him as he wanted to quickly escape. The monk didn't give chase and merely warned him with a smile. Benefactor Yi Sha, you can escape from the monk but not from the temple. However, Yi Sha didn't dare to stop. He ran quite a distance away as if he had seen his nemesis. In just a moment, Li Qiye dashed forward and dragged out a trunk from the river. Crash! A skeletal scorpion flew out from the river with its extremely sharp tail stabbing at Li Qiye with lightning speed. Li Qiye smiled and met the skeleton as both of his hands grabbed onto its tail. Snap! Before the stinger could reach Li Qiye, it had already been torn in half by him. Such strength! Many cultivators were shocked at how easy it was for Li Qiye to subdue the skeleton. Chapter 439. Monk Daji is afraid of his wife. A bald monk with unique ordination markings on his head appeared. A string of large and round Buddhist beads hung by his neck as he stood there with his palms placed together. His amiable smiling face would fool others into thinking that he was an accomplished monk. Li Qiye looked at the monk before him and shook his head to say, Monk Daji. Monk Daji replied. After the lost mythical island disappeared, a piece of news suddenly erupted in the distant cloud. A few people in the nether border saw a gigantic hand stretching out from the prime ominous grave. So many great powers came running over here. Now, many old men calculated that the grave will open in this generation, so a lot of people came here to add to the fun. This is the same with me. Li Qiye was not too surprised about this news. Paper cannot wrap fire, so Qiurong Wanshue's group were not the only ones who saw the gigantic hand. The eclipse, the disappearance of the island, and the gigantic hand were quite easy to link together. However, Li Qiye speculated further than others and was one step ahead. Li Qiye looked at the monk and said, So you came to Necropolis to find the key as well? The monk shook his head and answered, It is not easy to obtain the key. The key is a great creation. To me, it doesn't matter who obtains the key because anyone can enter the prime ominous grave after it is opened. The only thing that matters is that the key owner will open the grave right after they obtain it. Well put. Li Qiye smiled. However, he must obtain the key because, to him, the key was not simply just a method to open the grave. The monk then continued. However, I heard about a certain something. There is an auction at Midtown called the Coffin Tapping Imp Auction. I wonder if you are interested in going together? Li Qiye's heart started to beat faster. He became serious and asked for confirmation. The coffin tapping imp? He remembered a particular existence that had not appeared for a long time. He even thought that this existence was dead. Very well, I'm free anyway, so I might as well go and see. If it was truly the coffin tapping imp, then it was worth a trip. The group then proceeded towards Midtown. However, they didn't make it very far before a red cloud floating in the horizon flew towards them at an extremely swift speed. Monk Daji became shocked when he saw this red cloud and quickly told Li Chia, "Brotherly, something suddenly came up. I gotta go." With that, he escaped so fast that it seemed as if a plague was approaching. A fierce voice came from the horizon. "Jian Xian, I will capture you even if you run to the corners of the world." The red cloud in the horizon was actually a girl in a red outfit. With an extreme speed, she quickly chased after Monk Daji. Monk Daji didn't dare to linger even a bit longer, and disappeared in the distance in just the blink of an eye. He looked like a mouse that had just seen a cat. So it turns out that he is afraid of his wife. Li Chia smiled and said after watching the fleeing monk. He also understood why the monk asked him for some wife-handling techniques. Chapter 440. Divine Spark. Prince Chorong Wanxue tilted her head while contemplating, then she suddenly exclaimed, "Jian Xian. Could he be the descendant of the Nether Crossing Swamp? I heard that he is a really amazing genius. So it turns out that he is a monk." Li Chia smiled in response. Maybe. Perhaps the monk didn't just run to the soaring remembrance village to unravel the mystery of the village. It was to hide from someone as well. Chorong Wanxue recalled the monk's words and asked while looking at Li Chia, "Young noble has a fiancé?" Li Chia looked at this mature and alluring woman in a carefree manner and replied, "Why? Are you jealous?" Chorong Wanxue glared at him with frustration and snappily retorted, "Don't you feel that you are a bit too narcissistic? As if I would like you. Plus, your fiancé should be the one that's jealous, not me." Despite being angry, her charming elegance did not lessen at all. "You don't have to worry about that." Li Chia smiled and continued, "There has not been a woman that I could not deal with. If I wanted to marry you, there would be no such thing as jealousy." Chorong Wanxue glared at him and retorted, "Has no one ever told you about your ego?" Her mature charm juxtaposed her current coquettish and youthful attitude and made her even more alluring. "People have mentioned it before," Li Chia slowly said, "but this is not being egotistic, it is called strength. I, Li Chia, have never met anything that I couldn't deal with." Chorong Wanxue had nothing else to say and could only gently sigh. Li Chia was correct about this. Midtown wasn't the real name of this particular location in Necropolis. However, because this city was located in the center, cultivators from the outside called it Midtown. It was a very old and lively city. Midtown could be said to be one of the biggest cities inside Necropolis. There was an ocean of people in this city consisting of both people and ghosts. The distinction between the two was blurred and people would eventually get accustomed to living together with ghosts. Moreover, they were not real ghosts but sentiments, so they easily got along with outside cultivators. The two of them entered Midtown and easily found out the location and time of the coffin-tapping imp auction. They discovered that it was taking place in the afternoon. Chorong Wanxue curiously asked after entering Midtown, "Auctions take place in this city? I have never heard about it before." Although there were visiting cultivators all year round, the majority of them didn't want to stay for a long time at Necropolis. Even frequent visitors did not stay for long, so one can forget about establishing a sect or an auction house. The auction houses were just temporarily buildings. Despite visiting this place several times before, this was Chorong Wanxue's first time hearing about an auction. "Occasionally," Li Chia said, "if it is an imp auction, then it will be amazing. It will be a very high-quality auction with great goods." "Imp?" Chorong Wanxue curiously inquired. "Is it a Necropolis ghost?" Li Chia's eyes narrowed as he answered, "This? I'm afraid no one knows. Whether imp is a ghost or a regular being is a mystery. Some say that he is a ghost while others believe that he is just a normal existence." Chorong Wanxue looked at Li Chia. She felt that he knew more about this matter but didn't want to reveal it, so she didn't pry any further. The coffin-tapping imp auction was taking place in an old courtyard in Midtown. However, rather than calling it a courtyard, it was more accurate to call it an abandoned yard. This was a big yet abandoned mansion. The house itself had collapsed a long time ago, leaving behind only a yard big enough to house 1,000 visitors. The two entered the premises around the time the auction began. A large crowd that nearly consisted entirely of cultivators from the outside gathered here. The news about the auction had been spread in the last few days by an unknown source. There had never been an auction organization at Necropolis, So the news of the coffin-tapping imp auction attracted many curious cultivators. Whether it was for the auction itself or just for the fun, many young cultivators came running here after hearing the news. Everyone was able to participate in this auction as it was without any restrictions. However, this auction did not truly resemble an authentic auction. There was no reception for participants, so everyone had to choose their own seat. Some sat on the ground while others hovered in the sky. Some even took out their treasure pavilions. Li Jie and Xueqi noticed that several hundred people were already waiting in the yard, including Mo Li Dao, the descendant of the Sky Devil Gate whom they met back at the Penta Realm Gate. Mo Li Dao's tall stature stood out amongst the crowd like a crane amongst chickens. In fact, his height was not his only exceptional characteristic. His identity and strength were quite notable as well. Many are disciples from the great powers. Seeing the young crowd, Xueqi emotionally added, "A lot of people came to Necropolis recently." Li Jie replied, "There will be even more later on. If the world knew that the prime ominous grave was about to open, countless great powers and emperors' lineages in the sacred netherworld would come running. Anyone would feel an irresistible temptation for the grave. There was no exception." Xueqi leered around a bit more and asked with surprise, "Why are there no inhabitants of Necropolis? Is this just limited to cultivators?" This surprise auction only had visitors from the outside. Necropolis inhabitants and ghost cultivators from the sects in the city did not come. Li Jie stopped looking around and answered her question. "If you are a ghost from Necropolis and know about imp, then you would not take part in this auction." Xueqi heard the underlying tone in his words and asked, "Is imp that scary?" "Imp?" Li Jie narrowed his eyes and continued. "That depends on how you define the word scary. If you say that he is scary, then he is indeed very dreadful. However, if you say that he isn't scary, then he isn't scary at all." Xueqi gave him a stern look and angrily retorted, "Just don't tell me then, keep on beating around the bush." He smiled in response. "All in all, just don't try to find out imp's identity. Attempting to learn his identity is not a good thing for anyone, no matter who they may be." Li Jie's warning caused her heart to beat faster. Li Jie, who was always carefree about everything, was now being serious. She naturally understood that this matter was not ordinary. "Ha ha ha! It seems that I am not late." Suddenly, a sepulchral voice appeared along with an amalgamation of smoke. Afterward, a person appeared. Yi Sha. Many young cultivators were alarmed when they saw this person and immediately retreated. Yi Sha enjoyed the fear from others and said with a devious smile, "Don't be so alarmed, I am not a man-eating monster." Despite saying this, his appearance was that of someone basking in the limelight. "Yi Sha, don't gloat around here." An arrogant voice appeared. "The southern distant cloud doesn't only have you as a hero." A young man led a group of disciples to this place. The flame burning on his body gave him a sacred aura as if he was the child of gods. Divine Spark Prince. Many young cultivators went to greet this person who just arrived. He was the prince of the Divine Spark country, the little brother of the Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden. He brought along the Divine Spark disciples with an overbearing momentum that loomed over everyone else. Yi Sha looked at the prince and coldly smiled. "So it is the Divine Spark Prince, excuse me." Yi Sha then added in an awe-inspiring manner, "However, you are also showing off here. So, if you think that you can act arrogantly, then do so in front of my sister." These words were very domineering. Many cultivators on the sideline just watched and didn't dare to interfere. These blustering words caused Yi Sha's expression to change. He was very arrogant, but even an assassin like him was extremely wary of the Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden. Not only was the maiden an extremely powerful Heaven's proud daughter, it was also because of her fiancé, Di Zhua. Anyone in the sacred netherworld would be very careful when talking about Di Zhua, one of the three heroes. He was the descendant of the Myriad Bones throne, a terrifying sect that had 3 emperors. No matter how formidable one's talent was, they would not dare to oppose Di Zhua in the sacred netherworld. Yi Sha could only restrain his anger. He was confident that his cultivation was not inferior to that of the Divine Spark Prince, and was certain that he could assassinate him. But now, the prince had the upper hand in this vocal exchange. Divine Spark Prince, only one's own strength carries true significance. Yi Sha coldly proclaimed. He called out that the prince was only using his big sister's prestige to bully others. Chapter 441. Golden Prince. The Divine Spark Prince only sneered at Yi Sha's sarcastic remark and stared at him in disdain before saying, Yi Sha, the power of my Divine Spark country is enough to destroy you. Do you think that you can still escape like last time? He paused here then sneered. The reason why I'm not taking action against you is because my sister wants to do it herself. She will personally arrive this time, so you better prepare yourself. After being struck by the prince in his sore spot, Yi Sha's expression became very difficult to look at. This was his gravest threat, the possibility of the Divine Spark Divine Maiden maneuvering against him. More importantly, who would dare to oppose Sir Dizwa in the sacred netherworld? Many young cultivators shivered after hearing the prince's words. The arrival of the Phoenix Maiden was a huge deal. She was a famous heaven's proud daughter of the southern distant cloud, someone with exceedingly high talents and a powerful cultivation. What was more astonishing was that her fiancé was the dreadful Dizwa. Mo Li Dao, the descendant of the Sky Devil Gate, came out to smooth things over. Ah, Prince and brother Yi Sha. Yi Sha indeed has many offenses, but Prince and the Phoenix Maiden are benevolent like the vast sea. We ordinary people naturally cannot compare to you both. Yi Sha should be apologizing to the Divine Spark country. What do you think, brother Yi Sha? The Divine Spark country, the Sky Devil Gate, and the Nightwalker sect were all great powers in the southern distant cloud. Mo Li Dao had good relations with both the Divine Spark Prince and Yi Sha, so it was understandable that he would play the role of a mediator at this moment. Yi Sha was indeed in the wrong this time. Another voice appeared. With some clicking sounds, another person entered the ancient yard. This person garnered quite a bit of attention because it was more accurate to refer to him as a skeleton rather than a person. It was a walking golden skeleton without any flesh. He was simply bones. Standing there was a complete skeleton seemingly crafted from pure gold, extremely fortified. In its eye sockets were burning golden flames as if it was his soul or pupils. Golden child. Many people exclaimed after seeing the arrival of this golden skeleton. A member of the 100 Bones Sacred Tribe. Chorong Wanxue, who was standing next to Li Qia, was also surprised to see this person. The 100 Bones Sacred Tribe was an extremely powerful ghost tribe at the eastern nether border. They were born with only bones and no flesh, unlike the other ghost tribes. With its very unique characteristics, this tribe was a major branch of the ghost race. Their greatest characteristic was their extremely fortified bones that were capable of blocking attacks from life treasures. The stronger the disciple was in this tribe, the deeper the color of their bones. For example, the bones of the descendant of the 100 Bones Sacred Tribe, Golden Child, were of a golden color and he had soul flames in his eyes. This meant that his cultivation was very formidable. Golden Child went closer to Yi Sha and said, Yi Sha, you should apologize to the Divine Spark Prince. He is a very compassionate man, so he will surely let go of this matter. Golden Child's words made it hard for Yi Sha to act. Despite being a very powerful assassin, existences like Golden Child and the Phoenix Maiden weren't people he could mess with. Golden Child was very powerful. Rumor has it that his bones could withstand an attack from a heavenly king, true treasure. Even other heavenly kings could not proudly pat their chest and proclaim that their bodies could withstand such an attack. Golden Prince's cultivation was far from this level, but he was capable of blocking such an attack, indicating the hardness of his bones. Mo Li Dao also tried to mediate. Brother Yi Sha, the knot of a feud should be let loose instead of tightened. Everyone should take a step back and bask in the vastness of the sky and ocean. Yi Sha was tempted by Golden Child and Mo Li Dao's intermediation. Apologizing is not hard. You just have to personally bow your head to my sister. The Divine Spark Prince lightly smirked and arrogantly spoke. Despite Yi Sha losing some face from this, it was fortunate that the Divine Spark Prince didn't keep going. Golden Child then politely greeted the Divine Spark Prince. Divine Spark Prince, I heard that the Phoenix Maiden will come. I wonder if Dizwa will be there as well? Regarding fame, status and power, the Divine Spark Prince was not qualified for such a polite gesture from Golden Child. The 100 Bones Sacred Tribe was a major branch and was much more powerful than the Divine Spark Country. The reason for this politeness, along with persuading Yi Sha to apologize, was to form a connection with Dizwa of the Myriad Bones throne. In the end, Dizwa's prestige was like thunder in the sacred netherworld, causing all young cultivators to tremble. Coming from the Myriad Bones throne was already notable enough, but being the descendant of a sect with 3 emperors guaranteed his extraordinariness. This was the reason why when people talked about Dizwa, they would add the word Sir to clearly show his status. If the prime ominous grave opens, then my brother-in-law will come. He is the only person qualified to possess the immortal technique for immortality. The divine spark prince proudly said. He was indeed always full of pride and arrogance when talking about his brother-in-law, who was the most famous youth in the current sacred netherworld. After all, this was the person people thought was most likely to become an immortal emperor. Sir Dizwa will come in person. Many people gasped and no one dared to call the prince out for his arrogance. To many people, having a brother-in-law like Dizwa was indeed something to be proud of. The prince was indeed too arrogant and put no one in his sight, but Dizwa was enough to shut up all the other geniuses. If there was really a method for immortality in the prime ominous grave, then Dizwa was a qualified candidate for it. If Sir Dizwa comes himself, then I will definitely go greet him to hear about his grand Tao. Golden Child followed with a smile. Golden Child was not a weakling. There were rumors stating that he had entered the heavenly sovereign realm. He was much stronger than Yi Sha or Mo Li Dao. However, his modesty right now was illustrative of Dizwa's strength and notoriety. I will definitely let Brother Golden know after my brother-in-law arrives. The divine spark prince replied with a smile as well. Many people glanced at each other and quietly discussed Dizwa's arrival. Others were also talking about whether the prime ominous grave would open or not. Will it really open? A young person itched from the excitement about the grave. Others were dejected and someone lamented with a sigh. Dizwa's personal arrival will outshine so many people. This made a lot of sense since many people would retreat before his sight, not daring to compete. While others were talking, Li Qie and Qiurong Wanxue sat in a corner and meditated while waiting for Imp's arrival. Yi Sha is staring at us. After a while, Qiurong Wanxue whispered. At this point, Yi Sha's gloomy eyes were fixated on the two of them. These eyes were filled with murderous intent. Before this, Yi Sha had already wanted to kill the two to steal their treasure, but he was interrupted by Monk Daji. This chance meeting incited Yi Sha's murderous intent, but there were too many people here and he didn't want to recklessly make a move. Li Qie still had his eyes closed after hearing Qiurong Wanxue. Without batting an eye, he then slowly said, "Ignore the fly. If he wants to die, then I'll gladly help him." Qiurong Wanxue stayed silent. She didn't question Li Qie's confidence, but it would be troublesome if Yi Sha were to hear it. Coming from a small tribe, as the chief, she more often than not chose to retreat. She was very different from the fierce Li Qie who put no one in his sight. The sky became darker as more people came to participate in the auction. Among them were many disciples from the great powers. Some of their descendants even came. They arrived and sat in the corners in the courtyard, waiting for the auction to start. Once night fell, a person suddenly appeared in the middle of the courtyard. No one saw how he got there. It was as if he had always been there. This sudden appearance shocked a lot of people as everyone stared at him. The person smiled and declared, "Friends, I am very happy to see all of you coming to participate in the coffin tapping imps auction. We won't waste time. The coffin tapping will begin now." Don't really have too much for a teaser in this chapter, and I didn't feel like doing a text version, so have a picture of Li Qie. Chapter 442. Telling a story, you are imp. A person asked with uncertainty after seeing this person who had just arrived. The man replied with a wide smile. "I guarantee that I am imp and imp is me." The young cultivators looked around at each other after seeing this man and felt quite confused. After hearing about the coffin-tapping imps auction, many of them thought that the auctioneer would be a ghost inhabitant from Necropolis. This person did not match their imagination at all. This was an old man with a stout stature. His hair was completely white and he had a very long beard. His face was kind like that of a benevolent grandfather. No one would be able to put this old man and imp together. He was clearly just an ordinary kind old man. Many of them opened their heavenly gaze in order to see if this old man was a living being or a ghost, but no one could see through him. "Are you a man or a ghost?" someone curiously asked. "That's a secret." Imp smiled in response. His mysterious nature caused the young cultivators present to be even more curious. Although the heavenly gaze couldn't discern whether he was alive or dead, no matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem to be a ghost. However, what was he if not a ghost? Cultivators from the previous generations would absolutely not enter Necropolis no matter how powerful they were unless they were tired of living. If the old man was alive, then why did he come to Necropolis? Anyone could tell that necropolis was not affecting him. Those with dried-up blood energy would be affected, especially older cultivators, but not Imp. This made a lot of people have questions. Xueqi, who was seated next to Li Qia, quietly whispered, "Is he really a ghost?" In the beginning, she thought that Imp would be a tiny young ghost. She didn't expect for Imp to be a kind, old man. Him. Li Qia looked at Imp and smiled. Then he shook his head and said, "This. I'm afraid no one knows." However, Xueqi believed that Li Qia had to know something more than he let out. "Very well, no more talking. The auction begins now. The rule is very simple. There is no need for weapons or refined jades, and there is no need for young night fish either. I will take out one item and anyone can trade with me as long as it is something that I like. Then I will trade with that person." Everyone glanced at each other. What kind of auction was this? This was more like a simple trading post. Imp then took out a small coffin about the size of a box. It seemed to be carved from a piece of jade that exuded a cold air, something that was naturally formed by the heavens. Imp then gently opened the little coffin. A jade light illuminated the premises while a clear sound rang out as if a golden jewel was rolling around on a jade plate. Everyone then noticed that the little coffin contained a cocoon around the size of a fist. It was green like jade. Very magical looking. Imp then spoke with a smile. "This is the cocoon of a heavenly jade cicada. When it hatches, the heavenly jade cicada will come out." He then closed the little coffin and said, "Now, take out your treasures." Many people were quite perplexed. Some of them had never heard of a heavenly jade cicada, so there was no way they would take out their treasures to trade for it. However, a young cultivator that hailed from an ancient clan emotionally blurted, "Heavenly jade cicada, a legendary creature that lives in the ancient immortal ground." Upon hearing this, many people were instantly moved. Anyone who could enter an ancient immortal ground would obtain a miracle, a great fortune. Regardless of which of the 6 ancient immortal grounds it was, those who could enter one would surely benefit greatly. This heavenly jade cicada grew up in an ancient immortal ground, so how could it not shock the present spectators? A young cultivator took out a bell and said, "I have a foreign Tao treasure named the Fallen Star Bell." However, before this youth could finish his sentence, Imp already grabbed him and threw him out of Midtown. "I said I don't need weapons." Him effortlessly throwing that young cultivator out of Midtown caused many people to tremble, for they knew that he was unfathomable. Another youth took out a treasure box and said, "I have a gem to trade." The box exuded waves of divine lights. The youth showed it to Imp and then immediately closed the lid so that others would not see the gem inside. Imp took a glance before shaking his head and saying, "No need. I have an ancient bone." Golden Child from the 100-Bone Sacred Tribe took out a bone around the size of a palm. It was a skull that was entirely black. The moment he took it out, shrill ghostly screams resounded, sending chills to the listeners. A bit interesting. Imp looked at the old bone and nodded his head approvingly. Golden Child couldn't help but become happy. He had a chance of exchanging this for the heavenly jade cicada from Imp. "How about I tell you a story?" At this time, Li Qia slowly spoke. Xueqi was startled and felt that this was a bit too much. Others were using treasures to barter, but Li Qia was going to tell a story? After seeing that Li Qia was part of the human race, Golden Child snorted and said, "Humph. If you don't have any treasures, then don't cause trouble. Stand to the side." "Sure." Imp quickly nodded his head and said, "But you have to be careful. If you tell a randomly made-up story, then I'll throw you out. Of course, if I like the story, then the heavenly jade cicada will belong to you." Everyone was in disbelief. Telling a story to trade for a treasure. This was too outrageous. They had never seen such a thing before. Li Qia smiled and said, "You can rest assured that this is a good story." He then cleared his throat and spoke. "A very long time ago, there was a crow that could speak. An even longer time before then, there was a person named Gong Yang from the underworld. One day, the crow met Gong Yang and said, 'There is a place named the Immortal Grotto with an immortal presiding within. This immortal had everlasting life. Moreover, this immortal was growing in immortal grass. If one ate this immortal grass, then they would also have everlasting life.'" Having listened to this point, the Divine Spark Prince sneered. "What kind of story is this?" "Nonsense, shut up." Imp, who was lost in the story, interrupted the Divine Spark Prince. The prince obediently kept his mouth shut. However, it was very difficult to obtain this immortal grass from the immortal. The crow told Gong Yang that it had come up with a method for him to take this grass, as long as Gong Yang followed its instructions. Gong Yang truly believed the crow's words. Li Jie slowly told this very boring tale. Many people started to fall asleep and had no desire to listen any further. This was such a silly tale. Not even children would want to hear it. To cultivators like them, magical things happened every day, so such an absurd and boring story like this was a waste of time. Xueqi also felt that this tale was not good. Any legend about an immortal emperor would have been much better. A story like this could only coax the children of the mortal worlds, not cultivators like them. Gong Yang followed the crow's proposal and went to meet the immortal to find the immortal grass root. Gong Yang then asked the immortal for the immortal grass, but the immortal, Li Jie, temporarily paused at this point. And then what? Compared to the other bored listeners, Imp excitedly listened. Many people were quite confused as to why he was enjoying such a silly tale. And then Gong Yang's clan faced genocide. Li Jie smiled and finished. The first to be speechless was Xueqi, who was sitting next to Li Jie. What kind of story was this? A completely incoherent story suddenly ended with clan extermination. How silly was this? Bullshit ramblings, completely disjointed. Some people thought that Li Jie's story was too abrupt. Although the beginning was very boring and dull, at least it was still organized. The sudden blurt at the end ruined the story completely, with Gong Yang's clan getting exterminated. It was just a complete mess of a story. However, Imp closed his eyes and mumbled while nodding his head. No one knew what he was murmuring. Good story, amazing, truly amazing, a miracle across the ages, unique in this world. After a while, Imp praised and emotionally clapped. Everyone became dumbfounded at such praises, including Xueqi. This had gone too far. How could such a cluttered and disjointed story that was told in a completely incoherent manner be praised like this? This little coffin is yours. Imp seemed to be very excited and threw the jade coffin that contained the heavenly jade cicada to Li Jie. Chapter 443. Not everyone is a storyteller. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Such a mess of a story was able to be traded for a treasure? Simply too unbelievable. Xueqi also found this hard to believe. Everyone else would think the same if they were told of this event. For you. Li Jie placed the jade coffin into Xueqi's hand. Only then did she become certain that this was not just a dream. Xueqi was sent into a daze. Li Jie gave another precious treasure to her? Li Jie jokingly added. Don't misunderstand, this is not a token of affection. Xueqi was very reserved but also touched. Although he made it a joke, Xueqi still found the gesture to be warm and sweet. Okay, this auction consists of a total of 9 coffins. This is the second one. A silver coffin. Imp continued with a smile. This is good stuff, especially for the ghost race. Night Soul Aqua. Ghost tribe cultivators who use this water would surely be able to strengthen their true fate. Imp opened the silver coffin. Inside was a pale greenish water that exuded nether energy. The ghost race cultivators felt this atmosphere and noticed that their true fate was becoming even more spirited. It made them realize that this Night Soul Aqua was an extremely beneficial and sacred water to the ghost race. I want to tell a story. I want to tell a story. People began to compete for the chance to tell a story. Li Jie only smiled before he closed his eyes. The Night Soul Aqua had no use to him. Imp randomly pointed at a young cultivator and said, "Okay, you try." The youth chosen by Imp was ecstatic. He cleared his throat in preparation and began. There was once a child who fell into an immortal grotto. There was an immortal grass growing inside this grotto. Nonsense. He only said a few words before he got flung out of Midtown by Imp. I have a story, I have one. Others did not give up. They raised their hands and loudly shouted. Imp then randomly picked another person. This person cheerfully began. During the desolate era, a golden phoenix appeared in the sacred nether world. On its back was an immortal citadel. Nonsense. The youth's story was quite wonderful, but he didn't get too far before being thrown out of Midtown by Imp. A dozen stories followed suit. Some were very well told, but all of them were flung away regardless. Xueqi had a hard time containing her excitement while holding the jade coffin. She listened to all of the stories so far and found it very strange. Some of the tales were colorful. One was even comparable to immortal emperor legends, but all the storytellers were thrown out by Imp. In fact, she was not the only one since many others were confused as well. Why was Imp so unreceptive towards these other tales? Young noble, why was Imp interested in your story? The perplexed Chorong Wanxue whispered softly in Li Qie's ear. Li Qie looked at her and smilingly replied. The crux of the matter is not the story itself but the information contained within. It has to be valuable and useful. Useful and valuable information? Chorong Wanxue uttered in surprise. She didn't feel that her young noble's story contained any valuable information at all. This is not something you guys can understand. Li Qie said with a smile. If one does not know the immemorial past and the immortal demon, then how could they know about the thing hidden in the tale? Chorong Wanxue then recalled the story told by her young noble. If he said so, then this story must be hiding a big secret, but she didn't feel anything too amazing about this particular story. Don't worry about it. You lack the necessary experience to understand. Li Qie said with a smile. Chorong Wanxue softly sighed and gave up on the matter. Just like Li Qie had said, understanding the essence of the story was beyond her means. After dozens of people were thrown out, the participants began to understand that storytelling wouldn't do, and so they started to take out items to trade. Eventually, the second coffin was traded to a young cultivator from an ancient clan for an old calligraphy painting. Many people found Imp's preferences to be very strange. Other cultivators would consider merit laws as number 1 and treasure number 2. Stuff like calligraphy paintings had no real use and was not worth a coin, but Imp just had to love these kinds of things. Many young cultivators were full of regrets. If they knew that Imp liked these strange stuff, then they would have bought a bunch in the mortal world since these calligraphy paintings were not worth anything at all. They could buy as many as they wanted. While others felt that the painting was worthless, Li Qie opened his eyes and quietly praised. A good item. What is it? Chorong Wanxue also couldn't see how this painting was useful. To ordinary people, this was art, but art was useless to cultivators. Cultivators simply aimed for power. Li Qie smiled and explained. This is something from an ancient dynasty. The average person will not be able to see through its profoundness. It contains a few things worth desiring. Li Qie didn't reveal the entire secret, but Chorong Wanxue now knew that this painting was not so simple. She wondered why Li Qie knew so many things. It was as if he was privy to many secrets. And as if he knew what she was thinking, he continued, because I read a lot. This is why I know so many things. Chorong Wanxue gave him a glance full of doubt. If everything in this world was written down, then there would be no secrets. Imp continued to auction off 6 more coffins, including a golden coffin and divine wood coffins with all kinds of things inside, such as treasures and strange items that no one knew about. The items that he wanted were also very special. Items that belonged to the great powers were not to his liking. During the auction, Golden Child and the Divine Spark Prince took out treasures from their sacks, but they were all declined. People found that Imp liked items that were excavated from necropolis. Including the jade coffin won by Li Qie, Imp had auctioned off 7 items. Amongst the 6 coffins, for successful trades included 4 items found in necropolis. The young cultivators then understood that Imp was looking for certain things in necropolis, so they acted accordingly when presenting their possessions. The last 2 coffins are truly amazing. They're very rare in this world. After the 7th coffin was auctioned, Imp smiled and then kindly said, as long as you obtain one of these 2 treasures, then on the day that you understand them, you will be free to do as you please with their usefulness. The young ones became very lively after hearing this. The previous 7 coffins all contained incredible items, and now only 2 were left. It seemed that the last 2 were even better than the previous 7. He even said that they were very rare in this world, so they had to be extremely wondrous. At this point, Imp slowly took out a bronze coffin. This bronze coffin was very large. It was twice the size of an ordinary coffin and it contained something huge inside. Imp slightly tapped it and then narrowed his eyes before speaking with a grin. Now, let me see your items. If I see something that I like, then this coffin will belong to you. Why don't you open the coffin so that everyone can take a look? Someone couldn't help but ask. Imp cheerfully replied, there is no rush, my item is definitely something good. Wait until I look at your offers first. I can open the coffin later. Having heard this, people quickly took out their items so that they wouldn't lag behind. I have a green ivory stone found inside the Penta-realm gate. A young cultivator took out his item and introduced it to Imp. I have a profound river lock. This was inside a ghost algae trunk at the ghost river. People hurriedly took out their items. Meanwhile, Imp was looking at the thing the divine spark prince took out. The prince noticed that Imp was interested in his item, so he energetically recommended. I obtained this in Necropolis. When it was unearthed, a scintillating nether light shot everywhere. Although I don't know what kind of treasure it is definitely one of kind. Kind of interesting. Imp glanced at the prince's item and nodded his head. Golden Child took out a gray eye and said, This is an ancient eye left behind by a wise sage from my tribe. Its origin is unclear, but it is surely wondrous. Yes, that is indeed very rare. Imp looked at the eye and nodded approvingly. Chapter 444. Heaven's Sealing Pentagate. While Imp was looking at all the items presented, Lichia was gazing at the bronze coffin. The moment Imp took it out, Lichia focused his gaze upon it as a profound light flashed from the depths of his eyes, seemingly wanting to see what was inside the coffin. He looked at the coffin meticulously without missing a single detail. He did so again and again. Imp finally got through everyone's items. There were only two that he was slightly interested in. One belonged to the Divine Spark Prince and the other was Golden Child's eye. The Prince and the Golden Child were secretly happy since their chances were very high. Ace, you guys don't have many good things. Little Imp looked at the item from the Prince again. He was a bit tempted, but not by much. After all, the item in the bronze coffin was very valuable. The Prince was ecstatic. If Imp wished to trade, then he was the most promising client. If Senior doesn't mind, I can take out a few more things from Necropolis. The Divine Spark Prince hastily added. It'll depend on what they are. Imp nodded. Would you like to make a bet? However, before the Prince could take out his items, Lichia suddenly spoke to Imp. The Prince was not pleased, so he coldly spoke. Human Jr. scrammed to the side. Do you not see that I'm doing business with Senior? Lichia ignored the Prince and continued on. This junk is not worth mentioning. Don't you feel that this transaction is quite unfair for you? How about we make a bet? I'm sure that you will be satisfied. Lichia's words not only offended the Prince, but even Golden Child's group. He suddenly became public enemy number one. The eyes of Golden Child and the Divine Spark Prince became sharp. Golden Child then coldly smiled and said, A human ant still dares to act so presumptuously? A murderous glint appeared in the Divine Spark Prince's eyes as he coldly uttered. Wait until I'm done trading with Senior before speaking. Do not bother us. Naturally, the Prince wanted the bronze coffin really badly, and clearly, Imp was a bit inclined to trade it to him. At such an important moment, Lichia suddenly decided to interfere, so how could the Prince not become outraged? Lichia ignored them and asked Imp again, Will you bet or not? Imp stared at Lichia while gesturing for everyone else to quiet down. The enraged Prince's urge to kill rose higher and higher. The common proverb was right. Cutting someone's road to riches was the same as killing their parents. What kind of bet? Imp said with great interest. He was indeed tempted by the Divine Spark Prince's item, but he also thought that it wasn't valuable enough alone. Lichia continued with a smile. I will guess what is in your coffin. If I am correct, then the coffin will belong to me. If I'm wrong, then I will compensate you with an item. Humph. What kind of treasure can a human junior possibly have? Don't waste Senior's time. The Divine Spark Prince sneered. Senior, I still have several other good items that were taken from Necropolis. How about you take a look? Imp waved his sleeve, signaling for the Prince to shut up. This caused him to become very angry and he wished to kill Lichia on the spot. A meal was right in front of him, yet it flew away. He took a deep breath and then looked at Lichia. One must be able to concede elegantly. The bronze coffin belongs to you. Although he was unwilling, he still went out in style. Thank you. Lichia smiled and took the bronze coffin away. He didn't expect to see it here. The Heaven Sealing Pentagate. What an old legend. Everyone wanted to see the thing inside, but Lichia didn't look like he was going to open it since he had already put it away. Many people gritted their teeth with hostility while gazing at Lichia. Although they had never heard of the name Heaven Sealing Pentagate, the fact that it once sealed a realm meant that it must be something incredible. Imp heaved out a sigh. He was very dejected at not being able to obtain the myriad star water. Very well, this will be the last item for auction. Imp then gravely said, the last coffin is absolutely worth the most precious item in your entire life. Take out the things you found in Necropolis. This time, Imp bluntly said that he wanted Necropolis items. This was his initial goal. Everyone took out their items from Necropolis without any hesitation. In just a split second, colorful treasures appeared and displayed their multifaceted lights. This is the last coffin. Imp took out the final item. This was a small wooden coffin that was not eye-catching at all. It was around the size of one's palm and was of a purple color. Despite its humble size, it was a delicate work of art. Runes were carved atop of it, but rather than being hand-carved, they felt natural as if they had always been there. Everyone was disappointed to see this small wooden coffin as the final item. They all assumed that the last item would, at the very least, be contained in a treasure coffin and not such an ordinary wooden coffin. Don't judge it based on its external appearance, Imp slowly said. Even if all of you took out all the things in Necropolis, it still might not be enough to trade for my small coffin. The 8 treasures prior to this were already wondrous, so Imp's sentence just now woke everyone up to this small wooden coffin's greatness. Senior, please have a look, this is everything I obtained from Necropolis. The Divine Spark Prince quickly took out all of his items. No, there is more than just this. The prince then told the disciples by his side to take out everything they had and displayed them in front of Imp. He then went on to say, Senior, this is everything I have. As long as you are willing, they will all be yours. While Imp was looking at all the items presented, Lichia was gazing at the bronze coffin. The moment Imp took it out, Lichia focused his gaze upon it as a profound light flashed from the depths of his eyes, seemingly wanting to see what was inside the coffin. He looked at the coffin meticulously without missing a single detail. He did so again and again. Imp finally got through everyone's items. There were only 2 that he was slightly interested in. One belonged to the Divine Spark Prince and the other was Golden Child's eye. The Prince and Golden Child were secretly happy since their chances were very high. Chapter 445. Mysterious Little Coffin. Golden Child's group also took out all their items from Necropolis, but they didn't have as many as the Divine Spark Prince. This was because the Divine Spark Prince brought many Divine Spark disciples and had been here for a very long time to catch a lot of fish to trade with. Lichia's expression changed after seeing Imp take out the little wooden coffin and said, How did this thing fall into your hands? Lichia glared at the coffin and was certain of its authenticity. Fate. Imp looked at Lichia and hurriedly said with a smile, Do you want it? Do you want to trade? For the thing in your bottle. Lichia gently shook his head and said, You should know that I won't exchange the item in my bottle, but I must have this wooden coffin. Humph. How many treasures from Necropolis can you possibly have? The prince grunted and coldly said, Do you have enough to trade for Senior's little coffin? It was no surprise that the prince was livid. Amongst the group, he had the most treasures from Necropolis while Imp wanted exactly this. In this crowd, he had the highest chance of getting the wooden coffin, but now, Lichia wanted to interfere once again. His last trade was already ruined by Lichia, and now the fellow was joining in once again. The prince almost went insane from anger. He wanted to kill this foolish thing right away. Lichia ignored the prince and told Imp, Although I cannot trade that item with you, I have something else that you would surely want. Lichia then gave another treasure box to Imp. Imp opened the box and a bright golden brilliance appeared. He was astonished and quickly closed the box before he calmed himself down. This is indeed one of the things that I want. Imp then handed the little wooden coffin to Lichia and said, This belongs to you as well. No one knew what was inside Lichia's box that could move Imp to this extent. Of course Imp would be tempted. That box contained the World Tree's young leaf, the very last one. Something like this was basically extinct in this world. Only Lichia, alone, had one. Imp really wanted it, so naturally he was happy to make this trade. May we meet again if fate allows. Imp took Lichia's box and left instantly. Lichia watched Imp's departure while gently touching this ancient coffin inside. This item finally came into being. Who would have guessed? On the other hand, Chorong Wanshue was wondering about the item inside the coffin that warranted such solemnness from her young noble. Despite their short stay together, she knew that not many things could move him. Lichia could casually give her the immortal moon margin, but this ordinary wooden coffin made him extremely serious. Just what was inside. After Imp left, the party was officially over, so everyone went on their separate ways, including the group of Golden Child. When Yi Sha was leaving, he gave a devious smile towards Li Qie and Qiurong Wanxue. He would not make a move at this location. Boy, watch yourself. The Divine Spark Prince glared at Li Qie and snorted. There was another person who gave Li Qie special attention before leaving. Amo Li Dao. He stood pretty far away from Li Qie while watching him with a frightening stare. He then smirked and left as well. Qiurong Wanxue could feel this special atmosphere. Although no one had taken action, she could feel the underlying current moving against them. I'm afraid someone will act against us for the treasures. We should leave Midtown during the night. Maybe we will be able to lose them. Leave. Li Qie smiled and replied in a laid-back manner. Why do we need to leave? If some people wish to die, it is a good thing. Qiurong Wanxue could only smile. If her young noble said so, then she was not in the position to advise him further. She remained even more vigilant since she was not a match for Yi Sha or the Divine Spark Prince's group. Not only did Li Qie not leave, he also stayed at an inn in Midtown. Of course, the inns at Necropolis were operated by sentiments. It took a little courage to stay in such an inn, but the benefits included being able to find out some information from these ghosts. New arrivals who wanted to find places or the situations of the fierce grounds would find it very appropriate to ask these ghosts. Why are we staying here? Qiurong Wanxue asked. Not many outsiders would stay at these inns. The majority of them carried mobile mansions or pavilions, so they could camp just about anywhere. We will stay here for a few days. Li Qie answered with a smile. Since we are at Midtown, I have to look for someone, no, a ghost. I wonder if he is in Midtown or not. Inside were 5 bronze doors that were placed on top of each other. The 5 doors were of the same size, and when they lined up with each other, they would make a huge gate. Each of the doors had different patterns engraved on them, and many runic outlines were around them. Qiurong Wanxue didn't understand these patterns and runes, but as she was staring at it, she was sent into a daze. She felt that an ancient portal was opening and was sucking in her soul. Right when she felt her soul leave her body, Li Qie covered her eyes and muttered in her ear, "Don't look for too long." Li Qie's voice was like thunder, and it immediately woke up Qiurong Wanxue. She shivered as her soul returned to her body. With her strength sapped from her body, she limply collapsed into the arms of Li Qie. It took her some time to calm down before asking, while still being somewhat in shock, "Just, what kind of life treasure is this?" Li Qie replied with a smile. "To be more exact, it is not a life treasure. You can think of it as a foreign Dao treasure." She recalled the feeling of her soul leaving her body, aghast. She then couldn't help but ask, "How is the power of this treasure? Is it comparable to an emperor's life treasure or emperor's true treasure?" Li Qie smiled, then shook his head gently in response. "It is difficult to gauge. It depends on the situation. If used correctly, then it is quite invincible. The heaven-sealing Pentagate had once sealed an entire realm. Of course, it is not easy to exert its ultimate power. Not just anyone can perform such a feat. Golden Child's group also took out all their items from Necropolis, but they didn't have as many as the Divine Spark Prince. This was because the Divine Spark Prince brought many Divine Spark disciples and had been here for a very long time to catch a lot of fish to trade with. Li Qie's expression changed after seeing Imp take out the little wooden coffin and said, "How did this thing fall into your hands?" Li Qie glared at the coffin and was certain of its authenticity. "Fate." Imp looked at Li Qie and hurriedly said with a smile, "Do you want it? Do you want to trade? For the thing in your bottle." Chapter 446. Distant Legend. Did an immortal emperor leave behind this treasure? Qiurong Wanxue emotionally asked. A treasure capable of sealing an entire realm. Truly frightening and untouchable. It was absolutely comparable to an immortal emperor true treasure. No. Li Qie shook his head and replied. It's not something left behind by an immortal emperor. At the very least, no one in this world knows who left behind this heaven-sealing Pentagate. Its origin dates back to a very ancient era, perhaps the legendary era or even before that. No way. Qiurong Wanxue gaspingly replied. The legendary era is just a rumor and isn't real. How could there be an era even older than the legendary era? The inhabitants of the 9 worlds believed that there were 4 eras in the following order. The Desolate Era, the Desolate Expansion Era, the Ancient Ming Era, and the Emperor's Era. The emperor's era lasted until just recently when people determined that it ended with immortal Emperor Ta Kong. The reason was very simple. It was due to the battle between the Black Dragon King and the Emperor. The Dragon King tearing apart the heavens will cause the 9 worlds to fall into the difficult Tao era. But some still believed that the Emperor's era was still ongoing since the difficult Tao era was too short and couldn't be considered an era of its own. In fact, the only era with complete records was the Emperor's era. Although the ancient Ming era still had many written records and they were quite complete as well, there were still gaps in this era. There were events that had forever become secrets unknown to future generations. Now, when it came to the Desolate Expansion era, documents became scarce. This was the era where the races in the 9 worlds established their foundation with designated locations chosen by the respective wise sages. For example, whether the human race originated from the mortal emperor world or not, this was hard to say. However, the only certainty was that humans took root at this world during the Desolate Expansion era, and it became the ancestral ground for them. The Desolate era was even more distant and arduous to trace. The races in the 9 worlds were quite weak at that time and there were very few written records. This was the reason why most believed that the Desolate era was the most ancient time period. There was another era before the Desolace era, and it was called the Legendary Era. There were no written annals about this era, only a few incomplete legends. Future descendants could not confirm whether this era had actually existed or if it was only a legend. And now, Li Qie was talking about an era that predates even the Legendary Era. How could this not shock Xueqi? The Legendary Era was but hearsay, so what kind of era was before this one? It exists, Li Qie nonchalantly said, but there are a few untraceable events because it happened too long ago, so they became mere myths instead. However, as long as you have enough time and patience, you will be able to find the marks left behind by the inhabitants of these eras despite the marks disappearing in the river of time. Xueqi was dumbfounded as she tried to process all of this new information about the ancient eras. She eventually asked, what kind of era was it? No one knows. Li Qie smiled and said. Li Qie knew a few things and was uncertain about others, but if he could obtain items like the 9 heavenly treasures, then he would be able to solve some of the immemorial secrets. At this time, he reached out and gently touched the bronze doors. The runes appeared to come to life like fishes in the river. A faint light would appear wherever he touched as if he could summon this treasure. The heaven-sealing pentagate. It seems that Imp was in a rush to obtain a few items. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traded an item of this magnitude away. Li Qie said while being visibly moved. Xueqi only dared to take a quick glimpse at the lively runes. This thing was too frightening. It was capable of sucking out people's souls. Li Qie looked at the gate for a long time and simply shook his head gently without saying anything. Meanwhile, Xueqi closed her eyes out of fear of the gate. After a while, she heard Li Qie's teasing voice. My dear chief, would you like to sleep in the same bed with me tonight? She jumped up from these words and opened her eyes to find Li Qie's face an inch away from her own. She became frozen because she suddenly remembered that she was still within Li Qie's embrace due to the pentagate earlier. Their postures were extremely intimate as the atmosphere suggested of lasciviousness. In other words, their bodies were tightly pressed against each other. It seems that our beloved chief is willing to sleep with me. Li Qie smiled and continued. Xueqi became bright red as her body felt hot. This was the first time she had such an intimate physical encounter with someone else. She was embarrassed beyond control as she struggled to jump up. Her evening shade face didn't dare to look straight at Li Qie as she denied. Nonsense, I don't want such a thing. Her usual mature look combined with this shy expression was charming to the bones yet gentle like the softly flowing aurora in her eyes. She was too embarrassed to remain calm due to the heat that surged throughout her body. This strange thought remained in her mind without dissipating, causing her body to feel numb. She didn't dare to stay around any longer since the sultry atmosphere was too unbearable, so she quickly left the room. Take care of the heavenly jade cicada. When she reached the door, she heard Li Qie's voice from behind. This item is superb and will greatly benefit your Snow Shadow tribe in the future. Maybe your tribe can rise because of it. Her heart felt warm from such words. It was hard to describe this feeling that coiled around inside her chest and eventually turned into something sweet that melted her heart. After she left, Li Qie only smiled and gently shook his head. Then, he quietly put away the heaven-sealing pentagate. He then took out the small wooden coffin and placed it in front of him. He meticulously gazed at it as if it was a source of enjoyment. After a while, he couldn't help but utter. Such a thing has come into being, so anything else could as well. Not to mention, the wooden coffin at the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground came out as well. Nothing can surprise me anymore. Eventually, he put it away and sat in a meditative pose on his bed to channel his merit law to begin cultivating. A primordial breath surrounded his body. The yin-yang sea of blood appeared and began to refine his blood energy into drops of longevity blood. This sea of blood had an incredible origin. If he could actually use its full potential, then it would be absolutely frightening. Unfortunately, Li Qia's current cultivation could not excavate the sea of blood's true profundities. When Li Qia's fate palaces opened, 7 of them hovered around him. Li Qia had successfully opened his 7th and he could almost open the 8th. With Li Qia's current foundation, opening 8 or 9 palaces was not difficult. Not even the 10th would be hard. The 11th would not necessarily be a challenge either. The hard part was the 12th, while the 13th would be Li Qia's toughest challenge. Li Qia was aiming for 12 and given the chance, he would challenge the 13th. The truth was that, for cultivators, having 12 palaces was already an impossible matter. In the written legends, not more than 3 people had 12 palaces. Moreover, they were only rumors, so no one knew whether people actually had 12 palaces or not. As for the 13th, it simply did not exist in this world. Having 12 palaces was already an unreachable limit for cultivators. However, Li Qia's ambition was not limited to someone with dual physiques. This was not a challenge at all. Li Qia had once trained the Black Dragon King who had invincible dual physiques, thus he would not stop there. Li Qia's blood circulated and his true fate floated up and down. At times, it would turn into a Kuan Peng, at others, it would turn into a vast Grand Dao or an endless starry sky. Some amount of time passed by. It was late at night when Li Qia suddenly opened his eyes with a frightening murderous intent. Qiurong Wanxue was in the other room. They were separated by one wall. She was very cautious and prepared a line of defense in order to protect herself against people with malicious intents. However, a fog suddenly condensed as a shadow quietly appeared in her room like a ghost. This was Yi Sha, the one who stealthily appeared in Qiurong Wanxue's room. He had been drooling over the two's treasures for a long time now. Forget about the item from the Ghost River. The coffins from Imp alone were more than enough to incite his greed. Yi Sha was not in the position to take action with so many people around at the yard. This was why he tailed them and prepared to take action under the cloak of the night. He assumed that a human junior like Li Qia was not worth worrying about, so as long as he could take care of Qiurong Wanxue, Li Qia would be a fish on a platter. Once he got close to the bed, the sleeping Qiurong Wanxue suddenly opened her eyes. She was quite aghast after seeing Yi Sha standing right there. Did an immortal emperor leave behind this treasure? Qiurong Wanxue emotionally asked. A treasure capable of sealing an entire realm. Truly frightening and untouchable. It was absolutely comparable to an immortal emperor true treasure. No. Li Qia shook his head and replied. It's not something left behind by an immortal emperor. At the very least, no one in this world knows who left behind this heaven-sealing pentagate. Its origin dates back to a very ancient era, perhaps the legendary era or even before that. No way. Qiurong Wanxue gaspingly replied. The legendary era is just a rumor and isn't real. How could there be an era even older than the legendary era? Chapter 447. Night attack. Yi Sha was an assassin, so, in a split second, he aimed to grip Qiurong Wanxue by the neck in order to finish her in one blow. His cultivation was also much stronger than Qiurong, so the moment he reached out, she couldn't block it even if she wanted to. However, before his palm could reach her neck, it suddenly stopped in midair. Another hand quietly clasped his wrist. Li Qia was standing by the bed as if he had always been there. Suddenly being gripped by the wrist caused even an assassin like Yi Sha to jump. After seeing Li Qia, his expression greatly changed. Someone of his level knew the significance of being grabbed by the wrist after just one move. Crack! Li Qia easily crushed Yi Sha's wrist. Snap! He then pulled on it. Yi Sha's hand was severed from his arm, causing blood to spurt everywhere as he miserably screamed, "Ah!" Nevertheless, his killer's instinct allowed him to run away instantly. After his hand was ripped off by Li Qia, he immediately turned into smoke and escaped. Li Qia threw away the hand and looked at the pale and frightened Qiurong Wanxue. He then asked, "Are you all right?" Qiurong Wanxue regained her composure and nodded her head. He then grabbed her waist and said, "We'll catch him." They then instantly vanished. Yi Sha escaped to the east of Midtown right after he left the room. As an assassin, his speed and stealth were both top-notch. Those of the same cultivation level were not his match. Yi Sha only had 1 foot into the little sovereign's realm and didn't actually possess a sovereign's power, but due to his mastery of assassination, he had killed a heavenly sovereign before. But tonight, he had met his match. He understood that his opponent was formidable, so he ran away with all his might. The moment when he thought he was safe, Li Qia's lazy voice suddenly rang from behind him. "You think you could escape?" With one hand holding Xueqi, Li Qia easily traversed the sky under the moonlight as if distance was not a hindrance to him. With one step, he easily caught up to Yi Sha. Although Yi Sha was very fast, he was far too lacking compared to Li Qia. Without taking into consideration Li Qia's cultivation of the soaring immortal physique, the fastest physique in this world, he would still easily catch Yi Sha. His fate law was the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, an emperor law with terrorizing speed. Although it could not completely make up for the hell-suppressing godly physique's lack of speed like the soaring immortal physique, it was still much swifter than Yi Sha. Yi Sha was scared out of his wits when he saw Li Qia get right behind him with such ease. He unleashed a slash as fast as lightning towards Li Qia, but Li Qia easily evaded it. The Kuan Peng suddenly leapt into the air and the dark space transformation came out. With an unbelievable speed, Li Qia easily closed the distance between the two of them and appeared right behind Yi Sha. He then stomped on Yi Sha's back without having to use the hell-suppressing godly physique. His normal strength and speed were more than sufficient. Rumble! With a deafening bang, Yi Sha was stomped down hard into the ground, creating a deep pit on the street. The crisp sounds of bones breaking appeared. This kick destroyed numerous bones in his body as his back caved in, leaving him with only a thread of life. Nevertheless, Yi Sha did not dare to stop. He gritted his teeth and turned into smoke yet again to escape with his top speed. What happened? Yi Sha slamming into the street had alarmed many young cultivators in Midtown. They came out to see what was going on and noticed the chase. Seeing the drifting smoke, someone instantly recognized Yi Sha. That is Yi Sha, right? Many young cultivators were in disbelief while watching such a scene. Yi Sha was an expert assassin, a famous killer amongst the younger generation. Today, he was running for his life while being hunted down by someone. Who would believe such a tale? After seeing Li Qia, someone who had participated in the auction recognized him. Isn't that the human brat? Many people became astonished. At that time, they didn't respect Li Qia at all. These young geniuses felt that a human brat like Li Qia was just a weakling. In the eastern nether border, the human race was a weak ethnic group, so the ghost race didn't put them in their sight. Truly unbelievable. But now, watching Yi Sha running away from Li Qia like a stray dog left them stunned. With one hand hugging Xueqi, Li Qia easily chased after Yi Sha like a cat hunting a mouse. "How far do you think you'll get?" Li Qia asked with a smile. He then shot out a finger beam. Pluff! Yi Sha never had the chance to dodge. Ah! With a cry, blood spurted out after Li Qia pierced Yi Sha's chest with his finger strike. Yi Sha screamed out in pain, but he still didn't dare to stop dragging his bloodied body while trying to escape. Xueqi was frozen and forgot that she was being hugged by Li Qia. Yi Sha was a famous assassin in the sacred netherworld. He alone could easily massacre the entire Snow Shadow tribe while no one could stop him. But now, against Li Qia, Yi Sha had become a stray dog without the strength to resist. Just what is the identity of this human brat? How could he be so domineering? The spectating young cultivators all changed their expressions. They then followed them to witness the outcome. In fact, such surprise was quite normal. Yi Sha's cultivation was really strong, at least amongst the younger generation. Unfortunately for him, Li Qia was someone who could kill heavenly sovereigns. Moreover, Yi Sha lacked emperor laws and immortal emperor life treasures. No matter how strong he was, he still couldn't compete against Li Qia. Within the same realm, cultivators who cultivated emperor laws and possessed immortal emperor life treasures would easily suppress their opponents. Even opponents one level higher would not be able to escape this fate. Bang! Eventually, Yi Sha dragged his battered body into a pavilion and exclaimed, "Brother Amo, save me!" He then collapsed after uttering these words. Someone helped him up. This was Mo Li Dao, the descendant of the Sky Devil Gate. They had a deep friendship, so at the moment of life and death, Yi Sha ran to find him. After propping up Yi Sha, Mo Li Dao noticed that Li Qie had already reached this place, so his expression turned sour. Mo Li Dao let Yi Sha into the room and then immediately blocked the entrance. Li Qie laughed and stood in the sky while gazing down at Mo Li Dao before declaring, "Hand Yi Sha over." Mo Li Dao replied with a deep tone, "Junior, dying is only having one's head fall to the ground. Not a big deal. If you want to resolve your grievances with Brother Yi Sha, then wait for another day. Brother Yi Sha can't see you tonight." Yi Sha was part of the blood race while Mo Li Dao came from the heavenly devil race. These two races had always maintained good relations, especially with the alliance between the Nightwalker sect and the Sky Devil Gate in the southern distant cloud. This alliance was essential because the demon race and human race were very powerful in this region. Emperors' lineages such as the Thousand Carp River and the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom were all heritages that consisted of humans, demons, and charming spirits. Because of this, the Blood Race, the Stone Golems, and the Heavenly Devils had to form an alliance in this region. Now that Yi Sha came running for help, Mo Li Dao couldn't just let him be. Li Qie laughed and shook his head in response. "That is impossible. Once someone provokes me, there is only one path for them: death. However, he does have two choices. He can either die in a swift and painless manner or die an agonizing death." Such a big tone. Mo Li Dao's expression sank as he coldly declared with a sharp gaze, "Junior, take a step back and appreciate the boundless open vistas. You should know that this is not the southern distant cloud. It is the nether border. The world of the ghost race." Mo Li Dao made a blatant threat. He was a genius of the younger generation and had quite a few friends from the ghost race. Li Qie leisurely smiled and said, "So what if it is the nether border? Although the 9 worlds are vast, I am free to tread where I please. I will come and go as I wish no matter the location." Such blustering. The Divine Spark Prince had also arrived at this time. He was antagonistic towards Yi Sha, so he would not aid a foe. However, Li Qie's words annoyed the prince, not to mention that Li Qie ruined his business earlier. This had been clearly engraved in his mind. Now, the prince couldn't help but sneer after hearing such an arrogant proclamation. Golden Child had arrived as well along with many other young geniuses who were attracted by the commotion. Under the watchful eyes of so many, Qiurong Wanxue, being held by Li Qie, felt her body becoming hot as her cheeks started to blush. Li Qie ignored the prince. He looked at Mo Li Dao and demanded, "My patience is limited. Quickly hand over Yi Sha to avoid making a mistake." "A mistake?" Mo Li Dao proudly laughed and then stepped forward with a bold aura. Buzz! His body then released 2 divine rings. He really is a little sovereign. Seeing the 2 divine rings shoot out from Mo Li Dao's body, many youths became alarmed. Mo Li Dao being able to reach the little sovereign realm at such a young age meant that he was definitely an amazing genius. Yi Sha was an assassin, so, in a split second, he aimed to grip Qiurong Wanxue by the neck in order to finish her in one blow. His cultivation was also much stronger than Qiurong, so the moment he reached out, she couldn't block it even if she wanted to. However, before his palm could reach her neck, it suddenly stopped in mid-air. Another hand quietly clasped his wrist. Li Qie was standing by the bed as if he had always been there. Chapter 448. Crushed with one hand since it required 9 divine rings to reach grand accomplishment. Little sovereign, Mo Li Dao having 2 divine rings at such a young age was already quite amazing. The Sky Devil tribe was a branch of the Heavenly Devil race. They had burly physiques like giants. With 2 rings around his body and a tricolored halo above his head, Mo Li Dao's blood energy spewed forth like a flood. He was like a fierce rhino capable of crushing a mountain and pulling this earth with his aggressive atmosphere. Mo Li Dao is indeed ferocious. Many people exclaimed after seeing his powerful momentum. Mo Li Dao's current prestige was not due to assassinations like Yi Sha. He arrogantly looked at Li Qie and sneered. "You could have left earlier. Now it is too late." "Oh. So you want me to stay?" Li Qie smiled back at him. "If you apologize to Brother Yi Sha, then I shall spare your life. If not, today will be your funeral. In the nether border, humans are mere insects." Mo Li Dao coldly proclaimed. Li Qie laughed and said, "You're a heavenly devil, yet you keep on licking the asses of ghosts all day." If the indigenous heavenly devils were to hear these words, they would cower in shame. Mo Li Dao became livid. He let out a loud roar as a huge tablet appeared from his fate palace. It soared up high into the sky and then turned into a giant mountain. This was Mo Li Dao's fate weapon, the Sky Devil Tablet. Bang! The sacred mountain formed by the tablet appeared to be inhabited by a god as multiple divine rings floated around it. The Sky Devil Divine Mountain. A person emotionally uttered after seeing Mo Li Dao's fate weapon. This is Mo Li Dao's fate weapon. It contains the heavenly Dao. Some people say that this mountain can crush a grand sovereign. Junior die. Mo Li Dao snarled. The tablet in the form of a mountain loomed over all of Midtown like a gigantic palm. It came crashing down with the might of 1,000 mountains towards Li Qia. Explosions resounded non-stop as the sky broke apart from such a domineering fate weapon. Midtown would have been torn asunder if there wasn't a power protecting it. So powerful. Many felt this way when they saw this attack from Mo Li Dao. They quickly retreated to avoid being accidental victims. Whoosh! When the tablet was on the verge of slamming into Li Qia's head, a blob of smoke appeared. Yi Sha suddenly turned up right behind Li Qia. With a cold glint, a knife pierced straight towards Li Qia's back. Chuerong Wanxue was scared out of her wits and cried out, "Watch out!" This stab was too fast. She couldn't help Li Qia even if she wanted to. This kid is dead for sure. Everyone assumed that Li Qia's fate was sealed when they saw the joint attack from Mo Li Dao and Yi Sha. At this moment, Yi Sha was ecstatic to see his knife connect along with the incoming mountain. Everyone thought Li Qia was going to die and the pale Chuerong Wanxue almost fainted. However, time seemed to freeze as everyone became dumbfounded at the unraveling scene. They no longer dared to believe their own eyes. Li Qia, with one hand still holding Chuerong Wanxue, used his other to effortlessly block the Sky Devil Tablet. The extremely heavy tablet was leisurely stopped by Li Qia. The knife stabbed his back, but he didn't even bat an eye. "Your knife is too soft. Is it made out of tofu?" Li Qia turned around and smilingly asked Yi Sha. The initially ecstatic Yi Sha was now completely frightened due to Li Qia. At this time, he recognized that the knife did not pierce through Li Qia's flesh, it only slightly pricked his skin. Li Qia's hell-suppressing godly physique was noted for its toughness. Although it was not comparable to the indestructible diamond physique, once trained to his current level, stopping Yi Sha's knife would not be difficult at all. The aghast Yi Sha turned around to run, but Li Qia grabbed the tablet from Mo Li Dao's hands and violently swung it towards the door, the direction where Yi Sha was escaping to. Boom! Yi Sha was swatted by the tablet like a fly. His blood stained the ground as he was beaten into the earth. Return! Mo Li Dao chanted a mantra to recall the Sky Devil Tablet. Buzz! The tablet vibrated in Li Qia's hand, but the hell-suppressing godly physique suddenly activated. The force of his hand was enough to suppress the tablet. Impossible! Mo Li Dao's heart sank from fear. The Sky Devil Tablet was his fate weapon, so others could not steal it unless they were several realms higher than him. Li Qia casually glanced at Mo Li Dao and said, "You are insufficient to compete with me regarding weight." The Sky Devil Tablet was a very heavy true treasure. It had the weight of a divine mountain. However, it was far from enough compared to Li Qia's godly physique. Once fallen into Li Qia's hands, even this true treasure had to suffer complete suppression. "Eat this," Li Qia smilingly uttered. Li Qia fiercely slammed the Sky Devil Tablet forward. The tablet flew with the force of the godly physique, causing the Grand Dao to scream. Countless universal laws in Midtown flew up to protect the town because it was in grave danger should this strike successfully connect with the town. Mo Li Dao felt that this devastating power from the tablet could annihilate the earth itself. Even the strongest attack from himself with the tablet was not comparable to Li Qia's current attack. This blow from Li Qia seemingly carried the weight of countless divine mountains, something that was capable of crushing even gods and devils. Mo Li Dao's soul nearly flew away from fear. But nevertheless, he roared and immediately took out all of his strongest weapons, regardless of whether they were life treasures, true treasures, or foreign Dao treasures. Everything came out and formed an arc to protect his body. Bang! This was a deafening blast that shook even the stars in the 9 heavens. This attack could have plucked the stars in the sky. The tablet destroyed all of Mo Li Dao's treasures. The combined weight of the tablet and the godly physique was of an unimaginable magnitude. This weight crushed and collapsed all things. Mo Li Dao's treasures could not withstand this single blow. However, Mo Li Dao himself was only blown away. He vomited blood with a pale expression. The multitude of treasures protecting him saved him from becoming a bloody mist. His legs shivered from fear while his heart thumpingly told him to escape. Mo Li Dao knew that he had provoked a grim reaper. He didn't dare to waste time thinking, and immediately tried to run as far away as possible. But right at this moment, a Kuan Pang sword and the dark space transformation came out. Li Qie traversed the spatial distance with just one step and immediately appeared before Mo Li Dao, blocking his path. Li Qie then leisurely smiled. Trying to escape now? Too late. Just earlier, you were quite awe-inspiring, no? Dao friend, listen to me. Mo Li Dao's face was as white as paper as he urgently shouted. Li Qie was too lazy to listen to his drivel. He slammed the tablet down. This time, he didn't use the godly physique but the Kuan Peng's 6 variants instead. Under its catalytic push, the tablet had an extremely swift speed and turned into a light that rushed downward. Mo Li Dao tried to escape. He didn't mind burning off his longevity blood to increase his speed, but how could it match the Kuan Peng's 6 variants? Pop! When the tablet slammed down, Mo Li Dao was worse off than a fly. It slammed onto his body and crushed him into nothingness. This strike didn't even leave a fragment of a bone behind. All became pale with horror after seeing this scene, including the Divine Spark Prince and Golden Child. The prince's cultivation was not stronger than Yi Sha's or Mo Li Dao's. The fate of those two was enough to show how violent Li Qie was. Golden Child, on the other hand, was much stronger than Mo Li Dao and Yi Sha. However, those two were killed by Li Qie like flies. Even with all of his strength, Golden Child wouldn't necessarily be able to dispatch Mo Li Dao as easily. Other people gasped and felt a cold chill running down their spines. This guy was too brutish and aggressive. To kill Mo Li Dao in such a manner. Who is he? Could he be from the Thousand Carp River or the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom? Someone murmured. Such a young yet fierce person couldn't possibly be unknown. A young man from the southern distant cloud shook his head in response. I have never heard of such a character in the distant cloud. He's not from the Simple Mountain either. The strongest person in the Thousand Carp River is probably Fairy Zhu. Such a person is considered ferocious? If he is a ferocious person, then am I not a prehistoric beast? Li Qie nonchalantly threw the Sky Devil tablet to the ground and smirked. These words were quite aggressive, but no one dared to call Li Qie out. He easily killed Mo Li Dao, a famous monster in the distant cloud. It was just like Li Qie said, if Mo Li Dao was a fierce monster, then he was a prehistoric beast. Since grand accomplishment Little Sovereign required 9 divine rings, Mo Li Dao having 2 divine rings at such a young age was already quite amazing. The Sky Devil tribe was a branch of the Heavenly Devil race. They had burly physiques like giants. With 2 rings around his body and a tricolored halo above his head, Mo Li Dao's blood energy spewed forth like a flood. He was like a fierce rhino capable of crushing a mountain and pulling this earth with his aggressive atmosphere. Mo Li Dao is indeed ferocious. Many people exclaimed after seeing his powerful momentum. Mo Li Dao's current prestige was not due to assassinations like Yi Sha. Chapter 449. Who the hell is your brother-in-law? Yi Sha, who was lying on the ground, watched as Li Qie approached. He really wanted to run away, but his body was unwilling. Li Qie casually swatting away the tablet was not enough to kill Yi Sha, but it injured him to the point where he couldn't lift a finger. Li Qie came closer and looked down at Yi Sha. Yi Sha was terrified, but he still put on a strong act. What? What do you want to do? Don't forget. I am the descendant of the Nightwalker sect. If you dare to kill me, then the Nightwalker sect will not let you off. Even if you run to the corners of the world, the sect will still come for you. Nightwalker sect? What is that? Li Qie leisurely replied to Yi Sha's threat. He then stomped down. No, Yi Sha unwillingly screamed out, but it was too late. Li Qie killed him with a stomp. Seeing Li Qie trample Yi Sha to death forced those who were present to draw a cold breath. In the blink of an eye, this person killed off 2 descendants from 2 great powers, offending both the Nightwalker sect and the Sky Devil Gate. However, Li Qie was still as carefree as ever. Just how domineering must this person be to not care about 2 great powers? How fierce does one have to be to maintain such a carefree posture after offending 2 great sects? This is a dangerous man. A person whispered and shivered. Mo Li Dao and Yi Sha were both quite notorious, but they were easily slain by Li Qie. After finishing off Yi Sha with a stomp, Li Qie smiled and looked around at everyone before fixing his gaze upon the Divine Spark Prince. He then slowly asked, "Anyone else have a problem with me? I am someone who can accept criticism, so feel free to comment." The Divine Spark Prince's expression changed after being fixated upon by Li Qie's gaze. The person was provoking him. This was a great humiliation to the arrogant prince, but now understood that Li Qie was very powerful. Nevertheless, the prince didn't want to back down in front of so many people since he couldn't bear such shame. He snorted and said, "There are countless masters in this world." Li Qie leisurely smiled while looking at the Divine Spark Prince and asked, "Are you one of those masters?" The prince was greatly alarmed and instinctively took a step back. Showing such weakness in front of everyone was very aggravating. He felt like Li Qie was humiliating him. He took a deep breath and decided to play till the very end as his pride surged. The prince then coldly spoke. "I admit that you are very strong, but you are nothing compared to my brother-in-law. Anyone who opposes my brother-in-law will not have a good end. No matter how strong you are but an ant before him." The prince knew that he was not a match for Li Qie, so he showed his backing instead. His brother-in-law, Sir Dizwa. Many people were annoyed at the prince's arrogance, but everyone obediently shut up when his brother-in-law was mentioned. They could only swallow their anger no matter how displeased they were with the prince. Pa! However, before the prince could finish, Li Qie slapped him, flying away. The prince's mouth was full of blood after he got slapped as he lividly glared at Li Qie. Li Qie freely said, "You and I have no grievances, and I am not the type to massacre the innocent. However, if someone wants to act up in front of me, then sorry, sometimes my hand gets real itchy and likes to slap people. Don't take it to heart." "You!" The Divine Spark Prince wanted to vomit blood from anger and had an extremely ugly expression at the moment. He wished that he could rush forward and kill Li Qie, but reason told him that he was not a match. He had no choice but to hold back. Li Qie nonchalantly glanced at the prince and cheerfully smiled. "You were talking about your brother-in-law, but I must apologize, I do not know who your brother-in-law is." "Who the hell is he?" Everyone gasped when they heard this. Li Qie's words were too overbearing. Any experienced cultivator in the sacred netherworld would have heard of Dizwa's name. Dizwa, the Myriad Bones Throne's descendant, was rumored to cultivate the emperor laws of 3 immortal emperors. He was one of the 3 heroes of the sacred netherworld. Legend states that Dizwa could speak to the heavens. He was unparalleled in this world, so many people called him Sir. But now, Li Qie actually said, "Who the hell is your brother-in-law?" This was clearly provoking Dizwa, and it caused many hearts to beat faster. If this kid was not tired of living, then he could only be said to be super domineering. Li Qie ignored the prince. He then hugged Qiurong Wanxue and shifted his body to disappear under the night's curtain. After Li Qie left, a person murmured, "A true ruthless person has been born." The Divine Spark Prince couldn't swallow this anger. After Li Qie left, he spat towards the direction of his departure and said through his gritted teeth, "Blind little animal. Just wait, you will experience a fate worse than death soon enough." Golden Child came closer and consoled, "Brother Divine Spark, just bear it for a bit. This human junior will not be arrogant for long. When Sir Dizwa comes, he will definitely end that brat with his blade." Golden Child was also a genius of the generation and was very conceited. However, after seeing Li Qie quickly dispatching Mo Li Dao like killing a fly, his heart also sank. He knew that he was not Li Qie's match, so he didn't dare to say anything when Li Qie slapped the Divine Spark Prince. At that key moment, if he rushed in by himself, then that would be completely suicidal. He didn't want to lose his life for the Divine Spark Prince. Today, the Divine Spark Prince had lost all face. He was the prince of the Divine Spark country, and was always arrogant with his noble identity. Ever since his sister was betrothed to Dizwa, the country's status soared in the sacred netherworld. No matter where he went, young cultivators and even geniuses would be very polite towards him. Today, being humiliated by a human brat in front of so many people was the biggest shame of his life. His gaze became extremely cruel as he spoke with a twisted expression. "Just wait, little animal. There is no need to wait for my brother-in-law just for an ant like you. My sister alone will be enough to deal with you. At that time, I will make you prostrate and lick my shoes." The prince would absolutely never forgive Li Qie for giving him the biggest setback of his life. Once Li Chia fell into his hands, he would take his time and slowly torture Li Chia. Many young cultivators did not agree with his words. He was clearly the first to provoke Li Chia, but of course, no one would say it out loud. The prince didn't have the talent to join the elites of the younger generation. He wasn't even equal to Golden Child, but many people were still wary of him. Whose fault was it that he had such a good sister and an amazing brother-in-law? In fact, many people shivered after thinking about his sister, the divine spark Phoenix Maiden. She was not only a kingdom-toppling beauty, she also had a strong cultivation. In fact, she was even stronger than Golden Child. Some had praised her as the prettiest beauty and the #1 expert amongst the younger generation in the distant cloud. Part of this was flattery, but it was not only directed towards her, it was also for Di Zua. Whether she was the prettiest or not would depend on each person's subjective view. However, she was definitely not the #1 expert amongst the younger generation in the distant cloud. Nevertheless, no one dared to show contempt towards her. Her cultivation was indeed very deep and her strength was formidable. This was the reason for many young geniuses to dread her. She was not just a beautiful flower vase since both her talents and cultivation were quite immense. Otherwise, how could she be a match for a character like Di Zua? This was the reason why many people showed dread when her name was brought up. Just wait, little animal. My sister is almost here. The divine spark prince vented his resentment. Though many people disliked his bullying ways, their hearts shivered after hearing about the Phoenix Maiden who was about to arrive. If the Phoenix Maiden was coming, then didn't that mean that Di Zua, as her fiancé, was coming as well? Di Zua was an existence high in the clouds, someone who would cause everyone to feel dejected. The younger generation didn't want to see Di Zua at all. As long as Di Zua was there, every genius, regardless of how talented or excellent they were, would not be able to shine. Before Di Zua's brilliance, all geniuses were eclipsed and were not worth a single coin. Di Zua was an insurmountable mountain that always pressured the young cultivators. They could not surpass him and could only continue to be suppressed by him. Li Chia embraced Xueqi Wanxue all the way back to their housing. She was still in a daze when he put her down. He then tapped her shoulder and smiled. Xueqi, are you afraid? Or are you recalling the feeling of being in my embrace and thinking that you don't want to leave? Xueqi Wanxue's mind returned to her hot body as she blushed while looking at him with a pair of eyes filled with limpid autumn water that was about to spill. Yi Sha, who was lying on the ground, watched as Li Chia approached. He really wanted to run away, but his body was unwilling. Li Chia casually swatting away the tablet was not enough to kill Yi Sha, but it injured him to the point where he couldn't lift a finger. Li Chia came closer and looked down at Yi Sha. Yi Sha was terrified, but he still put on a strong act. What do you want to do? Don't forget. I am the descendant of the Nightwalker sect. If you dare to kill me, then the Nightwalker sect will not let you off. Even if you run to the corners of the world, the sect will still come for you. Nightwalker sect? What is that? Li Chia leisurely replied to Yi Sha's threat. He then stomped down. No, Yi Sha unwillingly screamed out, but it was too late. Li Chia killed him with a stomp. Chapter 450. Night sea becomes clear. She looked up at Li Chia to find a slight smirk and his always nonchalant attitude. All of these things were imprinted in her heart before she knew it. A flame enkindled deep within her when she looked at this young man right before her. Xueqi Wanxue took a deep breath and suddenly mustered her courage. She approached and stretched out her jade-like hands to embrace his neck and couldn't resist the urge to kiss his lips. When their lips touched, her heart pounded hard as she lost control of her body. Despite her nervous state, she still decisively chose to kiss him longer. This elegant woman was blushing like the evening sun. The kiss revealed her inexperience, but she remained persistent. Li Chia was surprised as he felt her soft, sweet lips. He then lifted this mature beauty's face and resolutely tasted her lips. He showed no mercy as he pried his way in to cherish her fragrant tongue and didn't allow for her to escape. Xueqi Wanxue's soul almost left her body from Li Chia's overbearing kiss as she felt her strength being sapped from her body. Her unskilled self let it all go. She slightly pushed out her tongue to let the man do as he pleased. She was like a moth drawn to the flame. The passionate kiss led to Li Chia's hand caressing her voluptuous buttocks. With a pinch, she became weak and fell into his embrace. He then patted it and teased. My beloved chief, do you want to warm my bed tonight? This suddenly caused her entire body to feel hot as her skin became dyed with an alluring shade. She was unable to remain calm from the embarrassment and quickly pushed him away. She couldn't lift her head to look at him when she bashfully said, "In your dreams, I would never warm your bed." Having said that, she ran away with her fastest speed. She still felt the rush after having left Li Qie behind. She gently bit her lips while recalling the embarrassing scene from earlier. It was as if she had been possessed by the young man's charm and couldn't help but to offer her first kiss. She didn't know where she found the courage to do such a thing. Eventually, the ripe beauty coquettishly scowled and didn't dare to remember the event that just transpired. The next morning, her face felt hot after she saw Li Qie. He then playfully asked, "So? Did you not sleep well last night?" Li Qie then winked in an innocent yet suggestive manner. While being both ashamed and angry, she took in a deep breath to pacify her chaotic thoughts before glaring at him to say, "Less nonsensical babble. Where are we going today?" Xueqi was a mature and elegant lady, so her flirty yet shy eyes had a completely different charm to it. The combination of these two things made her even more attractive. Li Qie smiled and freely responded, "We'll be looking for someone. I don't know whether we can find the person or not, though. If successful, then maybe we'll be able to get some news." They then left the inn and went around Midtown. He specifically looked for alleys and noted certain markings around them. They went to several small alleys but they couldn't find the person. After walking through many alleys, Xueqi curiously asked, "Who are we trying to find?" "A guy in hiding who doesn't want to meet others," Li Qie answered with a smile. Boom boom. However, as they continued on with their search, all of Midtown, no, all of Necropolis suddenly shook. The shaking town scared Xueqi as she asked, "What happened?" Li Qie felt the heaven and earth shake as he pulled Xueqi up to the sky with a changed expression. He then gazed towards Night Sea and exclaimed, "It's coming from Night Sea." Rumble. Night Sea was not that far away from where Li Qie was. Everyone saw a terrifying scene. The splashing sounds of water contributed to an astonishing sight as a pillar of tide shot up straight to the sky, nearly piercing the 9 heavens. This wave seemingly wanted to sweep through all the stars that hung above. After reaching an unbelievable altitude, it started to descend while creating monstrous splashing sounds that were heard by everyone in Necropolis. All were in fear, including the young cultivators from the outside as well as the local residents. Long after the tide fell down, many people were still shaken since no one knew what was going on with this sudden development. "It has to be Night Sea," Li Qie murmured. His expression changed after remembering a certain thing. Xueqi was stunned by this new development. She had never heard of a similar occurrence before. A tidal wave suddenly shot to the sky. This was too frightening. Just what on earth had occurred? What now? Do we go to Night Sea to take a look? The frightened Xueqi asked Li Qie. However, they didn't need to go to Night Sea. In a short amount of time, new information spread across Necropolis. The messengers were cultivators from the outside along with the local ghosts. Night Sea is now clear. A dazzling piece of news shocked all of Necropolis. Night Sea is clear? Impossible. The first reaction to this news was disbelief. The local inhabitants didn't believe it either. Even as ghosts, they didn't believe such an unimaginable thing. For the past millions of years, Night Sea had always been as dark as ink. Even the longest living sentiment in Necropolis had never heard of Night Sea turning translucent. This cannot be any truer. Not only has it turned clear, it is no longer an ominous ground anymore. Anyone can enter without facing any dangers, and the handlers disappeared as well. I have a friend who was catching fish in Night Sea. He was sent into the sky by the tidal wave and thought that he would be dead for sure once he fell into Night Sea, but the water turned clear and it didn't drown him. How could this be? Many people quickly went to check. When this sudden change occurred at Night Sea, many people were still fishing and were blown into the sky. They thought that they would be doomed for sure, but Night Sea was no longer dangerous by the time they fell into the water. All of the handlers disappeared as well. Despite the new risk-free environment, these young cultivators all ran away from Night Sea in fear. After confirming, many people headed towards Night Sea, including its ghostly inhabitants. What is going on? Many people flocked to the shore and looked at the clear ocean water in astonishment. They rubbed their eyes repeatedly since they thought that it was merely an illusion. However, this was not the case, this was reality. The previously pitch-black water was now as clear as crystal. One cultivator couldn't help but jump into the water. "Come, we'll go explore." In the beginning, the young ones were very cautious and only dipped 1 foot into the water. Once they found that nothing was wrong, they all traveled into Night Sea. It really is fine now. Night Sea is not drowning people anymore. After discovering the lack of danger, many young cultivators excitedly rushed into the sea and swam around like flood dragons. Before this, Night Sea was notorious for its dangers. Once one fell into its waters, their only fate would be death. Thus, everyone was extremely careful at this place. But now, Night Sea was not dangerous at all. So how could people not become excited? Compared to the happy outsiders, Necropolis local ghosts were very cautious. These ghosts were still very afraid of Night Sea despite it being clear. They then went away. They were too reluctant to stay close to the shore. I wonder what actually happened. Momentarily, many speculations formed around Necropolis to explain Night Sea's change. Why did Night Sea suddenly become clear? Xueqi also found it hard to believe. Li Qie became quiet after hearing the news. He had several speculations to explain this change, but he could not be certain until he personally confirmed it. What should we do now? Do we still need to find that person? Xueqi asked her young noble. No, we have to go to the ancestral flow so I can meet someone. Li Qie pondered for a moment before replying. Chapter 451. Ancestral Flow. The ancestral flow, Xueqi uttered after hearing Li Qie. It is impossible, the ancestral flow has never let outsiders in. I heard that even the sentiments can't go in, so it will definitely not open its doors to outsiders. Li Qie responded with a smile. Indeed, the ancestral flow has not opened its doors to outsiders, but that depends on who it is. The right person can still enter. Xueqi looked at Li Qie and stayed quiet as she followed him to the ancestral flow. The ancestral flow was the strongest lineage in Necropolis. Rumor has it that it ruled the city, but this was only a rumor because very few people ever saw sentiments from this lineage. In addition, its master had never shown himself to the world. There was hearsay stating that even the local ghosts had never seen the master before, let alone an outsider. This master was very mysterious and chose to remain reclusive. At Necropolis, all of the lineages and sects occupied a particular location, and each of them welcomed outsiders as long as they were willing to pay the right amount of young night fish. However, the ancestral flow was different, for it remained closed to all. People believed that the ancestral flow occupied the best location in Necropolis and that this ground contained the legendary treasure grove. This includes the most precious thing in Necropolis, the treasure mountain. Because of this belief, many cultivators from outside tried to enter the ancestral flow via various means, but none had ever succeeded. There were young geniuses or powerful near-death cultivators who wanted to use pure force to enter the ancestral flow. The consequence of this was easily predicted. They all died miserable deaths and their corpses hung outside of the ancestral flow as a warning to the public. Xueqi followed Li Qie to the ancestral flow's entrance and noticed all the corpses that were hanging on the old trees. Some were just bare bones, some were dried up from the wind, and some were still relatively intact. Each of them could be identified by the clothing on their bodies. Xueqi took a look and recognized the origin of some of them. The Yin Gate, the Nether Crossing Swamp, the Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground, the Thousand Carp River, the Insect King lineage, the Alira's Ancient Kingdom, the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom, the Myriad Bones Throne. Xueqi's heart pounded after she recognized the identities of these dead corpses. They were all part of the most powerful emperor's lineages in the sacred nether world. These powers controlled the entire sacred nether world, but their experts all died at this place. Emperor's lineages like the Yin Gate and the Nether Crossing Swamp were formidable enough, but the Alira's Ancient Kingdom and the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom caused others to tremble in fear. A small tribe like the Snow Shadow tribe could only forever look at these high and above existences. If a dual emperor's lineage was an elephant, then the Snow Shadow tribe was merely an insect. What was the most shocking was the corpses of the Myriad Bones Throne's experts in this place. This was a sect with 3 emperors that stood at the apex of the sacred nether world. No existences dared to oppose them in this world of ghosts. But now, corpses from their members were hung here to warn the world. Such a powerful and domineering style. This was directly humiliating the Myriad Bones Throne. No lineage in the sacred netherworld would dare to do such a thing. The ancestral flow was not afraid of offending any emperor's lineages. No matter the intruder's identity, if they dared to take even half a step into the ancestral flow, their fate would be the same as those who were hanging on the trees. A local ghost blocked their path by the entrance. This ghost was as ethereal as mist. It was as if it was not real. It then spoke without any trace of emotion on its face. The ancestral flow is not open to anyone. Halt your steps. Compared to an ancestral flow ghost, the other ghosts in Necropolis were more friendly and had richer expressions. They seemed to be more like living humans, while the ancestral flow ghost was more like a stereotypical ghost. Go inform your master that I want to see him, or tell him to come meet me, Lichia calmly said. The ghost continued to block the way and emotionlessly replied, Our master will not see visitors, please go back. Lichia then took out a piece of a paper and used a very complicated method to fold it into a strange hat. He then placed the hat on the ghost's head and said, Wear this hat to see your master and say that I have arrived. The ghost looked at Lichia with its lifeless eyes as if it was staring at a dead man. Eventually, it turned around and disappeared within the entrance. It didn't return even after a good while passed. Will the ancestral flow master agree to see us? Chorong Wanxue nervously asked. Compared to her worries, Lichia was much more carefree as he smiled and replied, Don't worry, he will see us. Sure enough, the ghost who went to inform his master came back while the hat on its head had disappeared. My master welcomes you. It was still expressionless like a dead person, or a ghost, rather. With it leading the way, Lichia followed in a relaxed manner while Chorong Wanxue was a lot warier. Once they stepped inside the ancestral flow, Chorong Wanxue didn't believe her own eyes. She didn't think that she was still inside Necropolis. Before her was a majestic scenery with mountains and rivers along with a dense worldly energy. This was just like the ancestral ground of an emperor's lineage. This place was filled with king medicines as if they were weeds. Treasure trees swayed in the wind along with flowing sacred springs. This sacred ground was astonishing. Even the ancestral grounds of emperors' lineages could not be any better than this. Chorong Wanxue was quite emotional as she tried to take in all of this. Not even in her wildest dreams would she believe that there was such a place in Necropolis. This was a holy ground for cultivation, a place desired by all cultivators. Compared to Chorong Wanxue, who was marveling the surroundings, Lichia only smiled and enjoyed the scenery. The ghost led the two straight ahead. It was quite strange. Although this place was a sacred ground, they walked for a very long time without seeing anyone else. To be more exact, a second ghost. This landscape was quiet and was without another shadow. The terrain was indeed fascinating, but the lack of people created an eerie atmosphere. Chorong Wanxue would rather meet a second ghost than stay in this tranquil atmosphere. The quietness of this place would make other people afraid. Why is there no one else here? Chorong Wanxue whispered to Lichia. Because they are all sleeping. Lichia looked at the mature woman and replied, Unless something big happens, they will not wake up. Chorong Wanxue was not expecting this answer. Necropolis was full of ghosts. Outside of not having flesh like real people, they were no different from cultivators. Necropolis ghosts did not need to sleep, but the ones in the ancestral flow were all hibernating en masse. This was too weird. Of course, this serenity reminded Chorong Wanxue that this was indeed Necropolis. Without this eerie quietness, Chorong Wanxue would mistake this place for the ancestral ground of an emperor's lineage. Eventually, the ghost took the two of them into an old temple. This temple was extremely grand and huge. A quick glance would immediately make others think that this was the abode of deities. After leading them inside, the ghost quietly left. The temple was empty. Chorong Wanxue looked around and didn't see humans nor ghosts. She then looked at the highest place in the temple. There was a very large stone chair there with a stone statue sitting on it. The chair was carved from an unknown type of stone as this statue seamlessly blended with it. The statue had a divine crown with tassels hanging from the front, hiding the person's face so one couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. The statue had a divine robe so majestic that it seemed to be able to cover the entire universe. It hid the statue's body, causing it to be even more mysterious. What attracted her eyes, at this moment, was the hat in the stone statue's hand that was folded by Lichia earlier. You still haven't changed at all. Lichia looked at the statue on the stone chair and said with a smile as bright as the sun. The ancestral flow, Chorong Wanxue uttered after hearing Lichia. It is impossible, the ancestral flow has never let outsiders in. I heard that even the sentiments can't go in, so it will definitely not open its doors to outsiders. Li Qie responded with a smile. Indeed, the ancestral flow has not opened its doors to outsiders, but that depends on who it is. The right person can still enter. Chorong Wanxue looked at Li Qie and stayed quiet as she followed him to the ancestral flow. Chapter 452. Ancestral Flow Master. If outsiders saw this scene, they would think that Li Qie was crazy for talking to a stone statue. However, the stone statue suddenly became soft. Earlier, it was clearly a statue with distinct rigid lines, but it now turned into a person. Before, the person was half lying on the stone seat, but now the person had sat up straight. The person opened their eyes, revealing a glare capable of seeing through the past and present. The person's face was hidden by the divine tasseled strings, but the person's eyes were still very clear. A statue suddenly coming to life caused Chorong Wanxue to jump. At this moment, she understood that it was not a statue, but a sleeping person. You should know that this place does not welcome you. The person on the stone chair spoke. The fleeting voice appeared to be coming from another location. One couldn't discern whether the person was male or female from this voice alone. Chorong Wanxue looked at the master in shock. The blood energy on the person's body made her absolutely certain that this person in front of her was a living being. Not a ghost nor a sentiment. This was a living being with flesh and blood. This discovery truly startled her. The ancestral flow was the most powerful and mysterious lineage in Necropolis, but its master was actually a living being. How shocked would others be if they were to find out? At Necropolis, all other lineages consisted of local ghosts, so the cultivators from outside could not join any of them. But now, the master of the ancestral flow turned out to be a living person. This was an incredible matter. Li Qie didn't mind the master's harsh words and leisurely said, "Are you not meeting me right now? How can you say that you do not welcome me?" No matter what. The ancestral flow master spoke. From the past till the present, this place does not have the thing that you want. Don't be so heartless like this. Are we not friends for life? Li Qie said with a smile. Chorong Wanxue listened while being in a daze. Impossible. Necropolis ghosts cannot become friends with cultivators. But wait, maybe they can, since the master was not a ghost but a living person. However, she found that Li Qie and the master being friends was even stranger. No, I don't know you. The master directly stated. Li Qie laughed, then shook his head and said, "You are lying to yourself. From the past till the present, no matter the changes, you should still know that I am me. Others might not be able to see it, but it is impossible for you to not know." Chorong Wanxue was quite perplexed at this conversation. She didn't know that Li Qie was talking about when he was the Dark Crow, since she didn't know about this secret. Even if I am not the little ghost that wore the hat from so long ago, I am still me, right? Li Qie asked. For the past tens of millions of years, Li Qie didn't only appear as the Dark Crow. He would often use various means to transform into different shapes. He had always hid his real face and his traces throughout the river of time. Only you know. The distant voice from the master coldly rang. Ever since you tricked that person out of Necropolis, you should know that you are no longer welcomed here. If it wasn't for me, then you wouldn't have been able to enter Necropolis without being hunted down. Don't say that. If I wanted to come to Necropolis to see you, no one would be able to stop me, don't you think? I have always been a sentimental and caring person. Li Qie continued with a smile. Of course, I am very grateful about what happened before. The master snorted at this point. Li Qie shook his head and said, "You cannot blame me for what happened that year. It is completely wrong to say that I tricked that person into leaving. He wanted to leave himself, so how can you blame me? You dare to say you didn't urge him to escape?" the master asked. Although the person's sex was unknown, it was clear that the person was very annoyed with Li Qie. Well, Li Qie wryly smiled. How should I put this? I only talked about how interesting and splendid the outside world was. That was it. I didn't do anything else. Without your help, how could he have left Necropolis? Did you think people would actually believe your words? The master replied with clear annoyance towards Li Qie. Well, Li Qie forced a smile again and said, "How should I say this? It really was a great creation for him. If he didn't obtain such a great creation, then no one would be able to help him, right? But he did, so this was the will of the heavens. What I did was merely driving the boat to the river's flow. Besides, what happened afterward had nothing to do with me since it was due to his own efforts. Li Qie continued with a smile. I never saw him again after he left Necropolis. His future accomplishments only meant that him leaving here was the heaven's will. You should agree with this. Qiurong Wanxue became even more lost. She didn't know the he that the two of them were referring to. She only knew two things. First, Li Qie and the ancestral flow master knew each other and were good friends. Second, Li Qie helped someone escape Necropolis. She realized, at this time, that Li Qie had come to Necropolis before. Maybe he had stayed here for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so close to the ancestral flow master. However, she didn't know whether it was several years ago or if all of this happened in the span of the recent several years. Li Qie and the master were talking about something that had happened hundreds of thousands of years ago, a tale of the distant past. At this junction, the ancestral flow master only answered with a snort once again. This time, I didn't come to cause any trouble for you. I want to know why Night Sea became clear and I hope that you will tell me a few things. Li Qie spoke. Don't know. The master frankly said. Even if I did, I still wouldn't tell you. Li Qie became silent in the face of the master's harsh attitude. After a long time elapsed, he gently told Qiurong Wanxue, go wait outside for a bit, I have some business to take care of. Qiurong Wanxue didn't ask for the reason. She nodded and left the grand hall. After she left, Li Qie sighed while looking at the ancestral flow master. He sat with his legs crossed on the spot and gazed at the master to see who could be more stubborn. The matter of that yearj. I really shouldn't have gotten him out of Necropolis and broke the rule. Li Qie bitterly smiled and continued. However, I was moved because of his talents. You should know that his fortune was due to fate. It didn't matter if he was a human or a ghost. You knew that he had the qualifications to become an immortal emperor. This was confirmed by time. I only carried out my promise. After leaving Necropolis, I didn't help him at all, but he still became an immortal emperor. You should know that such a thing could have resulted in a catastrophe with just a single wrong step. The master coldly replied. Li Qie nodded and said, I know, but he was always righteous and never did anything unfavorable to Necropolis, don't you think? He only wanted to go outside. And after becoming an immortal emperor, he also protected Necropolis several times. Don't you feel that giving that place another powerful enemy is not a bad thing at all? The master did not say anything while Li Qie did the same. He was just sitting there in silence. After a long silence, the master spoke again. Congratulations, you eventually regained your body. Li Qie answered with a smile. Where there's a will, there's a way. I also hope to see the day when you can leave Necropolis. The years are too long, don't you think? I can leave any time I want. The master coldly stated. But you haven't left. Li Qie gently sighed and continued. The endless passage of time is too long. You have always been sleeping here. Your years are spent sleeping and sleeping. I know you don't want to, but I still hope that you will eventually come out and see the outside. The years do not need to be long. The important part is how colorful you choose to live it. In the end, the master said. My matter is my own business. But don't you think this time is an opportunity? I am going to make a huge play soon. First, you have to tell me about Night Sea. I want to know the specifics and, at the same time, borrow one item from you. The key to the prime ominous grave, correct? The master coldly responded. Although Li Qie had spoken so much, the master's anger had no signs of subsiding. No. Li Qie shook his head and said, with our friendship, let's not call it borrowing. Why don't you just directly gift it to me? This time, just consider it as me shamelessly asking you for a favor. The master coldly quipped. Then what about all the other times before? Were you not shameless then? If outsiders saw this scene, they would think that Li Qie was crazy for talking to a stone statue. However, the stone statue suddenly became soft. Earlier, it was clearly a statue with distinct rigid lines, but it now turned into a person. Before, the person was half lying on the stone seat, but now the person had sat up straight. The person opened their eyes, revealing a glare capable of seeing through the past and present. The person's face was hidden by the divine tasseled strings, but the person's eyes were still very clear. Chapter 453. The fleeting past. Li Qie smiled awkwardly and said, Well, after what happened, I knew that you didn't like me. Plus, I was in a rush back then, so I didn't have time to come chat with you, old friend. You just want to borrow something else. That's why you shamelessly came here to find me, right? The master sneered and coldly said. Li Qie smiled wryly and then rubbed his hands together before saying, You should know that I will go big this time, and I need several killer moves. I have gathered a few things, but it still won't be easy. I want to blow open that place since there are a few secrets that cannot be hidden forever. Because of this, I thought about borrowing that certain something from you to be even more assured. Surely you would agree? The master didn't speak. Silence ensued as if he didn't hear Li Qie at all. After a while without hearing a response, Li Qie gently sighed and said, Very well, never mind. I won't bother your eternal slumber. In the end, time is everything to you. Having said that, he turned around to leave. You must know that you are going to your own death. You're walking down a road to disaster. The moment Li Qie reached the door, the master called out. Li Qie turned around and revealed a smile before shaking his head to say, I don't think so. You should know that I am completely prepared. I even took into consideration the emergence of the lost mythical island. When the time is ripe, I trust that I will be able to blow open that sky and kill to the very end. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can hinder my determination. These confident words pierced the sky with its dominance. Just like Li Qie said, let alone gods and devil, even the heavens could not hold back his will. Do you know what you will be facing? The ancestral flow master asked. Li Qie shrugged and answered with a grin. To be honest, I'm not very clear on this. Do you know? That crafty thing had been buried for a very long time without coming out. Do you know what it is? I don't know. The master quickly replied in a firm manner. But I know that it is suicidal to even try to oppose it. I am a person who doesn't believe in the impossible. No one in this world will be able to stop me. If I have decided to do something, then I will even blow apart the heavens if it decides to stand in my way. I'm not doing this for anyone. Not for me, not for you, not for anything. I only want to solve the mystery and chase out this thing that had been buried since time immemorial. Li Qie quietly continued. I shall solve this mystery. I have both the patience and confidence to do so. Although his words were calm, the content of his speech was quite heaven-shattering. The master became quiet for a while. Some time after, the master then reached out as if he was grabbing something from Necropolis. The master then said in a cold manner, This is the key to the prime ominous grave, take it. Thanks, this will save me some trouble. Li Qie accepted the key. Is that so? The master was particularly upset at Li Qie and said with a glare, Haven't you always been finding it yourself in the past? I thought that you were never going to come ask me for it. Li Qie dryly laughed and awkwardly replied, It is a thing of the past, so just let it go. I was wrong back then, although immortal Emperor Mingdu really did a lot of things for Necropolis and was its firm supporter. Nevertheless, I was the one who brought him out and fulfilled the promise that he would become a powerful person. A powerful immortal emperor. The whole process was much smoother since you allowed him to leave. No matter what, I destroyed the eternal order of Necropolis. This was my mistake, and I thank you for escorting us back then as well. Li Qie sincerely apologized to the ancestral flow master. The master snorted. It took a while before the master softened his tone. I can let you borrow that thing, but you need to help me with something. It seemed that the master's anger had subsided quite a bit. Li Qie was happy to hear this and quickly responded. Just say it, I will help you with anything. Come with me. The master coldly spoke. Li Qie followed the master to a place where a certain thing was being grown. After seeing this thing, Li Qie shockingly exclaimed, How did you find this thing? It's none of your business. The master said, I need you to help it surpass this difficult stage. I know that you once had the alchemy god's grand cannon. If there is anyone in this world that could help it ride out this storm, it is you. I wouldn't have been able to do it before. Li Qie shook his head and smilingly continued. But I coincidentally found the myriad heavenly cauldron recently. It can help this thing, but I need time along with your assistance. No problem. The master replied. Chorong Wanxue, who was waiting outside, was arranged a place to stay for more than 10 days before Li Qie appeared again. Let us go. He then told Chorong Wanxue. Are you okay? Seeing his fatigued appearance, she asked with concern. Li Qie shook his head and replied. It's nothing, I only spent a bit of energy. I'll be fine after a day or two of rest. The two left the ancestral flow. From beginning to end, Xueqi only saw two people inside. One was the ghost servant and the other was the master. To be more exact, one person and one ghost. Although the ancestral flow's scenery was like that of an emperor's lineage, Xueqi felt relieved after leaving. The place was suffocating despite not having a ghastly nether atmosphere because of the sensation of it carrying a huge secret with its tranquility. She preferred the other places in Necropolis much more. In short, she felt that the ancestral flow was hiding a certain something. She had many questions about it, such as why was the master a living person? How did they become the master of the ancestral flow? She wanted to ask Li Qie, but she didn't know how to phrase it. Li Qie noticed her awkward demeanor and smilingly said, "You can ask if you have any questions, perhaps I can tell you certain things. What kind of person is the ancestral flow master?" Xueqi curiously asked. The ancestral flow master was Li Qie's friend, and a close one at that, so the person should be part of the younger generation in the sacred netherworld. To be able to become the master of the ancestral flow showed the person's amazing skills, so logically speaking, the person should be a famous genius. However, she was completely misled by the fact that the master was a living person. Because of this, she thought that the master was a contemporary cultivator. Li Qie paused here and gently shook his head. "This is a secret. No good will come from you finding out about it. Instead, it will only bring about a potential disaster." Xueqi only wryly smiled and didn't ask anything else. She was a sensible woman and didn't want to make it difficult for her young noble. In the end she asked, "Where do we go now?" Li Qie narrowed his eyes to look at the alluring mature woman that was akin to a honey peach before him and replied, "We'll go looking for someone, then I'll lend you some assistance. After that, we'll deal with some things that should end as well." Xueqi felt very warm and sweet inside. She didn't know who Li Qie was looking for, but it was no longer important to her at this moment. Right when they left the ancestral flow, the person they were looking for came to their door. A strange person approached from afar. It was a young man in yellow dressed like a servant with a mysterious grin on his face. "I heard that Dao friend was looking for me?" This young man looked a bit wretched, but his eyes were clear and full of life. This was quite incredible because the inhabitants of Necropolis looked no different from outsiders. The ghosts here lived just like those in the outside world, but ultimately, they were sentiments and ghosts. They didn't have blood energy or life. However, this young ghost's eyes were full of life, causing Xueqi's heart to thump. In fact, she had seen many strange things up to this point, such as the ancestral flow master being a living being. However, this ghost with his spirited eyes still startled her. Li Qie smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, after what happened, I knew that you didn't like me. Plus, I was in a rush in the past, so I didn't have time to come chat with you, old friend. You just want to borrow something else, that's why you shamelessly came here to find me, right?" The master sneered and coldly said. Li Qie smiled wryly and then rubbed his hands together before saying, "You should know that I will go big this time, and I need several killer moves. I have gathered a few things, but it still won't be easy. I want to blow open that place since there are a few secrets that cannot be hidden forever. Because of this, I thought about borrowing that certain something from you to be even more assured. Surely you would agree?" The master didn't speak. Silence ensued as if he didn't hear Li Qie at all. Chapter 454. Huang Jiaofu, however, her habits as a chief caused her to always be alert, so she became more cautious. Li Qie looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. "You actually came before I went looking for you. Interesting, interesting," the ghost in the yellow robe cheerfully smiled. "Hee, I like providing services to customers the most. This lowly one only does small business to provide for the family day by day, so of course this lowly one will have to satisfy all prospective customers." Li Qie gave him a look and said, "Since when did Huang Jiaofu, someone who has so many colorful tales, become a small businessman and need to provide for his family on a day-by-day basis? No, I have to call you a business ghost." "Huang Jiaofu, Huang Jiaofu." Li Qie shook his head and said, "If I remember correctly, you are notoriously stingy, so why the sudden spurt of generosity? Just say it, don't walk around in circles with me." Huang Jiaofu forced an awkward smile while rubbing his palms together. He hesitated for a long time before speaking. I have a favor to ask of Sir. I want Sir to talk to the ancestral flow ancient god about this lowly one wanting to leave Necropolis. Xueqi was shocked. Leaving Necropolis? This was something impossible. Since the start of history, no one had ever heard of ghosts leaving Necropolis besides one particular case. Plead with the ancestral flow master? Li Qie leered at him and said, Huang Jiaofu, you should know that no one has ever left Necropolis. At least, you guys won't be able to. No, sir, someone has left before. Huang Jiaofu quickly added. He successfully left. Although I am not too clear about the details, it seems that he eventually obtained permission from the ancestral god. Xueqi then glanced at Li Qie. Back at the ancestral flow, the master did indeed mention such a thing about how Li Qie tricked someone into leaving Necropolis. This meant that her young noble had successfully made one ghost leave the city. However, she did not know that the person who left in the past was not a sentiment. Xueqi didn't know what happened between Li Qie and the master, but she faintly felt that there was a rift in their relationship because of this. Li Qie looked at him and said, Huang Jiaofu, oh Huang Jiaofu, you really did not give up. You have died time and time again, but you still won't give up. Ha ha ha, this lowly one does not know what Sir is talking about. Huang Jiaofu scratched his head like an honest but confused man. Li Qie squinted his eyes and spoke in a serious fashion. Huang Jiaofu, you are not a human, you are only a strand of sentiment inside Necropolis. Once you leave the city, you will turn into mere smoke. Even if the ancestral flow master allows you to go, you still won't be able to leave this place. Your efforts will be in vain. Huang Jiaofu took a deep breath and solemnly said, Sir, I feel that I can. I can sense my life force and the pulsing of Necropolis. Li Qie's eyes became serious as he gazed at Huang Jiaofu's pair of bright eyes that were full of life and gravely asked, Huang Jiaofu, your body has metamorphosed 8 times, right? Huang Jiaofu embarrassingly scratched his head and replied, I don't know what Sir is talking about. However, I feel the life within me. I can probably leave Necropolis. Li Qie quietly stared at Huang Jiaofu. In the past, immortal Emperor Mingdu had left Necropolis. The truth was that Li Qie also took note of Huang Jiaofu at that time. But he was different from immortal Emperor Mingdu. In fact, he was different from everyone else. With sufficient time, he would be able to break free from his cocoon and become a butterfly. However, this matter was far from being so simple. However, her habits as a chief caused her to always be alert, so she became more cautious. Li Qie looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. You actually came before I went looking for you. Interesting, interesting, the ghost in the yellow robe cheerfully smiled. Hee hee, I like providing services to customers the most. This lowly one only does small business to provide for the family day by day, so of course this lowly one will have to satisfy all prospective customers. Chapter 455. Secret of Night Sea. Seeing Li Qie become silent caused Huang Jiaofu to anxiously rub his hands and say, Sir, please intercede for this lowly one. Regardless of whether I am successful or not, this lowly one will repay Sir. This lowly one knows that there is a treasure grove in Necropolis. It holds a legendary divine item. As long as Sir puts in a few words for this lowly one, then this lowly one will tell Sir of its location. Xueqi shuddered. Rumors had always claimed that there were divine items in Necropolis, but no one had ever heard of anyone actually obtaining the treasure grove or these divine items. Huang Jiaofu was definitely telling the truth at this time. Huang Jiaofu, ah Huang Jiaofu, you greatly underestimate me. Li Qie shook his head and continued, if I wanted Necropolis treasures, then not to mention this treasure grove, I could even take the entire treasure mountain. As long as I am willing, there would be nothing in here that I can't take. Do you know why I took that person out of Necropolis that year? It was only because I appreciated his talents. This lowly one was foolish and confused. Huang Jiaofu was at a loss. He then hastily slapped himself in the face and said, This lowly one shouldn't have gauged the heart of a gentleman with my own crude standards. Okay, Huang Jiaofu, stop acting. Do you believe that I am oblivious to your capabilities? Li Qie waved his hand and said, This lowly one only knows that Sir is a true immortal from the 9 heavens and would forgive my mistake. Huang Jiaofu now knew that he had found the right person, so he immediately sucked up to Li Qie. My love for you is like the surging, never-ending flow of the river like they. Stop your flattery. Li Chia waved his hand to stop Huang Jiaofu's fawning. Huang Jiaofu forced a fake smile and rubbed his hands together while carefully looking at Li Chia, awaiting his answer. Li Chia was quiet. He knew that this matter broke the rules of Necropolis. Although Huang Jiaofu was different from immortal Emperor Mingdu, ultimately, this was not something beneficial to Necropolis. Looking at Huang Jiaofu's lively eyes, Li Chia softly sighed. Huang Jiaofu was indeed a great seed regardless of whether he was a persevering human or a persistent ghost. In the end, Li Chia eventually agreed. I will go and talk to the ancestral flow master, but not right now. After I am done with my business, I will go intercede for you. That year, he helped immortal Emperor Mingdu, so now, he will also help Huang Jiaofu. Huang Jiaofu clasped his hands together in excitement and bowed. Thank you, sir. Regardless of whether I am successful or not, I will always remember sir's kindness for the rest of my life. Li Chia waved his hand and said, Forget it, this is also fate. I will go plead for you after I'm done with my own stuff. Whether you are successful or not, it will be up to your own fortune. I am more than content with sir's willingness to intercede and will never dare to forget your kindness. He then quickly added, Where does sir want to go? If it is within Necropolis, then this lowly one is willing to be your ox and horse. This lowly one will do my best for you. Li Chia beamingly laughed at Huang Jiaofu and leisurely said, Knight C, you want to come? Knight C? Huang Jiaofu shuddered and exclaimed, Knight C. I'm afraid that I can't go. Li Chia sardonically smiled and said, I thought you wanted to be my ox and horse to aid me and wouldn't say no even if I asked you to cross a sea of fire? Sir, it is not that this lowly one is unwilling. Huang Jiaofu grimaced and continued, It is because we can't go to Night Sea. Chorong Wanxue, who was standing to the side and had been keeping quiet, couldn't help but curiously ask, Why can't you sentiments go to Night Sea? For what reason are you not able to? Huang Jiaofu let out a wry smile and replied, To sentiments like us, Night Sea is a forbidden ground. We cannot go there or we'll die. Why are the other places not like that? Chorong Wanxue curiously inquired. Night Sea has a certain something that can subdue us so we can't go. Once we go there, it would not just be a simple suppression, we might even turn into smoke the moment we approach. What about the handlers? Chorong Wanxue inquired further. How come the handlers are not repressed? Huang Jiaofu answered. The handlers do not go down the same path as us sentiments. Although all of us live in Necropolis, handlers are completely different from us. Not on the same path? Are you guys divided into different factions? Chorong Wanxue was very curious due to this new information. She had always thought that the handlers were Necropolis inhabitants as well. I cannot say. Huang Jiaofu shook his head and replied, Although this lowly one knows a thing or two, I cannot tell you, mistress. Please forgive me. Being called mistress caused Chorong Wanxue to immediately feel hot and blush. She surreptitiously glanced at her young noble, but he was still unperturbed. Don't make it hard for him. Huang Jiaofu does indeed know a lot, but if he dares to say it, the ancestral flow will annihilate him. Li Chia shook his head and smiled. Sir is completely correct. It is not that this lowly one doesn't want to speak. It is because this is a rule of Necropolis. Huang Jiaofu scratched his head and said, Although this lowly one wants to serve sir, I can't go to Night Sea. It is fine, I was just teasing you. Li Chia swung his sleeve and said, You can't help at the place I want to go to anyway. Just wait for my news. I'll let you know right away if it is favorable. Huang Jiaofu bowed again with gratitude and finally left. Young noble, what are we going to Night Sea for? After he left, Chorong Wanxue quietly asked. To take a look. Li Chia looked towards the horizon in quiet contemplation. Chorong Wanxue felt that Li Chia had something on his mind. Although she didn't know the exact details, she was going to quietly follow him no matter what. Li Chia then emotionally declared, Let us go to Night Sea. He had already obtained the key to the prime ominous grave so he could enter any time. But he wanted to see Night Sea first. The ancestral flow master had too many limitations. There were certain things that the master, the protector of Necropolis, had to be wary of. Once a few matters escalate out of control, some ominous and evil beings would emerge. Although the master was reserved when it came to taking action, Li Chia wasn't at all. He would do a few things in the master's stead. Xueqi followed Li Qie to Night Sea, but he apparently was in no hurry. He trod at a slow pace while even being a bit absent-minded. She knew that he was deep in thought. By the time they reached Night Sea, many other cultivators had also rushed here. At this time, many young cultivators were present at Necropolis. There were more than 10 times the usual amount. These young cultivators seemed to be in a hurry as if something big had happened. Xueqi thought that this was a matter of course since Night Sea turning clear was indeed a momentous event. She took note of the young cultivators in a hurry and recognized the identities of some of them, speaking with surprise. Distant cloud, misty field, green river. People from the great powers from all the domains have arrived. It's not too surprising. A heaven-piercing event had occurred. Just wait and see when the prime ominous grave opens. At that time, not to mention the great powers from all over the world, even the old men from the ancestral domain won't be able to sit still. Li Qie lightly responded. Even the gods from the ancestral domain will descend? Xueqi took a deep breath and exclaimed. The gods. Li Qie burst out in laughter and shook his head to say, You think they are qualified to be called gods? I do not deny that some of those geezers really have the power for divine titles, but they are not gods, they're only ghosts. Xueqi shuddered and whispered. Young noble, you can't utter such words carelessly. The ancestral domain has an incomparable status in the sacred netherworld. If these words were to be heard, I'm afraid you would become the public enemy of the entire ghost race. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of demons and monsters. I don't care much for them. Haha, I have waited forever for those buried ghastly things to come out. Li Qie calmly said. Xueqi only gently sighed and stopped advising Li Qie. But then her curiosity was suddenly piqued. The ancestral domain probably won't come down. I heard that it was opened not too long ago, so it won't come down for another several dozen years. The chance is still there. Li Qie said. Trust me, at that time, some people won't be able to sit still without going mad. Xueqi shuddered. The gods from the ancestral domain descending. What kind of majestic scene would that be? Rumor has it that year, in order to recruit Chanyang as their descendant, the ancestral domain sent down only one person. Countless ghost tribes went to greet him, including people from the emperor's lineages. Even the myriad bones throne sent someone for their reception. Her heart started to beat faster at the thought of the gods descending. Maybe it was like what Li Qie said, this matter truly pierced the heavens. She didn't know what was going to happen, but she understood that this great development would lead to inevitable changes. In fact, while the two were inside the ancestral flow, a message had spread across the world. Seeing Li Qie in silence caused Huang Jiaofu to anxiously rub his hands and say, Sir, please intercede for this lowly one. Regardless of whether I am successful or not, this lowly one will repay, sir. This lowly one knows that there is a treasure grove in Necropolis. It holds a legendary divine item. As long as Sir puts in a few words for this lowly one, then this lowly one will tell Sir of its location. Xueqi shuddered. Rumors had always claimed that there were divine items in Necropolis, but no one had ever heard of anyone actually obtaining the treasure grove or these divine items. Huang Jiaofu was definitely telling the truth at this time. Huang Jiaofu, you greatly underestimate me. Li Qie shook his head and continued, If I wanted Necropolis treasures, then not to mention this treasure trove, I could even take the entire treasure mountain. As long as I am willing, there would be nothing in here that I can't take. Do you know why I took that person out of Necropolis that year? It was only because I appreciated his talents. Chapter 456. The gathering at Night Sea. News of Night Sea becoming clear quickly spread across Necropolis to all of the great powers in the nether border. And in a short dozen days, the news spread across the entire sacred nether world. This news was simply too shocking. Many people didn't mind opening gateways to traverse the plains in order to send this news to their sects at the fastest speed. Many sect masters and royal lords were astonished by this news and quickly called for their elders to convene. Even the Undyings, ancestors, and legendary masters that were buried underground were stunned as well by this news. Night Sea has turned clear? An ancestor asked in disbelief. Even the earliest records state that Night Sea had always been black like ink. It is an ominous ground that buries even virtuous paragons. What could have caused it to turn clear and no longer drown people in just one night? The old Undyings who hid underground were disturbed. Even the ancestors from the great powers didn't mind breaking their seals in order to find out more information. Countless speculations traveled far and wide. In just a short period of time, all kinds of rumors emerged. Some even said that the world was about to change. This type of speculation was not without merit. Not long ago, the day suddenly turned dark and the lost mythical island disappeared instantaneously. Now, Night Sea had turned clear overnight. Such heaven-shaking events happening one after another were most likely not a coincidence. This led to many imaginative speculations. Many ancestors from the great powers felt that something big was about to happen. Could it be that the prime ominous grave is about to open? An ancestor guessed after hearing about the clear Night Sea. Or is it that someone will successfully find the key within this generation? Not just one or two people thought this way. Many undyings and ancestors believed that there was a large chance that the grave would open. Some great powers were very excited at this idea. Many even sent young disciples to Necropolis for the first time. Such a thing was not surprising because the prime ominous grave was full of temptation. Even the undyings and ancestors who had experienced many storms in their lives couldn't restrain themselves. Many great fortunes awaited them if they could enter the grave. Who wouldn't want to take part in such a legendary adventure? And the most mouth-watering part was the rumor of the grave containing a technique for immortality. None of the great characters were able to sit still at such a thought, especially the ancestors that were near death. This was the only way to escape their inevitable fate. The promise of everlasting life was something that could bait even immortal emperors. In just a short amount of time, many young cultivators entered Necropolis from all over the sacred netherworld. On the second day after the change occurred, people found a whirlpool in the middle of Night Sea. This whirlpool reached all the way to the seabed. Some brave adventurers entered the whirlpool and found that there was another vast ocean right beneath Night Sea. This is a new mysterious realm, a previously undiscovered realm. The adventurers were stunned after finding this huge ocean underwater. At this time, people began crossing this ocean in order to discover the riches on the other side of the shore. This discovery quickly leaked out. A mysterious and previously undiscovered realm right below Night Sea had been found. So how could others not be shocked? Could it be that the treasure mountain in Necropolis is about to come into being? After hearing about this mysterious realm, a few ancestors from the great powers thought about a particular legend. Until now, Necropolis had been a paradise of treasures for young cultivators. Many of them excavated great things in the city. For millions of years, there were legends of supreme treasures, divine weapons, and a mysterious treasure mountain. Supreme treasures and divine weapons had been found before. The most famous of these findings was about immortal Emperor Xueqi. It was said that, at a young age, the emperor found an unparalleled treasure in the Ghost River that allowed him to undertake the path towards invincibility. This tale was known and passed down to future generations. Because of immortal Emperor Xueqi's fortune, countless people ran to Necropolis later on in search of treasures. Necropolis, indeed, had supreme treasures and divine weapons. These were not just baseless rumors. However, the mythical treasure mountain had always been a mystery. A very long time ago, it was said that there was a treasure mountain in Necropolis. The specifics and name of the mountain remained unknown. Rumor has it that this treasure could kill even gods and seal all the experts in this world. In short, there were many beliefs surrounding this particular mountain, but no one had seen it before. Even immortal emperors had come to Necropolis in search for it, but they were all unsuccessful. Because no one had actually seen it before, two differing views arose. One stated that there was no treasure mountain at Necropolis and that it was only a rumor. The other one stated that the treasure mountain indeed exists and that it had something to do with the immortal art for everlasting life. The second view was greatly supported by the fact that immortal Emperor Du came back to Necropolis in search for this treasure mountain at an old age. Thus, many people made the connection between the two. The sudden change in Night Sea along with the discovery of a new mysterious underground realm caused people to contemplate many things. For millions of years, no one had seen this treasure mountain, but now there was a previously undiscovered realm right below Night Sea. This led people to think that the mountain was inside this mysterious realm. After this idea took shape, countless great powers sent young cultivators to Necropolis. Regardless of whether it was for the key to the prime ominous grave or for the mythical treasure mountain, it was worth the risk. Because of this, in just 10 short days, disciples and descendants of the great powers continuously appeared at Necropolis. Many of them were famous geniuses. Within a short period of time, Necropolis became very lively as the young crowd flocked to the city. Even the descendants were willing to venture into this dangerous place. A few particularly strong people garnered quite a bit of attention. For example, Ghost Monk. With a chant, a monk trod the sky to arrive. The moment this monk appeared inside Necropolis, Buddhist chants resounded as if many Buddhas themselves had arrived. However, this scene was different in that, instead of having a peaceful atmosphere typical of the faith, there was a nether and dark air as if evil Buddhas had arrived. This monk exuded a cold yet sacred presence. He seemed to have turned into a nether Buddha, causing others to be quite wary. The young lord of the Zen Ghost tribe, Ghost Monk, has come. The Zen Ghost tribe was a big tribe in the Green River. It was a very powerful group within the ghost race. Their members were born with shaven heads and ordainment markings, so they were meant to be monks since birth. Ghost Monk was a member of this tribe. He was a famous genius in the western Green River. Rumor has it that he had obtained a secret Zen law that paved the way towards a promising future. Ghost Monk arriving should come as no surprise, but even 100 Clan's child is here. A young cultivator said. 100 Clan's child is also here? The genius that can be bestowed the legendary title of God Monarch? There was no lack of geniuses amongst the youths that arrived at Necropolis. However, compared to distinguished characters like Ghost Monk, these other geniuses paled in comparison. At the Western Green River, 100 Clan's child was a genius on the same level as Ghost Monk. These two were called the two young experts of the Green River, very exceptional amongst the younger generation. 100 Clan's child came from the Kingdom of Gods, a great country that once had 8 god monarchs, quite a fearful accomplishment. 100 Clan's child was the favorite of the Kingdom of God's elders since they believed that he could also become a god monarch in the future. I have arrived. The appearance of another man was even more jolting. A huge foot descended from the heavens as he stepped into Night Sea. Once he was standing above Night Sea, even the rising water could not drown his figure. The moment this foot disappeared, everyone saw a short young man standing above Night Sea's surface. He was only half the height of an ordinary man, but no one dared to look at him with disdain. This short young man's body was filled with muscles, brimming with power as if his bare hands could tear apart dragons and tigers. The most distinctive aspect of this young man was the divine flames burning in his eyes that intertwined to create universal laws. The power of the Grand Tao was frightening like the roars of tidal waves, causing spectators to shudder. Titanic Crescent Saint Child. Chapter 457. Entering Night Sea. Titanic Crescent Saint Child. Many youngsters took a deep breath and exclaimed after seeing this humble-statured young man. Despite being undersized, no one dared to underestimate him. On the contrary, many geniuses quickly stepped back with changed expressions. The Titanic Crescent sacred ground was an extremely prestigious emperor's lineage in the northern Misty Field. It was created by immortal Emperor Ju Tian. Although the emperor's title was Titanic Crescent, the truth was that the emperor was extremely short because he came from a dwarven tribe. There were once people who referred to their ghost tribe as 3-inch nail ghosts. However, once immortal Emperor Ju Tian shouldered the heaven's will, no one dared to call his tribe members 3-inch nails anymore. Although Titanic Crescent Saint Child was small, he was the direct descendant of the emperor and the saint child of the sacred ground. He was notoriously ruthless and many had died at his hands. Emperors' lineages arriving caused the atmosphere at Necropolis to become quite tense. Even emperors' lineages could no longer sit still. This made many people think that the treasure mountain was truly about to appear. Because of this, countless cultivators recklessly rushed into the ocean beneath Night Sea in order to reach the shore on the other side. However, amidst their desperate crossing, they were barred before reaching the shore. The scene before them shocked them completely. They were forced to stop without being able to swim any further, let alone being able to reach the shore. Meanwhile, Li Chia and Qiurong Wanxue wasted a lot of time at the ancestral flow, so they belonged to the group of cultivators that were late to arrive at Night Sea. Qiurong Wanxue couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the scene. They had been catching fish at this place for a month, so she was used to the black as ink sea. But now, the blue ocean waves were assaulting the shore with pure, clear water. This was a perfect habitat for fishes and birds. The Night Sea that once caused others to be cautious had now become a scenic location. What could have turned Night Sea into this? Qiurong Wanxue couldn't help but murmur. Li Chia looked towards the far distance beyond Night Sea. He had heard of the whirlpool and knew more than everyone else regarding the mysterious realm below. Chief, Brother Li, we are over here. They suddenly heard a joyous cry. A group was waving their hands and ran closer to the two of them. These 6 people were Peng Zhuang's group. They were loitering around the shore and saw Li Qie and Xueqi, so they excitedly rushed over. Chief, Brother Li, you guys are finally here. We have been waiting for so long. Peng Zhuang happily spoke. With all these treasure lights radiating around you all, it seems that you guys have had a decent harvest. Li Qie looked at them and smiled. Peng Zhuang scratched his head and happily replied, "It is all because Brother Li guided us to the right spot. Hee, young nightfish are indeed amazing things. Don't be impertinent. Address him as young noble." Xueqi looked at the youths and said in a serious manner, "Young noble Li is a great benefactor to our tribe. Do not be disrespectful from now on, understand?" The 6 of them all stared at Li Qie. They didn't know what he had done, but they didn't dare to go against the chief's words, so they quickly changed their attitudes. "Young noble, a whirlpool leading to the seabed has appeared in Night Sea. Below it is a vast ocean. I heard that it is a very mysterious realm. I also heard that the treasure mountain might come out of there. Should we go on an adventure to check it out?" Peng Zhuang eagerly asked. The 6 of them wanted to go much sooner, but their cultivation was too weak, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. They lingered around Night Sea to wait for their chief before doing anything else. Li Qie only smiled without answering. He went to the shore and cupped a handful of water, then drank it. Myriad immortal source grass, God subduing evil tree, heaven study peerless water, 100 Tao eager blood. Li Qie savored the taste of the sea and became quite moved. Some of the things in this water were extremely unbelievable. The 6 youths were fine after hearing Li Qie name several things that they had never heard of before, but Xueqi was quite startled. The names were all supreme immortal items. Each and every single one of them were very rare in this world. She had never seen them before since they were completely out of her reach. She shivered while listening to Li Qie as he called out each item. Why did Night Sea's water contain these things? And also the young leaf from the world tree. In the end, Li Qie clicked his tongue and murmured, "Oh boy, Imp really broke a leg here. All of these things require several generations to gather. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to gather all of them in just one." After tasting the young leaf of the world tree in the water, Li Qie immediately knew who did it. He had suspicions of this before, but now he was certain that Imp had taken action. Young noble is saying that Night Sea turning clear has something to do with Imp? Xueqi emotionally asked. Imp did it. Oh Imp. You still haven't given up, this is suicidal. Li Qie nodded his head and exclaimed. Then he stared into the sea and murmured, "We have to find Imp first." The young group didn't know who Imp was, but they were very excited after hearing Li Qie say that he wanted to go to the underground ocean. Peng Zhuang quickly asked, "Do we start right now?" "We have to prepare first." The only female disciple spoke. For the past dozen days, many people went inside, including descendants from the great powers. I heard that several big battles occurred and many have died. Yes, not only have geniuses such as Golden Child, Ghost Monk, and 100 Clans Child come, but even Titanic Crescent Saint Child and Ghost Insect Evil Child came as well. They are descendants from emperors' lineages and are even direct scion of immortal emperors. I heard that they are almost unbeatable. A different disciple added. Peng Zhuang nodded his head in agreement before saying, "Right. Oh man, Ghost Insect Evil Child is very scary, even more so than a ghost. I don't even dare to look at his face again. Don't cause more trouble for young noble. Right now, Necropolis is very dangerous and unpredictable. You guys need to leave Necropolis first and meet up with Elder Ji's group." Li Qie nodded and added, "Your chief is right. You guys shouldn't go to such a place. I cannot guarantee your safety since it is even more dangerous than the Night Sea of the past. Young noble will be doing something important, so we can't have you all become a distraction for him. Go now." Xueqi knew that the situation was very serious. She didn't wish to see her young noble become distracted by the youths and die in Necropolis. The 6 were very eager to go for a look, but they also understood the severity of the situation. After hearing both their chief and young noble telling them to go back, they didn't dare to ask any more questions. "Chief and young noble can rest assured. We will leave Necropolis and meet Elder Ji right away." Peng Zhuang hurriedly spoke. Li Chia nodded and said, "Go, leaving Necropolis is probably a good thing. We are currently in the eye of the storm, but sooner or later, the situation will shift. You guys are not safe here." The 6 of them knew that they were too weak. Not to mention the geniuses, there was a big gap between them and the ordinary disciples from the great powers. They obediently listened to their chief and Li Chia. Li Chia stared at Night Sea and knew that he could not delay this any further, so he told Xueqi, "We shall go, I hope that we can catch up to him." She quickly followed him into the whirlpool in the center of Night Sea. Watching the 2 of them depart made the young group of 6 glance at each other. A disciple spoke. "Did you guys feel something?" Young noble and the chief seem to have changed a lot in this short amount of time. "I think so too." The female disciple added. "I think they are a lot closer. Did you guys notice?" The chief's gaze at young noble was very gentle. Another one scratched his head and said, "Are you sure? Will they really become a couple?" "Haha, for sure," Peng Zhuang said with a devious smile. "I think they are a match made in heaven. In my opinion, they are about to get together." "Really?" The rest responded in unison. Peng Zhuang then continued with a perverted smile. "If the chief and young noble keep on staying together all alone, a flame will then spark, am I right?" The other 5 disciples looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time. "It really is a possibility." Having said that, the group all smiled mischievously. Once Li Chia and Xueqi reached the center, they found a giant whirlpool as water was surging into the vortex. After seeing the whirlpool, Li Chia jumped down right away while hugging Xueqi. They kept on swirling downward until their feet eventually reached the seabed. After exiting the whirlpool, they noticed an ocean suffused with a slight golden shade as if it was a vast sea of gold. Titanic Crescent Saint Child. Many youngsters took a deep breath and exclaimed after seeing this humble-statured young man. Despite being undersized, no one dared to underestimate him. On the contrary, many geniuses quickly stepped back with changed expressions. The Titanic Crescent's sacred ground was an extremely prestigious emperor's lineage in the northern Misty Field. It was created by immortal Emperor Ju Tian. Although the emperor's title was Titanic Crescent, the truth was that the emperor was extremely short because he came from a dwarven tribe. There were once people who referred to their ghost tribe as 3-inch nail ghosts. However, once immortal Emperor Ju Tian shouldered the heaven's will, no one dared to call his tribe members 3-inch nails anymore. Chapter 458. Conjuring the storm. At this point, Xueqi couldn't help but point to the sky above and ask, "What's that?" The sky was shrouded by thick clouds of blood that spanned the entire ocean. It was as if blood was flowing in these clouds that blocked the sky. Occasionally, flashes of lightning would appear as if they were about to rend the sky asunder. Li Chia looked at the clouds of blood and replied, "That is a very terrifying thing." He then looked at the vast sea and continued, "We have to go. We have tarried for too long. Imp might have already reached that place." "Do we fly?" Xueqi asked while looking at the vast sea. "No, we can't fly in this place. If you forcefully fly, lightning will tear you apart. An invincible power looms over this place, so no one can fly. We will have to ride the waves." After hearing this, Xueqi attempted to fly up. She only got a few meters off the ground before an extremely heavy force pushed her back down. "This ocean is very vast. If we ride the waves, it will still take several days. I'll assist you for a while." Li Chia hugged her by the waist and didn't give her the time to refuse. He surfed on the ocean surface with a speed as fast as lightning. Xueqi started to blush since she was being held by the waist by Li Chia's robust hand. And when she leaned against his tough physique, she felt hot all over as she lost her strength. A numbing sensation slowly spread throughout her body. Xueqi's eyes rippled with emotions as she secretly glanced at Li Chia, but he was still riding the waves nonchalantly. She gently leaned on his shoulder. Although this vast expanse didn't only have the 2 of them, she was lost in this feeling of safety and didn't care for the eyes of others. She only wanted to hug him even tighter. Even though Li Chia was as fast as lightning, this sea was extremely vast, so he could not reach the shore in a short amount of time. During this trip, other cultivators were also recklessly flocking deeper into the unknown. Some were riding treasure ships, some were riding aquatic creatures, and some were riding the waves like Li Chia. However, all of them stopped at a deeper juncture in the ocean. Many tried different methods to pass this, but all had failed. Even geniuses had to give up at this point, such as Ghost Monk, Golden Child, and 100 Clans Child. Even Emperor's descendants such as Titanic Crescent Saint Child and Ghost Insect Evil Child were blocked as well. These arrogant prodigies utilized a variety of methods and exhausted many treasures to no avail. Everyone felt that the treasure mountain of Necropolis had to be on the other side, so no one was willing to leave. They all stayed here, waiting. Many of them decided to form alliances to surpass this difficult blockade. Of course, the biggest camp was Ghost Insect Evil Child's because he was the descendant of an emperor's lineage. The groups of Ghost Monk and 100 Clans Child also had very high appeal. Amidst the discussions on how to proceed through this sea, a surprising piece of news emanated throughout the entire sacred netherworld. Tian Luanhui has come out from his cultivation session and is coming to Necropolis to learn more about the mysticisms of this place. No one knew who spread this news at such a rapid pace. This news reached the eastern nether border and Necropolis. Not to mention the younger generation, even the previous generation became quite alarmed. After hearing this, a ghost king from the previous generation exclaimed, Tian Luanhui, the most mysterious of the three heroes, has finally made a move. Tian Luanhui, one of the three heroes in the sacred netherworld, could be described as a force that could cause the world to cower. He came from the Alira's ancient kingdom and was its descendant. Some even said that the current ghost king of the kingdom wanted to pass his throne to Tian Luanhui but was refused since Tian Luanhui wished to focus on cultivation. The Alira's ancient kingdom was a lineage with 2 emperors. Although it was not comparable to the forever brilliant Myriad Bones throne, it was still very formidable. Some considered it a miracle of the emperor's era. 2 emperors came out from the kingdom with the gap of a single generation. This was indeed a very rare occurrence. What was even more unusual was that the founding emperor, along with the second emperor, had 2 very unique imperial titles. They were called Immortal Emperor Yi Shi and Immortal Emperor Er Shi. Some in the sacred netherworld believed that Immortal Emperor Yi Shi inside Tian Luanhui was awakening in order to become an immortal emperor once more in this generation. Tian Luanhui, who had been keeping a low profile for a long time, suddenly coming out from his cultivation session and going to Necropolis set off huge waves. Even ghost kings from the previous generation were very wary of Tian Luanhui. This man has the knowledge of an immortal emperor. If he explores Necropolis, perhaps he could unlock its secret and even obtain the treasure mountain. A ghost king exclaimed with a changed expression after hearing about Tian Luanhui's arrival. Everyone knew that Tian Luanhui might be Immortal Emperor Yi Shi's reincarnation. If this was the case, then with his rich knowledge, there was a big chance of him solving Necropolis mysteries and obtaining the treasure mountain. The news of Tian Luanhui going to the eastern nether border was first received by the territory's largest lineage, the Myriad Bones throne. Since Tian Luanhui has come out, how could I, Dizwa, be missing? An extremely domineering voice and attitude came out from inside the Myriad Bones throne. Dizwa, one of the 3 heroes, finally declared his intention. This message was also spread across the world, resulting in the sadness of many young men. Even heavenly sovereigns from the previous generation lamented with soft sighs. Dizwa was qualified to be arrogant. As one of the 3 heroes, he was no lesser than Tian Luanhui. Although his birth did not shock the world like Tian Luanhui's and he didn't have the halo of an immortal emperor at that time, becoming the inheritor of the Myriad Bones throne was indicative of his abilities. In a sect that produced 3 emperors, devilish geniuses were as common as stray dogs. Dizwa being able to rise to the top and seize his fame spoke plenty to his strength. If Tian Luanhui was born as the heaven's proud son, then Dizwa had used his own strength and talent to earn his name. As his name would suggest, the throne of the kingdom was Dizwa's alone. He alone was invincible, basking in all the glory. His talents and strength deterred the entire world as his battle record would cause others to turn pale. At this point, Xueqi couldn't help but point to the sky above and ask, "What's that?" The sky was shrouded by thick clouds of blood that spanned the entire ocean. It was as if blood was flowing in these clouds that blocked the sky. Occasionally, flashes of lightning would appear as if they were about to rend the sky asunder. Li Chia looked at the clouds of blood and replied, "That is a very terrifying thing." He then looked at the vast sea and continued, "We have to go. We have tarried for too long. Imp might have already reached that place." Chapter 459. An unbelievable scene when it came to D's was record. People from the sacred netherworld could talk about it forever as if it was a common household topic. At the age of 10, he could defeat royal nobles. At 15, he triumphed over ancient saints. And when he became 18, he alone soared into the North Ridge country at the eastern nether border. This country with an ancient lineage could not stop D's was rampage throughout the entire land as he overthrew its royal family. An army of 500,000 cavalry formed a blockade, but it was still unable to deter his path. While in the sky and under the combined attacks from enlightened beings and ancient saints, D's fought till the sky itself collapsed as he killed his way into the North Ridge's capital. Amidst the fierce crowd of experts, D's eventually killed the North Ridge Ghost King who possessed the strength of a heavenly sovereign. After that battle, the ancient North Ridge country collapsed. From then on, it was separated into many smaller countries and no longer had any semblance of its former prestige. D's shocked the world as his fame reverberated throughout the four desolaces. All were frightened as other geniuses were overshadowed by D's record. Some devilish geniuses were not happy with D's being listed as one of the three heroes, but after hearing about this battle, they could only become silent for a long time before resigning themselves with a lamenting sigh. The battle of one against an entire ancient country. How domineering and unbeatable was this? This battle placed D's into a supreme position amongst the younger generation. From then on, when people referred to D's they would also add the word Sir. Today, D's eventual arrival at Necropolis would turn the excited anticipation of many geniuses into resignation. Countless people were full of hope, ambition, and even confidence for the treasure mountain in Necropolis coming into being or the eventual opening of the prime ominous grave. This turmoil would bring about a new change, allowing an opportunity for them to shine and create a new, illustrious reputation. But now, after hearing about D's arrival, all of these ambitious youngsters couldn't help but feel their aspirations collapsing. The three heroes were like unsurpassable mountains who continuously pressured all the minds of the younger generation. Even the most arrogant genius would have to acquiesce in the face of a devil's pawn like D's. This scene was already astonishing enough, but it was far from over. Opposite of the Golden Ocean was the Black Sea. At its edge, hundreds of thousands of ferry handlers were in a formation. People who had been to Night Sea had never seen so many handlers like this before. Some once assumed that there were only 100 handlers at most, but now, they knew that this was certainly not the case. Standing right at the edge of the Black Sea was an enormous black shadow akin to a giant. Its foot was trampling the ocean while its head towered over the sky. The shadow's head was not revealed, but it exuded a dark air that caused others to feel the creeps. It was as if this shadow had come from the depths of hell. Anyone who looked at this shadow would shiver in fear. The countless fairy handlers present all spewed out a never-ending black blood energy that eventually aggregated into a mysterious and strange-looking magical rune that hovered over the head of the gigantic black shadow. This rune sent down red strands of light that pierced into the head of this giant. Nobody dared to look at this eerie and mysterious rune. A young expert who wasn't afraid of evil forces wanted to study this black rune. After looking at it for 5 minutes, he suddenly fell down as his soul was devoured. He didn't even have the chance to scream. A fish king swallowing the sky and a gigantic black shadow were confronting each other in this ocean, dividing it into halves, one golden and one black. They both exuded a presence that caused people to tremble and forced them to stay far away. Judging from their posturing, the two seemed to be especially cautious. The moment they took action, it would mean the rending of the heaven and earth, the annihilation of all existences. This dominating scene caused everyone to sit on the sideline, waiting. And it wasn't only because of this inevitable battle. Without a ferry handler, cultivators could not venture past the Black Sea. This Black Sea was just like the old Night Sea. Once one set foot inside, they would drown in this black water. Without a ferry handler, death was assured. Versus. Chapter 460. Deadlock. Because of this confrontation between the two armies, it was obvious that the ferry handlers would not be friendly enough to take the cultivators across. Some tried to take the long way around, but there were no results. This ocean did not have a limit, so one couldn't reach the end. There was only one option. Go past the Golden Ocean to reach the shore on the other side of the Black Sea. There was a very amazing young cultivator who used his family heirloom to project a divination. He found that there was definitely a shore at the other side of the Black Sea. However, no one could get across without the assistance of the ferry handlers. And because of this confrontation, They could only wait until after the end of the war. Maybe there would be a chance to use the ferries then. Xueqi became pale from horror after seeing this stalemate and exclaimed, "What is that?" She couldn't believe her own eyes that reflected this shocking scene. When she looked up at the supreme immortal article in the sky, Lichia quickly covered her eyes and shook his head to say, "Don't look at that article. It is the most profound and mystical article in this heaven and earth. One glance is fine, but with your cultivation, a second glance will result in death." After hearing this, Xueqi didn't dare to look again. She took a deep breath and gazed towards the two armies in the distance. "What exactly is happening here?" she emotionally asked. Lichia looked at the Fish King and then the gigantic shadow before replying, "A battle for sovereignty." She seemed to gain a bit of understanding as to why people were only able to go out into night sea with the help of the ferry handlers. So it turned out that the handlers and the young night fish were enemies. No wonder why all the handlers disappeared overnight after the change. So they had all gathered at this place. Did the sovereignty over night sea previously belong to the ferry handlers? Xueqi asked. Lichia nodded lightly and replied, "You can put it that way. However, their opponents can also fight back. The young night fish had always been waiting for an opportunity. Imp has disturbed the balance, so things are now different. Thus, the two sides were forced to meet each other." What exactly is going on? Xueqi couldn't help but curiously ask. What do the young night fish and the ferry handlers represent? What is their status in Necropolis? The recent events had escaped the boundaries of her imagination. Everything she had seen before could not compare to her recent encounters. Necropolis inhabitants, the ferry handlers, the young night fish. Before this, no one felt anything special about the three, but now, it was different. It seemed that the three sides were not in the same camp. It appeared that the sentiments were the local residents while the fish and the handlers had special positions. Lichia didn't answer as he hugged her while walking above the sea. They inconspicuously went closer to the Golden Sea. With so many young cultivators stopping here, this place had quickly become a bustling bazaar. Because of the long wait, people had taken out their pavilions and mansions. They intended to wait here for a while until the end of the battle. At this time, the objects that were the most abundant at this place would be the ships that were anchored at this sea. The largest one was the size of a town while the smallest was the size of a small boat. Then there were some pavilions and mansions scattered amidst this sea of ships. Everyone set up their camps and even divided themselves into their own territories. They were still situated very far from the actual battleground since they didn't want to be close to that side of the sea. The battle between the Fish King and the gigantic shadow would be too terrifying. It could even shatter this world. So no one dared to get close. It could be said that this area was very lively. Outside of some groups chattering about, some even used this location to sell items just like back in town. It was very rare to have cultivators come from all over the world, so it was indeed a great chance for business. Many shops were erected and they tried to find customers. Meanwhile, a few cultivators were bored of waiting. One of them grunted, "The two bosses have not made a move for 10 days. When will this stalemate, this war end?" A more patient cultivator retorted, "Only the heavens will know. However, we have to wait for the treasure mountain." Throughout the millions of years, Necropolis had been thoroughly excavated, but no one was able to find it. The shore beyond this place is the only other possible location. One of the more optimistic members stated with no intent of leaving, "What are we afraid of? Wait until after the battle ends, then follow the fish. We can sneak attack them and maybe we'll even be able to pull up hundreds of thousands of fish. Then we will be rich men. With that many fish, we would be able to trade for whatever we wanted. I had my eyes on a heavenly mineral in Necropolis, but that sentiment was adamant with his price of 300 fish. I will wait for this opportunity to make a fortune." Some of the impatient ones headed back in order to find the legendary key to the prime ominous grave. They didn't know that even if they dug 3 meters down all over Necropolis, they still wouldn't be able to find the key because it was already in Lichia's possession. After they reached this territory and looked at all the parked ships, Xueqi remained cautious about the two opposing military forces in the distance and quietly whispered, "How come the ancestral flow master didn't come here? Sentiments might not be able to come here, but the master was a living being. Moreover, the master was in charge of Necropolis. Now, a heaven-shaking war was about to break out at this place, so Xueqi was quite perplexed due to the master's lack of action. This is only a small-scale battle. It won't be able to change anything. Imp broke the previous balance, so the fish and the handlers were forced to fight. Li Qie replied with a grin. Xueqi took a deep breath and asked, "This is only considered a small-scale battle? Anyone would be able to tell that the Fish King and the gigantic shadow were unfathomable existences capable of plucking the moon from the sky. The battle of these two would be able to annihilate the earth. In the face of these existences, even the most powerful youths would be mere ants. How could this battle possibly be considered small?" "What about a large-scale battle?" she had to ask. "A large-scale battle?" Li Qie narrowed his eyes and answered as he gazed at the two armies. "A large-scale battle would pierce the heavens. Once a large-scale battle commences, the Fish King and the Ghost Shadow would only be part of the insignificant vanguard." Xueqi jumped after hearing this. She felt that the gigantic shadow and the Fish King were already invincible. Even heavenly kings would be powerless before them. Yet these existences were only minor characters? They are only minor characters? Then, who would be the existences in control of a large-scale battle? Xueqi emotionally asked. "Just wait. One day you will witness such a battle. When that day comes, all the tribes in the sacred netherworld should pray for their safety. It will be a very destructive war." Li Qie nonchalantly replied. Xueqi felt a chill in her heart because Li Qie's words left her restless. Li Qie advanced further above the sea while hugging Xueqi. They didn't make it too far before a young man approached. This young man looked like a romantic scholar without seeming to be weak. Many divine images were behind the young man as if there were spirits protecting his Tao path. Alongside sacred hymns, divine lights shot out from his body as if the gods were teaching him the Tao. "This must be the famous Tao friend, Li Qie?" The young man looked at Li Qie and clasped his hands together. Li Qie took a glimpse at the young man with a poker face. Xueqi gently pulled his sleeve and whispered, "He is the 100 Clans child. The 100 Clans child, the prince from the kingdom of gods and a famous genius at the western Green River." Many young cultivators were alarmed at the sight of the two. One of them whispered, "The 100 Clans child is trying to recruit more people to his camp. That is Li Qie, a ferocious newcomer. He killed Mo Li Dao and Yi Sha in one breath. It's no wonder why the 100 Clans child is personally recruiting him." "What do you want?" Li Qie looked at the 100 Clans child and asked. The 100 Clans child was quite polite and went straight to the point with a smile. "I believe fellow Taoist Li also wants to reach the other shore and can understand the current situation. Crossing alone is impossible. So how about we all work together to cross the sea?" "Is that so?" Li Qie lazily replied. He had no interest in joining an alliance since he had many methods if he wanted to cross. "Fellow Taoist Li may not know, but we have an alliance that consists of hundreds of young heroes. All of them are famous contemporary experts. Moreover, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child is in charge. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to reach the shore on the other side." The 100 Clans child persuaded. Because of this confrontation between the two armies, it was obvious that the ferry handlers would not be friendly enough to take the cultivators across. Some tried to take the long way around, but there were no results. This ocean did not have a limit, so one couldn't reach the end. There was only one option. Go past the Golden Ocean to reach the shore on the other side of the Black Sea. There was a very amazing young cultivator who used his family heirloom to project a divination. He found that there was definitely a shore at the other side of the Black Sea. However, no one could get across without the assistance of the ferry handlers. And because of this confrontation, they could only wait until after the end of the war. Maybe there would be a chance to use the ferries. Chapter 461. Ghost Insect Evil Child. At this time, many young cultivators formed alliances in order to work together to overcome the present predicament. Two of the biggest alliances were led by the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child. This was not strange at all. The Saint Child came from the Titanic Crescent sacred ground while the Evil Child came from the Insect King imperial lineage. Both of these were emperors' lineages. The Saint Child and the Evil Child were the most exceptional and famous amongst the young generation. So naturally, they took the mantle of leadership. Because of their status and position, geniuses like the 100 Clans Child and Ghost Monk happily joined their alliances. Li Qie gained a lot of fame after killing Mo Li Dao and Yi Sha, so the 100 Clans Child's Camp would be glad to have him become a member. Thanks, but I prefer to be alone. Li Qie smiled then shook his head, rejecting the offer. The 100 Clans Child did not give up. Fellow Daoistly, as the proverb says, the bigger the crowd, the mightier they become. I'm afraid no one alone will be able to surpass this difficult trial. Our alliance has an expert, the Titanic Crescent Saint Child, so why don't you cooperate with us? Everyone will take care of each other, and we shall reap the benefits from it. This so-called difficult trial only applies to other people. It is not a problem for me. Li Qie lazily replied, seemingly lacking all interest. After hearing this, the 100 Clans Child's eyes narrowed as a glimmer flashed across his pupils. He then asked, so fellow Daoistly has a way to cross this ocean? Could you reveal a thing or two? Why do I have to tell you? Li Qie leered at him and continued. You guys can go your own way and I shall go on mine without any entanglement. Li Qie's arrogant attitude annoyed the 100 Clans Child. His country was ancient and powerful within the sacred netherworld. Although it was not equal to an emperor's lineage, it was only inferior by a slight margin. As its descendant and prince, his status was high and mighty. Today, he came to recruit Li Qie because he had heard of Li Qie's powerful cultivation. Otherwise, how could an ordinary human get into his sight? He didn't expect Li Qie to give him no face. Way too arrogant. He then replied in a deep tone, fellow Daoistly, one has to rely on friends once they go outside. If you have a good method, then please do share. You will also benefit in the future by doing so. Too wordy, Li Qie waved his sleeve and said, I shall do as I please. Stop blabbering. My patience is limited. The 100 Clans Child's expression sank. This was far more than simple displeasure. So you are Li Qie? Suddenly, an aggressive and arrogant voice came. A group led by a young man came closer. Many nearby cultivators quickly parted since they didn't want to mess with these people. Anyone who saw the young man leading the group would jump in fear. He wore a black robe and was as thin as a bamboo tree. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, this was not the reason to be horrified. There was a cyst-like protrusion on the young man's forehead, extremely disgusting. And something that resembled a bug was moving inside. There was indeed a worm inside this cyst-like protrusion and sometimes, it would stick its head out. It had a ferocious and nausea-inducing appearance. Anyone who looked at it would get an unbearably creepy sensation. The arrival of this young man grossed everyone out as they took a step back. Ghost insect evil child. The young cultivators all changed their expressions while the girls turned pale. In both the Western Green River and the whole sacred netherworld, the evil child was the young genius that others feared the most. He hailed from the Insect King imperial lineage, a very ancient inheritance that was established before the emperor's era. It was far older than many great powers in the sacred netherworld. It was created by immortal Emperor Chong Huang. Since the start of time, the emperor that scared the souls out of people the most was immortal Emperor Tian Tu, and the one that was the most creepy was immortal Emperor Chong Huang. The evil child would have to be somewhat mindful of the Phoenix Maiden since she was Sir D's fiancée. Not long ago, the prince felt humiliated after being slapped by Li Qie, so he quickly got the evil child's backing by joining his alliance. Many spectators gazed at Li Qie with sympathy. They felt that opposing the evil child would result in an unwanted and terrible fate. They couldn't help but shiver at such a thought. A young cultivator shook his head and said, This little human killed Mo Li Dao and slayed Yi Sha. He could be considered the next generation's monster, but it is unfortunate that he has to meet the evil child today. Everyone could already imagine Li Qie's inevitably miserable outcome. With the backing of the evil child, the divine Spark Prince's courage soared as he arrogantly sneered at Li Qie. Human ant, quickly prostrate before me. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll only break your 4 limbs and destroy your cultivation while sparing your dog life. However, before the prince could finish, Li Qie had already slapped him. Ah! The prince screamed out. He spat out some blood along with some loose teeth. Where is this wild dog's barking coming from? So annoying. Li Qie slowly wiped his hand with a handkerchief as if it was stained by something dirty. Everyone was fazed by this blatant provocation, slapping the prince right in front of the evil child. This palm did not only slap the prince's face, but also the evil child's. The divine Spark Prince was not a weakling, but he didn't have the strength to meet Li Qie's palm, so he was blown away. The ghost insect evil child's face greatly changed. He went out of his way to stand out for the prince, but this human junior still dared to slap the prince. This was giving him zero face. With a dark expression as his eyes gave an awe-inspiring glare, the evil child uttered, "Human ant, how do you want to die?" Meanwhile, the insect inside his forehead was still squirming around. "Brother ghost insect, cut off his limbs first," the prince shouted. "Then let the nether insect king bite him. Let him experience a fate worse than death. Let him scream for 100 years, noisy." Li Qie swung his hand. The prince was well prepared this time, but he still couldn't evade the blow. Bang! He was slapped, flying really far away once more as his blood splattered everywhere. "You dare?" The evil child's expression became fierce as he shouted, "Human ant, I'll make you wish for death." Whoosh! The protrusion broke apart as the insect flew out and tried to bite Li Qie at lightning speed. A nether insect king! Many people screamed and swiftly ran away in fear. No one wanted to experience the terrible fate of being bitten by this insect. "Watch out!" Chorong Wanxue quickly warned him as her complexion paled. What hole did this bug come out from? However, Li Qie was as calm as ever. He flipped his right palm and suddenly, the myriad heavenly cauldron appeared in his hand. Boom! Refined flames from the heaven and earth suddenly soared to the sky. With the cry of a phoenix, this flame turned into a phoenix as it pecked at the nether insect king. At this time, many young cultivators formed an alliance in order to work together to overcome the present predicament. Two of the biggest alliances were led by the Titanic Crescent Saint Child and the Ghost Insect Evil Child. This was not strange at all. The Saint Child came from the Titanic Crescent sacred ground while the Evil Child came from the Insect King Emperor imperial lineage. Both were emperors' lineages. They were the most exceptional and famous amongst the young generation, so naturally, they took the mantle of leadership. Because of their status and position, geniuses like the 100 Clans Child and Ghost Monk happily joined their alliances. Chapter 462. Titanic Crescent Saint Child. The Nether Insect King became horrified. It let out a squeak before turning around to flee. It was very scared of this fiery phoenix created by the amalgamation of refined worldly flames. Li Qie's myriad heavenly cauldron was the #1 cauldron in this world since it had devoured countless refined flames. Its fire was the purest of its kind, something that was capable of refining all things. The Nether Insect King was not afraid of the flames from ordinary cauldrons, but the flames of this phoenix were its nemesis. If it was engulfed by these flames, then its destruction would be assured. An existence like the Nether Insect King was extremely nutritious for the myriad heavenly cauldron. The Ghost Insect Evil Child quickly caught up to the insect and shouted, "Return!" The insect then crawled back and hid in the Evil Child's forehead, not daring to show itself again. After losing its goal, the fiery phoenix then flew back to the myriad heavenly cauldron. Everyone gasped because they knew that this insect was very fierce. Normally, it would not be scared of the heaven or earth, but just now, it lost its mind in fear as if it had met its maker and immediately fled. How could people not become astonished at such a scene? The source of terror, the Nether Insect King, actually ran away. Many cultivators then realized that the little cauldron in Li Qie's hand was an amazing treasure. "Do you think you are invincible with just a little furnace?" The evil child coldly spoke. The evil child, as the master of the insect, had always basked in the fear of others running away the instant they saw it. He didn't expect for the insect to flee so quickly and make him, the master, lose all face. "If you have some skill, then come try it. If not, then get the hell out of my presence. Do not waste my time." Li Qie was too lazy to look at the evil child as he slowly spoke these words. Everyone looked at each other and felt that this brat was too arrogant and forceful. How many people would dare to enrage a descendant of an emperor's lineage like the evil child? Chorong Wanxue's heart jumped as she secretly worried for Li Qie since the evil child was a famous genius in the sacred netherworld. The evil child had an unsightly expression on his face at the moment. Outside of invincible existences like Di Zua, who amongst the younger generation would dare to challenge his prestige? His glare became sharp as ghastly energy surged all over the sky. This thing doesn't know life from death. The evil child at this time looked like an evil ghost from hell, especially with the worm wiggling around in his forehead. "Careful!" Chorong Wanxue quickly warned Li Qie. Umitba, Umitba." However, right when the evil child was about to attack, a Buddhist chant could be heard. A monk showed up next to Lichia and cheerfully smiled at the evil child. Ghost insect, you want to fight? Now, we'll play for a few moves. I heard that you once proclaimed that, outside of the three heroes, you were number one amongst the descendants of the emperor's lineages. Today, this monk will verify your claim of being number one. This monk was the henpecked monk Daji. He came here out of nowhere. Earlier, people already thought that Lichia was being too arrogant for provoking the evil child. But now, a monk climbed out of nowhere and also attacked him. What was going on today? Will there be even more people who will come out to stomp on a genius's foot? Jian Xian. The evil child's expression sank as he coldly declared. You have no business here. Monk Daji shaved his head completely bald so no one recognized him, but they shuddered after hearing the name Jian Xian. Jian Xian? The Nether Crossing Swamp's descendant, the genius of the northern misty field. Those who knew who the monk was were very excited to watch the entertaining development. Both the evil child and the saint child were famous descendants from emperors' lineages, but so was Jian Xian. The Nether Crossing Swamp that was built by immortal Emperor Mingdu was not weaker than the Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground or the Insect King Imperial lineage. However, compared to these two descendants, Jian Xian was not as famous or bombastic as the other two. Regardless, in the sacred netherworld, no one dared to view him with disdain, especially the young geniuses at the northern misty field. 10 years ago, a message came out from the Nether Crossing Swamp indicating that it wished to name Jian Xian as the official successor. Unfortunately, Jian Xian didn't want to bear this responsibility and fled. The ghost insect evil child and the Titanic Crescent saint child were only descendants without an official position, but Jian Xian could have bore the responsibility 10 years ago, demonstrating that he gained the approval from the swamp's elders. This was indicative of his brilliance. Monk Daji placed his palms together and began to chant. Amitba, this farce originally had nothing to do with me, but I'm afraid that you will die an early death in the hands of Brother Li. If this happens, how could I help you verify your bold claim? That was only a joke from Brother Ghost Insect, so Brother Jian Xian doesn't need to take it so seriously. The voice of a short person came along. His humble stature was made up by his powerful momentum, so no one dared to underestimate him. This short person was the Titanic Crescent Saint Child. Even more people gathered as they looked around at each other in anticipation. The sudden gathering of 3 emperors' lineage descendants truly made for a festive occasion. Li Qie, who was the one who started this storm, was suddenly forgotten. Is that so? Monk Daji smiled and continued. Although I have no interest in competing for first place, if someone pats their chest proudly and proclaims to be number one, then I would like to test them. Brother Jian Xian, stop messing around. The saint child quickly mediated. Who in the sacred netherworld doesn't know about your unparalleled talents? Li Qie glanced at them and couldn't be bothered to join in. He then hugged Chorong Wanxue and turned around to leave. The ghost insect evil child blocked his path in a combative manner and dryly said, Want to leave? It's not so easy. Today, Li Qie had caused him to lose quite a bit of face, so how could he spare this human ant? If you want to come, then come. Don't continuously blabber like a girl. Amitba. Brother Li, why the need to kill a chicken with a butcher's blade meant for an ox? Just let me go. The evil child became enraged due to Jian Xian's continuous belligerence towards him, so he exclaimed, Jian Xian, you wish to oppose me? So what if I do? Ghost insect, do you think that I am afraid of you? Monk Daji paid it no mind and smilingly replied. The evil child glared at the monk with an ugly expression. The monk was right. They were both arrogant descendants from emperors' lineages. Neither of them had a reason to be afraid of each other. Brother Jian Xian, there is no need for this. The Titanic Crescent Saint Child continued to smooth things over. Why the need for infighting between us members of the ghost race just because of a human? People would laugh at us if they found out about such a thing. Brother Jian Xian, why are you interfering for a mere human? I didn't say that I was acting on behalf of the ghost race. Monk Daji shook his head and continued. Today, if Ghost Insect wants to fight, then I'll happily entertain him to the very end. So what if I'm annoying him? If he doesn't like it, then get his ass over here. Monk Daji's words were very domineering. He was nothing like one who was following the Buddhist faith, but he indeed was a fake anyway. Many young cultivators and geniuses were watching on the sidelines. Monk Daji was indeed quite blusterous, but he had the qualifications to act this way. The evil child nearly vomited blood from anger as he angrily exclaimed, Jian Xian, you think that I am afraid of you? The two of you can come together. I'll deal with you both. The two of us together? You aren't good enough. You and you, both of you come together. Li Qie looked at them and slowly spoke as he pointed at the evil child and the saint child. Such audacity! The Titanic Crescent saint child retorted with a cold tone. This place isn't somewhere for a human boy like you to show off. The saint child had already wanted to take care of Li Qie after hearing from the 100 Clans child that he might have a method to cross to the other side. Too much nonsense. The moment these words came out from his mouth, Li Qie stomped forward with one foot. This foot that covered the sky resembled a divine mountain breaking the wind to attack. The saint child's expression sank. He shifted his body like a water snake to dodge Li Qie's foot at an unbelievable angle. Die! The evil child swiftly attacked with a force that carried a ghastly energy as vast as the sweeping ocean. Amit Ba! Amit Ba! After chanting, the monk seemingly turned into a Vajrapani. His Buddhist bead swung up into the air like a heaven-shouldering pillar that easily stopped the evil child. After escaping from Li Qie's foot, the saint child told Monk Daji, "Brother Jian Xian, you and I are both from the northern misty field and live in peaceful harmony. Today, you chose to protect this human ant, so don't blame me and Brother Ghost Insect for working together. After we defeat Brother Jian Xian, we'll deal with this human ant all the same." Both of them were quite wary of Monk Daji. One person wanted to kill Li Qie to wash his humiliation away while the other wanted to capture Li Qie alive. Nevertheless, Monk Daji's involvement was problematic. Working together? Li Qie remained still while Monk Daji reacted in a grand manner. He laughed loudly and declared, "Both of you can come together." Baz! Having said that, a surging emperor's power erupted right behind him as if there was an emperor in that spot. The Nether Insect King became horrified. It let out a squeak before turning around to flee. It was very scared of this fiery phoenix created by the amalgamation of refined worldly flames. Li Qie's myriad heavenly cauldron was the #1 cauldron in this world since it had devoured countless refined flames. Its fire was the purest of its kind, something that was capable of refining all things. The Nether Insect King was not afraid of the flames from ordinary cauldrons, but this phoenix's flame was its nemesis. If it becomes engulfed by these flames, then its destruction would be assured. An existence like the Nether Insect King was extremely nutritious for the myriad heavenly cauldron. Chapter 463. A few secrets of the Nether Crossing Swamp. There wasn't a need for pointless chatter or posturing. The Emperor's power swept by like the arrival of an immortal emperor as all 9 heavens and 10 earths prostrated before its might. The gigantic shadow and the sky-devouring fish also glanced towards this direction. Some shocked cultivators couldn't help but retreat while uttering, "An immortal emperor life treasure. An emperor's weapon." Both the evil child and the saint child lost their cool. So, as imperial descendants, don't tell me that you two didn't bring at least 1 or 2 emperor's weapons. It would be quite shameful if you guys didn't have even 1 immortal emperor life treasure. Are your elders that stingy? Monk Daji's words were so vile that it caused the ghost insect evil child and the Titanic Crescent saint child to turn ashen. All 3 were imperial descendants, so it was difficult to tell who would win in a one-on-one encounter. However, since the monk brought along an immortal emperor life treasure, the other 2 could only swallow their anger no matter how powerful they were. All 3 had similar levels of power, but the appearance of the emperor's weapon changed everything. The victor was instantly decided. Even if both of them joined forces, it wouldn't change the outcome versus Monk Daji with his weapon. Although they had heaven-defying emperor laws, they also didn't want to take such a risk. Once struck by the emperor's weapon, even their powerful bodies would disintegrate. Many people became speechless after hearing the monk. An item like an immortal emperor life treasure was definitely not ordinary. Even an emperor's lineage would normally only have 1 or 2 of them, so how could a young person such as him run rampant while wielding one of them? How heroic is it to win using an emperor's weapon? The evil child sarcastically retorted. He could not stop an emperor's weapon unless he cultivated an immortal physique. Monk Daji leered at the evil child and said, "So what if I am using an immortal weapon to bully you? Not convinced? Then come and bite me. You can't even take out an emperor's weapon yet you are shamelessly calling yourself an imperial descendant." This fake monk put on a young master act, one without any of the grace befitting a member of the monastery. After being provoked by the monk, The evil child and the saint child quivered from anger. They came to Necropolis in a rush, so although they asked to borrow immortal emperor life treasures from their sects, the elders had not yet approved their requests. Monk Daji was different. He could have already accepted the Nether Crossing Swamp's leadership, so he naturally had the right to control the immortal emperor life treasures. Very well, Jian Xian, just you wait. The evil child couldn't bear this frustration and threatened. Don't think that only your Nether Crossing Swamp has immortal emperor life treasures. Then I'll wait. Do you think I am afraid of a half-insect half-ghost monster like you? Monk Daji leered at him and retorted. The evil child left in exasperation. Although he really wanted to fight, a direct confrontation without an emperor's weapon would be akin to throwing an egg at a boulder. After the evil child left, the Titanic Crescent Saint child looked at Li Qie before coldly telling Monk Daji, Brother Jian Xian, you can protect him for now but not forever. The Saint child wanted to obtain Li Qie's method of traversing the sea, but he didn't expect for Monk Daji to interfere and ruin his business. Monk Daji laughed and coldly stared at the Saint child. Titanic Crescent, you think too highly of yourself. Do you actually consider yourself to be invincible amongst the younger generation? Brotherly needing my protection? Haha, I only took action because I dislike you too and your arrogant conduct. Or could it be that you think you are the strongest genius in the northern Misty Field? The Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground and the Nether Crossing Swamp were both emperors' lineages in the Misty Field, and these two were their strongest descendants. The two sects would inevitably have some conflicts due to this. However, because Monk Daji rarely showed himself, the Saint child proclaimed himself to be number one amongst the younger generation. This time, the monk purposely used a provocative stance against those two in order to dispel their arrogant behaviors. The Saint child only snorted in the face of such taunts and turned around to leave. The other young cultivators didn't dare to discuss this matter. Geniuses like Golden Child and the 100 Clans Child also restrained themselves from commenting. This was a conflict between emperors' lineages. Although their sects were strong, they were still far from being comparable with emperors' lineages. Both the Saint child and the monk were not people they wished to offend. The crowd dispersed and went on with their own business. Monk Daji clasped his hands together and spoke to Li Qie with a smile. Amitba, Amitba. Benefactor Li, it seems that we are often brought together by fate. Oh, no longer hiding from your old lady? Li Qie snappily asked. Each time the monk appeared, he would ruin Li Qie's fun, so Li Qie was very annoyed with him. Ah! The monk wryly laughed and scratched his bald head. Li Qie laughed after seeing the monk like this. Then he hugged Qiurong Wanxue and kept going to the front. The monk quickly followed right behind them while looking at the grand scene ahead. The confrontation between the gigantic black shadow and the sky-devouring fish king. What does Benefactor Li think about these existences? He curiously asked Li Qie. Li Qie was too lazy to look at the monk as he replied. Fake monk, you want me to talk? Your patriarch should have left behind a few words. I'm just casually asking. The monk forced a chuckle. He indeed knew quite a few things. Immortal Emperor Ming Du of the Swamp came from Necropolis, so he naturally knew more about it than outsiders. Monk Daji didn't know whether his patriarch came from Necropolis or not, but there had been rumors along these lines. The Nether Crossing Swamp had records about Necropolis secrets that other emperors' lineages weren't privy to. He intentionally wanted to test Li Qie. Since Li Qie was able to see through the soaring remembrance village, he should definitely know some other things as well. Fake monk, what do you want to know? If it is within my knowledge, then I can tell you about a few things. Li Qie answered with a smile. The monk's eyes quickly lit up as he cheerfully responded with a smile. My sect has some secret records stating that this place had a great creation, an extremely amazing one for our ghost race. This creation. After obtaining it, it wouldn't be difficult to become an immortal emperor. Qiurong Wanxue's expression greatly changed after hearing this. Wouldn't be difficult to become an immortal emperor? What kind of heaven-defying and invincible creation was this? It would drive anyone crazy. A grand creation for shouldering the heaven's will. Li Qie became serious and continued. There truly is such a creation. I can tell you about this. Also, your swamp has a few things that could help you grab this creation. Really? Monk Daji's eyes brightened once more. He was like a Scrooge who stumbled upon a gold bar. He rubbed his palms together and smilingly pleaded. Just what is this creation? Please tell me, Benefactor Li. Li Qie leisurely looked at the monk and answered. Since you are a ghost, maybe you could actually obtain this creation. However, I have to tell you the bad news as well. This creation is not necessarily good and it might bring about bad fortune to your life. The monk was aghast as he stared at Li Chia and asked, "How does Benefactor Li know?" "So you have seen the secret writings of your patriarch. Fake monk, you know quite a few things, don't you?" Li Chia looked at him and responded with his own question. The monk took a deep breath. This was a secret of the swamp, but very few sect members knew about it. He spoke his quivering thoughts. The patriarch's writings indeed talked about this. He warned us about obtaining this creation since it might bring about a sect-destroying disaster. When he read his patriarch's secret writings before, he didn't understand why immortal Emperor Ming-Du specifically warned his descendants. Just what was it that caused their patriarch to be so wary like this? The monk couldn't help but eagerly ask, "What is Benefactor Li's opinion about this?" "Opinion?" Li Chia said with leisure. "If you want to live longer, then stay far away from it. Otherwise, if you somehow got a hold of it, then the swamp would suffer a calamity unless your patriarch comes back to life." The monk's heart thumped after hearing this. He didn't think that Li Chia was only scaring him because the patriarch's writings specifically warned them about this. "Do you still want the creation?" Li Chia lightly inquired. Amit ba. Amit ba. Monk Daji shook his head and continued with an accepting smile. "My talents reach the sky itself. Even if I don't have that creation, I can still reach the peak and shoulder the heaven's will. This generation's true prince shall be me." Despite such boastful words, one had to admit that Monk Daji was extremely outstanding. Otherwise, he would not have become the inheritor of the Nether Crossing Swamp. Li Chia and Qiurong Wanxue went to the battlefield between the two armies. He then smiled at the monk and asked, "Monk, can you cross the Black Sea before us?" The monk quickly shook his head as fast as a beating drum and replied, "Ha ha ha, Benefactor Li thinks too highly of me. Do you not see that no one here can do it? What can this skillless monk do when so many others have failed?" "Is that so?" Li Chia looked at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile and calmly continued. "If I remember correctly, your patriarch, Immortal Emperor Ming-Du, left behind a treasure boat that could cross all oceans in this world. That boat should be able to cross Night Sea and the Black Sea ahead without any problems." The moments these words came out, the monk became completely shocked. There wasn't a need for needless chatter or posturing. The emperor's power swept by like the arrival of an immortal emperor as all 9 heavens and 10 earths prostrated before its might. The gigantic shadow and the sky-devouring fish also glanced towards this direction. Some shocked cultivators couldn't help but retreat while uttering, "An immortal emperor life treasure. An emperor's weapon." Both the evil child and the saint child lost their cool. "So, as imperial descendants, don't tell me you two didn't bring at least 1 or 2 emperor's weapon. It would be quite shameful if you guys didn't have even 1 immortal emperor life treasure. Are your elders that stingy?" Chapter 464. Crossing the sea. If you asked about the creation on the other side, then you must know about other things as well. Night Sea and this Black Sea before us cannot be crossed without a ferry. If I guessed correctly, then you have brought along the treasure boat left behind by your patriarch. Li Chia slowly finished. These light words scared the soul out of Monk Daji. His patriarch indeed left behind a treasure boat. It was not an immortal emperor life treasure or anything, so it had been locked away in the swamp's treasury. Very few disciples had seen this boat, yet an outsider like Li Chia was revealing its details. This gave the monk quite a fright. The monk awkwardly rubbed his hands together while not knowing what to do. Li Chia interrupted him and dismissively said, "It's fine, don't be tense. I don't intend to borrow your boat. Such a trivial issue cannot deter me. If I wanted to cross, it would be as easy as flipping my palm. I know you have some items on you, but heed my warning. Do not dream about this creation or else your swamp will be destroyed within half a year. Although your sect is indeed powerful, there are a few things that should never be provoked. Don't turn your patriarch's efforts into nothingness. Don't let an emperor's lineage become buried at your hands." "Is it really that terrible?" the monk asked. Li Chia coldly glared at him and answered, "Ha ha ha, monk, forget about you. Even if your patriarch was alive, he would be quite apprehensive about this. Some things are far beyond your imagination." The monk quivered after recalling the patriarch's warning. What could possibly be so terrifying that even his patriarch had to leave behind a special warning? Haha, don't worry, Benefactor Li. I know when to advance and when to retreat. Propriety is also not a foreign concept. The monk continued with a smile. If there is nothing else, then I shall take my leave first. Li Chia glanced at him and asked, Not coming with us? I'm busy, I'll be going now. The monk dryly laughed and replied. Hiding from your old lady? Li Chia burst out in laughter and asked after seeing the monk's awkward state. With reddened cheeks, the monk replied with an awkward smile. Hee, I have to go change my outfit. My life will be over if I'm caught. Over. You don't like your old lady? Li Chia looked at the monk and asked. No, never. This is absolutely not the case. The monk jumped up and uttered. Under Li Chia's teasing scrutiny, he reluctantly confessed. It really isn't like that. Martial's sister and I are childhood sweethearts, and our relationship is very good. However, some time ago, the elders of the sect wanted me to accept the responsibility. They want us to get married so that big sister can help me manage the sect. Oh, I see. Li Chia nodded and teased. Anxiety before the wedding. However, a man who runs away from battle is too girly. Are you still a man? Monk Daji was very embarrassed. He then gave a mirthless smile and said, Benefactor Li, I'll be going now. With that, his body shifted and disappeared without a trace. The Nether Crossing Swamp. Li Chia smiled and didn't say anything else. Li Chia had a good impression of the Nether Crossing Swamp. Even though during that era, Li Chia kept his word and didn't train or give any advice to immortal Emperor Mingdu, the emperor still respected Li Chia as a teacher. This was because the emperor knew that he was only able to leave Necropolis and obtain a great creation due to the hard work of the Dark Crow. This creation created a firm foundation for the emperor after he left the city, allowing him to reach the apex and the heavens will. Before anyone noticed, Li Chia and Qiurong Wanxue were standing at the edge of the Golden Ocean not too far from the young night fish. The splashes from the thousands of fish could reach their bodies. Their movement caught the attention of many people. What are they trying to do? The majority of the cultivators stood far away since no one wanted to get close to such a battlefield, for it was suicidal. Once the gigantic shadow and the fish king fought, even the strongest cultivators would be annihilated by the residual energy. Don't tell me that they want to cross? A person speculated. That is suicidal. The divine spark prince sneered while staring at the two in the far distance. The other young geniuses, such as Golden Child and Ghost Monk, were also spectating. Many people wanted to cross the Black Sea up ahead, but all of their attempts were unsuccessful. Faith Songqiong, the descendant of the nether-soaring ghost race, was said to have the fastest speed. He once claimed that he could fly to all the corners of the world. Earlier, he tried to fly over the ocean, but what was the result? He only drowned in the Black Sea. A person coldly said, An ordinary human ant still dreams about flying over? Truly wishful thinking. Previous attempts included flying and utilizing treasures to quickly rush over, but all had failed. Once one stepped into the Black Sea's territory, they and all their treasures would fall and drown. After several ghost geniuses failed, no one dared to force their way across. Instead, they looked for other methods. Li Chia looked at the gigantic shadow in the distance and focused his gaze on the thousands of handlers behind it. Seeing Li Chia's expression, Qiurong Wanxue guessed what he wanted to do and anxiously asked, Can we cross it? Don't worry, it is a piece of cake. Li Chia smiled and said after picking a target, Hug me tightly, we're about to go. Qiurong Wanxue listened and tightly hugged Li Chia's waist while blushing. Li Chia pulled her in even closer after taking a deep breath. Now, she was standing in front of him as he clasped her waist. The two of them were tightly pressed against each other face to face. Being in such an intimate pose while hugging her young noble's chest caused Qiurong Wanxue to become quite hot. However, Li Chia was not in the mood to enjoy this romantic situation. He roared as his blood energy began to surge to perform the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. Myriad hands appeared behind his back as if they were lifting up 3,000 worlds. One pair of hands lifted the 9 words true bow. A divine arrow made from universal laws was placed on the gently drawn back bowstring. This mantra arrow was the last word, forward, from the 9 true words. This word turned into a universal law to become an unparalleled divine arrow. They actually want to cross. A bunch of youths were in an uproar. Can they do it? Many people secretly wished that Li Qiye would be successful. They began to lose hope after seeing so many failures, but if Li Qiye could do it, then it would prove that this mission was not impossible. However, there were also those who hoped that Li Qiye would fail, such as the divine Spark Prince. Humph! What an ignorant fool! Just wait for your death without a burial. Poof! Li Qiye shot out the word forward. This divine mantra arrow pierced through the wind and time itself. The moment this arrow was released, Li Qiye and Qiurong Wanxue both disappeared from this world as if they had evaporated. This arrow seemed to have crossed to the past from one spacetime to another, and then disappeared without a trace. Where did they go? The spectating cultivators looked around to find Li Qiye and Qiurong Wanxue. Everything happened so fast. In just a split second, this arrow shot through the head of a handler. He didn't even have the chance to react before falling into the Black Sea. What was even more incredible was that Li Qiye and Qiurong Wanxue then appeared on the ferry in the same posture as when they disappeared, still tightly hugging each other. Impossible! Some jumped up in complete disbelief. Li Qiye was not the only one who thought about stealing a ferry. Some had thought about it, but they couldn't carry it out. Even powerful treasures could not kill a ferry handler since they would become powerless once they entered the Black Sea's territory. Of course, Li Qiye's 9 words true bow was not something their treasures could compare to. Once the forward arrow was shot out, it would allow him to instantaneously travel anywhere, completely disregarding the heaven-defying seals or defensive perimeter of any location. After determining his target, he shot the word forward. This arrow instantly pierced the handler's head, allowing it to bring the two of them to the boat. Unfortunately, he couldn't lock onto the other shore. Otherwise, he could shoot out this forward arrow to take them there directly. Li Qiye's successful attempt at seizing a ferry shocked everyone. The impossible had happened. The divine Spark Prince was both shocked and angry, thus he spoke with a sneer, becoming enemies with the handlers. So foolish. Everyone knew that attacking a handler would bring about a personal disaster. Antagonizing the handlers and sentiments inside Necropolis would result in a bad end. After Li Qiye took over the boat, the gigantic shadow suddenly exuded a terrifying breath as thousands of handlers immediately surrounded him. It's over, this guy will be eaten alive by all those handlers. Someone exclaimed out loud. If you asked about the creation on the other side, then you must know about other things as well. Night Sea and this Black Sea before us cannot be crossed without a ferry. If I guessed correctly, then you have brought along the treasure boat left behind by your patriarch. Li Qiye slowly finished. These light words scared the soul out of Monk Daji. His patriarch indeed left behind a treasure boat. It was not an immortal emperor life treasure or anything, so it had been locked away in the swamp's treasury. Very few disciples had seen this boat, yet an outsider like Li Qiye was revealing its details. This gave the monk quite a fright. The monk awkwardly rubbed his hands together while not knowing what to do. This boat and the underworld boat were a bit similar. Once this thing left the Black Sea, it would rot, so there was no way to bring it along. Suddenly, there was a buzz, a beautifully melodious sound. The moment the two arrived, their Tao foundation suddenly became very lively with hymns as many universal laws abruptly appeared. Both Li Qiye's and Qiurong Wanxue's bodies were surrounded by the hymns of the Grand Tao. Each universal law was like a soaring phoenix. They appeared alongside many floating runic arrays. It was as if the two had become part of the Grand Tao as it resonated with their own Tao foundation. A new Tao would appear right below each of their steps. The sonorous bell-like rings were like a dancing melody. Qiurong Wanxue's reaction was even greater than Li Qiye's. Universal laws began to weave around her body, turning into words that eventually opened a new immortal chapter. These universal laws emitted a brilliance with golden powder drifting down alongside pleasant sounds. It could be said that each of her steps right now resulted in a new blooming lotus flower. The heaven and earth's Grand Tao chose to assist her. Wherever she went, the Grand Tao would follow. What is going on? Qiurong Wanxue was startled. Although the Grand Tao gave her an incomparable feeling and great benefits, she herself knew that, with her talents and cultivation, she was very far from harmonizing with the Grand Tao, so walking with the Grand Tao was impossible. However, such a matter was happening to her right now, so how could she not jump from astonishment? This is a Tao land and you are a ghost. This Tao land has a lot to do with your ghost race. Li Qiye answered with a smile. Xueqi somehow managed to calm down and followed Li Qie deeper into this land. She found that it was very strange. Mountains and roads were expansive while majestic rivers covered this vast land. However, upon a closer inspection, one would see that the mountain ranges were erected by Tao bones. Tao laws formed the earth, and the riverbeds were made from Tao chapters while Tao runes caused the water to flow. All aspects of life on the ground were also similar in this regard. Whether it was the birds flying in the sky or the beasts running on the ground or the vegetation that didn't have life essence, they were all derived from the Grand Tao. A big tree towered to the sky before Xueqi. This tree had a vigorous body with lush, verdant leaves, but another look would show that several Grand Tao universal laws came together to form its old and hard trunk. Smaller universal chains, the size of fine silk strings, came together to form the green leaves. Then there was a giant elephant that ran in front of them. One could see that a Tao foundation made its bones, Tao chapters made the meat, and its eyes were made from the energy of the Grand Tao. Just by staring at it, one would feel the power of the Grand Tao assaulting one's senses like oceanic tides. Similarly, there was a bird flying in the sky. Tao runes formed its feathers, a Tao source formed its body, and its eyes were the amalgamation of many Tao laws using spirit energy. It seemed as if this land was full of colorful life like a paradise or a sacred ground, but in reality, there was no life here. Everything was derived from the Grand Tao. They were only a form of the Tao and not true life. In the beginning, Xueqi didn't clearly see and thought that this land was full of life. However, after following Li Qie for a while, she began to notice the clues. Although the creatures were playfully running around, with a more attentive look, one would be able to see that all of them lacked true life essence. What is this all about? She found this to be too unbelievable. It was even creepier than Necropolis. Although Necropolis was home to a large number of sentiments, they had their own consciousness and perception. They wanted to survive, so it could even be said that outside of not having physical flesh and blood, the sentiments were no different from their outside counterparts. But this place was different. Everything here was dependent on the Grand Tao. No matter if it was the growing trees or the flying little birds, they didn't have an autonomous consciousness or a natural will to survive, for they were only derivations of the Grand Tao. You can think of this place as a Tao land. To be more precise, it is a derivation of the Grand Tao from the heaven and earth. Li Qie smiled and responded, "That can't be." Xueqi was extremely shocked as she found it hard to believe. Everyone knew that amongst the 9 worlds and 8 desolaces, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, all the creatures in this world and the myriad of existences were all masterpieces from the heavenly Grand Tao. The sky, the earth, all the existences, the world itself, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires. All of this came from the heavenly Grand Tao. And the scene before her eyes was only a derivation from this Grand Tao. They were unlike the real living creatures outside. Everything here was only made up of universal laws, cold and emotionless. This land was a gigantic and complex machine with orderly functions, but it had no life. You can consider it as the first form of the heavenly Grand Tao, but it probably can't be considered as the first form either because this place cannot give birth to life. To be more precise, this is a very small or a miniature version of the heavenly Grand Tao's derivation. The heavenly Grand Tao truly exceeds our imagination. If there was an invincible existence capable of controlling this Tao along with all the worldly laws, then you would be able to see the scene before you again. Li Qie smiled and added, "Of course, someone who can grasp this heavenly Grand Tao before you is very rare in this world." He continued on with emotion. "The true heavenly Grand Tao is able to bear the 9 heavens and 10 earths and also capable of creating all living existences. It is mysterious and profound, something that is impossible for anyone to comprehend in its entirety. The true heavenly Grand Tao is different from the heavenly Grand Tao that cultivators usually talk about. The Grand Tao mentioned by cultivators is only a small part of the overarching picture. The true heavenly Grand Tao is a power, a universal law. Since time immemorial, there were immortal emperors who referred to the true heavenly Grand Tao as the origin Tao of heaven and earth, the myriad Tao of heaven and earth, or the true Tao of heaven and earth. But at this time, Li Qie's body suddenly emitted a strange and mysterious aura. "Don't mess with me or I'll butcher all of you," Li Qie coldly declared. This mysterious aura came from the item that Li Qie previously borrowed from the ancestral flow master. The gigantic shadow and the handlers were very wary of this thing. The shadow chose not to attack and all the handlers also withdrew. They didn't dare to look straight at Li Qie. The fairy was then pushed by a force that brought them to the other side. Chapter 466. Other Shore's secret. For as long as one could remember, even immortal emperors with the heaven's will, someone who reigned over the universe, could not control the true Tao of heaven and earth and could at best only grasp a very small part of it. Li Qie added. That is impossible. Chorong Wanxue was amazed by this revelation. Immortal emperors were invincible in everyone's eyes since they were capable of shouldering the heaven's will. However, Li Qie was saying that even the emperors themselves could not grasp the true Tao. No one would believe such a claim. There are many things that are impossible in this world. Li Qie continued with a smile. But this is the truth. Wanting to control the real heavenly grand Tao is impossible. Why? Chorong Wanxue curiously asked. Li Qie stared at the distant horizon and spoke. The reason is very simple. Life. Even an immortal emperor could not suddenly create life. For example, if there is no seed, then there will be no root, let alone a single leaf. Even an invincible emperor cannot create a tree out of thin air. If there is a seed, then emperors have ways to let it become a towering tree overnight. If there was a branch, then an emperor could let it take root in the soil to grow into a tree. With a leaf, they could use the most heaven-defying method so that it would take root and eventually grow into a tree as well. Li Qie paused for a moment before continuing. However, if there is nothing, then an emperor cannot create a heaven-piercing tree because they can't create life out of nowhere. They require a starting point in order to do anything. Creating life is the old villainous heaven's business. To be a bit more exact, it is a matter left to the true Tao of heaven and earth, understand? Chorong Wanxue was sent into a daze. Hearing Li Qie's exposition shocked her completely. It had opened a new door for her. She was able to see a new grand Tao that had never been touched before. At this moment, she was entering a new palace of the grand Tao. Before, she was only lingering around its gate. She was a royal noble and cultivated quite a powerful Tao law, resulting in a strong foundation, but that was mere mimicry. It was like someone had already built a house and she simply moved in and decorated it a bit. But now, she knew how to build her own house one brick at a time. Li Qie looked at her expression and smiled. You are correct. This is about creating a grand Tao that belongs to you and you alone. Even if you cultivate an immortal emperor's technique, it would only be a Tao that belonged to someone before you. It is not yours. If this was the case, then how could you even talk about creating a country or accepting divine bestowments in the future? Without your own Tao, how would the heavens will accept you? How could you shoulder the heavens' will? Chorong Wanxue took a deep breath. Creating one's own grand Tao was a territory that only virtuous paragons entered. Right now, she was only a royal noble and was very far away from such a level. Nevertheless, she still greatly benefited from Li Qie's words. Li Qie led her to a different location. She noticed a very strange scene in the sky. One would not be able to see it without closely examining the sky. With a careful look, they would find that it was actually a kingdom. Up in the far reaches of the sky where there were immortal lights coming and going along with divine flames, there seemed to be a faint palace and some ancient pavilions. It was as if there was an extremely vast kingdom in that area, almost completely like another world. The palace was big enough to contain 3,000 worlds. This was a kingdom that loomed over the 9 heavens in an extremely secretive recess of the clouds in the sky. This made it seem as if it was a fantastical illusion. What is that? Chorong Wanxue pointed at this kingdom in the sky and curiously asked. Li Qie looked at the kingdom and lightly replied. You can call it the kingdom of heaven, but don't ask for more details. Kingdom of heaven? Chorong Wanxue couldn't help but murmur repeatedly. She suddenly had another urge and asked. Has young noble been here before? No. Li Qie shook his head and elaborated. This is my first time as it is not easy to come here. Under normal circumstances, this place would not allow for outsiders to intrude. However, it is a bit different right now. Had it not been for some matters, I wouldn't have come here. Chorong Wanxue didn't know of the matters that Li Qie was referring to, but she felt that it had something to do with the ancestral flow master. Li Qie stopped at many places as if he was looking and trying to understand something through meditation. What is young noble trying to comprehend? Chorong Wanxue curiously asked after seeing Li Qie's behavior. Li Qie answered, merit laws and chapters. However, it is not to the extent of comprehension, I am only looking. These things are too complicated to understand from just a glance. Merit laws and chapters? Chorong Wanxue repeated in surprise. She looked around. Although this place was derived from the heavenly grand Tao, She didn't see any merit laws at all. Li Qie smiled and led her to a high peak so that they could overlook the entire scenery with a panoramic view. Li Qie then pointed to direct her gaze. Look at this piece of heaven and earth. The straight mountain right below your feet is a sword technique. The dense forest ahead is a longevity law. The rolling river before you is a heaven-sweeping technique. The broken mountain over there is an incomplete heavenly knocking technique. Qiurong Wanxue carefully looked again, but she didn't notice the profundities. However, after receiving more guidance from Li Qie, she faintly felt something. For example, the high peak below her seemingly contained a resonating sword energy. My talents are too low, so I cannot comprehend the mysticisms of these things, Qiurong Wanxue said in shame. Li Qie responded with a smile. You can't be blamed, the profoundness of this place is far beyond your imagination. I myself would need to spend a lot of time in order to learn everything. How come young noble isn't learning all the merit laws at this place? Qiurong Wanxue asked. It took a lot of work to come to this place, a land filled with merit laws. Anyone would covet these laws that came in myriad forms, but not Li Qie. The merit laws here are not suitable for me. Li Qie shook his head and added, these are merit laws that belong to your ghost race, so I am not fit to cultivate them. Moreover, it is meaningless for me to learn them. The person who left behind these merit laws was extremely heaven-defying. The same mountain, from a different perspective, could be a mountain range or peak. Each person would see different things and come to a different conclusion. This place only contains the general structure of the Grand Tao and merit laws, so people would have different results. Sometimes, the difference would be like the heaven and earth. Li Qie paused for a moment here. If you want to learn everything from its true origin, then you have to be at the same level as that person, or you have to have heaven-frightening knowledge with supreme aptitudes and meticulous analytical abilities, leaving no stone unturned until the very root. Of course, to reverse the flow all the way back to the origin of every merit law here would require a very long time. Li Qie continued on, even if you could learn a few merit laws, it would still be very difficult to teach them to someone else. Everyone has different interpretations of the Tao where even the slightest difference could lead to a monstrous gap. However, if you manage to learn a few of them, then it would still be very beneficial since this is the origin of the ghost race. The origin of my ghost race? Qiurong Wanxue exclaimed in shock. Li Qie nodded and said, you can put it that way. At the very least, the source of your ghost race's enlightenment is here. The outcome would be astonishing if others were to know that this land was the supreme Tao land of the ghost race. Qiurong Wanxue was frozen with shock. If this place was the origin of the ghost race's cultivation, then the merit laws here were the primal arts of ghost cultivators. Just where is this place? Qiurong Wanxue took a deep breath after a long time and asked Li Qie in disbelief. He then replied, an abandoned land. Someone threw the heavenly Grand Tao here, so this place became a land of refuse. Qiurong Wanxue's eyes were wide open as she exclaimed, an abandoned land of refuse? I'm impossible. Is this not the origin of our ghost race's cultivation? That is indeed true for you. A very long time ago, many cultivation arts of the ghost race came from this place. To be more precise, they were purposely spread by that person. But to him, this was only a wasteland that contained garbage. Why did he throw away these powerful merit laws? Qiurong Wanxue looked at this wondrous land that contained myriad merit laws. People would go crazy from happiness if they were able to learn these arts. Li Qie looked at the distance and softly said, because he failed, so he discarded all of his failures here. For example, the mountain below us is a sword technique, but it is also gold. The forest over there is a longevity law, but it is also wood. The river ahead is a heaven-sweeping law, but it is also water. They are the 5 elements, do you get it now? He tried to use the theory of the 5 elements existing in harmony to defy the heavens. Defy the heavens? Qiurong Wanxue couldn't help but repeat. The creation of life. Li Qie looked at her and said, but he was not successful. It is apparent just by looking at this place. He had tried numerous times, but all of it was for naught. Creating life? Qiurong Wanxue was taken aback. Earlier, Li Qie was saying that the creation of life was a thing that was only meant for the high heavens, but now someone actually tried to go against the heavens. For as long as one could remember, even immortal emperors with the heavens' will, someone who reigned over the universe, could not control the true Tao of heaven and earth and could only grasp a very small part of it at best. Li Qie added, that is impossible. Xueqi was amazed by this revelation. Immortal emperors were invincible in everyone's eyes since they were capable of shouldering the heaven's will. However, Li Qie was saying that even the emperors themselves could not grasp the true Tao. No one would believe such a claim. There are many things that are impossible in this world. Li Qie continued with a smile. But this is the truth. Wanting to control the real heavenly grand Tao is impossible. Why? Xueqi curiously asked. Li Qie stared at the far horizon and spoke. The reason is very simple. It is not yet time to reveal the secrets. You will have to wait until later tonight. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.